Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. What happened next? Grindelwald didn't say anything, but Alvin also understood everything. In this kind of peak matchup of similar strength, any slight mistake will affect the final outcome. Not to mention that Grindelwald's mind was lost in this situation. All along, Alvin sees things dialectically. From the Muggles' point of view, people like Grindelwald are extreme terrorists, racists, and they must be killed quickly. But after reliving his first life, he became a wizard, and naturally, he had to stand in the position of a wizard. In fact, Grindelwald's thoughts and actions are all about safeguarding the interests of wizards. Even if sometimes he killed many of his compatriots, it was just to practice his words. All for the greater good. For the wizard's future, he can give up his friendship with Dumbledore, let alone the lives of several wizards. But the wheel of history rolls by, and the torrent of the times will not be diverted by the will of the individual. I don't know since when, the Muggle's brain seems to have opened up, and it has undergone 2 industrial evolutions in a row. Their technology, thought, and force are slowly surpassing the development of wizards. At that time, the prophecies he made in the public offering of Father Lachaise were fulfilled one by one, and it was even more terrifying. Muggle weapons can already destroy a city in one blow, and who among wizards can do that? Just him and Dumbledore. So, the ending was doomed at that moment. Even without Dumbledore's beloved student causing him some trouble, Grindelwald knew it would be difficult for him to succeed. Perhaps the wizard's future is already doomed. Little guy, I'm old, and I don't want to be involved in the right and wrong of the magic world. When you experience despair, everything is boring. 99. Don't worry. Only the 2 of us know what happened today, and I won't tell Dumbledore when I go back. 35. Alvin didn't get angry at his refusal, but put his hand on his temple and pulled out strands of silver thread. Are you interested in seeing it? He didn't speak, but his eyes still revealed curiosity, took over those memories, and Grindelwald stuffed them into his brain. After a long time, he opened his eyes in horror and looked at Alvin. Just now, Alvin showed Grindelwald the experiments he did with Nicole May and part of his layout, but he did not reveal the core secrets of the magic net. But it was shocking enough that Grindelwald found that Alvin's handwriting was even more amazing than he was. At the beginning, he just wanted to declare war on the Muggle world openly, so that wizards could enslave Muggles. Compared with this kind of national wizard's plan, it is simply pediatric. Grindelwald stood up and looked at the calm sea in the distance. He randomly used his wand to create a huge water polo. Suddenly, there was a picture of a fat man and a little boy visiting the cherry blossom country in the water. The terrifying 2 mushrooms were that even after so many years, Grindelwald still had lingering fears. Faced with the destructive power of this natural disaster level, are you sure you can survive it? Alvin looked at him strangely. Mr. Grindelwald, your mistakes illuminate your innocence. Your limitations lead to your downfall. I don't think anyone would reject the power of magic. How could they go to war with us when they found the opportunity to become a wizard? Grindelwald didn't speak. He was thinking, I don't know when his 2 colors have changed, glittering like color. And Alvin still said to himself, perhaps there will be short-term turbulence in this world, but everything is for the greater good. As long as my plan is successful, there will be no difference between Muggles and wizards. After a few generations, everyone will be pure blood. After a long time, Grindelwald's eyes returned to their original state. His forehead was covered with fine sweat, and his face was pale. How much does Dumbledore know? The Dark Lord suddenly felt sorry for his old friend, and once Alvin started his own plan, it was more than 10 Voldemorts. No, it can't be like this analogy because the 2 are no longer comparable. Ask for flowers, point 0. Alvin shook his head. Accurately speaking, the principal may not know it all. I asked you to come out for another matter. Saying that, he took out a magic net log and handed it to Grindelwald. After playing with it for a while, Grindelwald quickly figured out how to use it. Seeing that there are now a lot of rich functions, he said with great interest, it's a good gadget. I might be happier with it. So, Mr. Grindelwald, I wonder if you are willing to fight with me for the future of wizards. After pondering for a few seconds, Grindelwald also nodded. I also want to see how this world will be changed by you. The future of wizards will always have to be opened up by someone. A smile appeared on Alvin's face. Today's efforts were finally not in vain. With the addition of Grindelwald, many things will be easier to do. Not only because of him, but also because of his former saints, they are a very useful force. But to be on the safe side, Alvin took out a piece of parchment on the spot and made a contract. Grindelwald's teeth hurt more and more as he looked at him. The restrictions on him were not too big. He just needed not to disclose the existence of Alvin and complete the task assigned by Alvin. Other conditions are almost close to none, which can be said to be very relaxed. But the penalty clause is too much, and once the contract is broken, Grindelwald needs to publicly show his love to Dumbledore in the Daily Prophet. Or go to Hogwarts and read 10 love letters to Dumbledore in front of all the teachers and students. Is this something people can think of? He said that he was a little moved, cough. But the last one, he still put away his thoughts. Breaking the contract, Gellert Grindelwald's soul will be forever enslaved by Alvin Gaunt. After getting the contract, he finally asked, "You have a way to control the soul?" Even in the memory of the knowledgeable Dark Lord, there is very little research on the soul. The most famous is the evil black magic of Horcrux. After seeing this clause of Alvin, he was particularly curious. Shrugging, Alvin replied casually, "I have the resurrection stone in my hand. Even if you die, I can take your soul back and keep you forever." Grindelwald didn't pay attention to the last sentence, but was keenly aware of the key. "Can you bring the dead back to life?" Alvin didn't answer, but said into the air, "Miss Evans, you can come out and say hello to Mr. Grindelwald." The figure of Lily Evans slowly appeared in the air, first glanced at Alvin in awe, and then nodded 273 to Grindelwald. "Hello, Mr. Grindelwald. Please give me more advice in the future." Although Snape also talked to her about Alvin's strength before, but there was no substantive concept in his mind. The battle just now, Lily also witnessed the whole process. She saw the strength of the top wizard for the first time. Now she is instantly full of confidence in what Alvin promised. The continuous Avada Sual life curse, the fierce fire that burns the sky, and the Jedi, she never thought that this is the level that a wizard can achieve. Compared with them, she and James in the past were, at best, a magic apprentice. "Miss Evans is my assistant specially prepared for you. If you have any questions, you can contact me through her." Speaking of which, Alvin was wicked enough, and he found that Snape was a little slack in doing things now. "Every day I think about getting along with Lily, researching new potions, and inventing new spells together, and I don't care much about other things. There is a knife on the head of the color." In order to cheer Snape up again, he resolutely pulled Lily away. When the plan made progress, when would Lily come back? Sure enough, Snape recently turned grief and anger into motivation, and he became more and more comfortable as a three-faced spy. Grindelwald knew in his heart, what kind of assistant is this, but a nail beside him. If there is something really wrong, wouldn't it be good to use the magic net login device to contact him? But he didn't refuse either. Now that Alvin is in the dominant position, it's really no big deal to have someone by his side. And he was also very interested in Lily's existence and was ready to have a good chat with her. After talking for a long time, "I still don't know what you need me to do." Grindelwald suddenly remembered that until now, Alvin has not stated his specific plan. And Alvin also slapped his forehead. "It was my negligence that I forgot the most important things. First of all, I will invite Mr. Grindelwald to join me in preventing you. You have the Saints, and the principal has the Order of the Phoenix. I don't think I can fall behind. My organization is called the Illuminati. 99. Grindelwald was non-committal, just joining an organization, no big deal. "No problem, I joined." "How many people are there in total? Do you need me to say hello?" "No." But Alvin has a big smile on his face. "The organization that was just created is now just the two of us." Grindelwald. He regretted a little, whether he was on a pirate ship. Why, the more he looked at Alvin, the more unreliable he felt. Wisely changing the subject, Grindelwald decided not to dwell on this issue. "Tell me about my mission. Go directly to Dumbledore? Alvin shook his head and asked you to go directly to Dumbledore to make oil and honey? You just need to gather the saints, and you still need the help of your saints for many things that follow. 35. As for Dumbledore, walking out of Nurmengard is the best way to restrain him. Coupled with the existence of Voldemort, I should be able to rest in peace for a while. Grindelwald frowned slightly. He hadn't communicated with Dumbledore in the past few years. If he remembered correctly, didn't that student of Dumbledore disappeared more than 10 years ago? Voldemort made a lot of Horcruxes, and he was resurrected not long ago. Seeing Grindelwald's doubts, Alvin kindly explained. The Horcrux? A lot. Grindelwald's eyes twitched slightly. As the first-generation Dark Lord, Grindelwald knew the function of Horcruxes very well, and wizards with Horcruxes could be called immortal and indestructible, very difficult to deal with. Dumbledore must be giving him a headache, right? For a time, Grindelwald's evaluation of Voldemort improved a lot. As long as he split up multiple souls to make Horcruxes, he couldn't do it. Are you not afraid that you will become a fool if you are not careful? Do you need me to help you solve it? I think such a wizard is also a threat to our plan. Grindelwald asked calmly, and Alvin waved his hand. No, this is a matter between the principal and his students. We don't have to worry about it. 35. Anger in his heart, but Grindelwald has nothing to do now. Today's little wizards are too good at chatting. After thinking for a while, Alvin took out a photo and handed it to Grindelwald. In the photo, Dumbledore is holding Harry's shoulders. Both of them are smiling brightly and looking healed. This was taken by Alvin after the trial, and he said it was a memorial to celebrate Harry's escape. With his fingers slightly hard, he squeezed the corners of the photo with a curse. Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore, who was smiling softly in the photo, and Harry beside him, feeling a little dazzling. This is Harry Potter, Miss Evans' son, the boy who defeated Voldemort 1.0, our principal's favorite cub. 99. After speaking, Alvin felt that it was not enough, and added again. Like Newt Scamander decades ago. Hearing this name, Grindelwald caught his breath. Gellert, Newt, Potter. Dumbledore's hobbies haven't changed. Suddenly, he wanted to meet Harry Potter and see what kind of charisma he had. After the business was done, Alvin was about to leave, and Fleur and Hermione were still waiting for him at home. Before leaving, he also pointed out a place to Grindelwald. Durmstrang's headmaster, Igor Karkaroff, had long since disappeared because of Voldemort's return, and it was a good time for Grindelwald to intervene. After hearing his suggestion, Grindelwald also became interested. As a student who was expelled by Durmstrang, his feelings for there are still somewhat mixed. Also because of the years of studying there. Only then did he develop his own black magic talent and lay a solid foundation for becoming the Dark Lord in the future. He graciously accepted the offer. I'll go to Durmstrang to see headmaster or something. I've never been. It must be interesting. 99. Thinking of Dumbledore's identity, his interest grew stronger. When Alvin left, only Grindelwald and Lily floating in the air were left in place. Just when Lily was wondering why Grindelwald was still here, a strand of blood suddenly overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Mr. Grindelwald, are you all right? Lily asked worriedly. She didn't want her surveillance target to die soon after it came up. It's okay. The little guy 13 is so good now. I'm just a little uncomfortable since I haven't done it with anyone for a long time. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Grindelwald said lightly. But his injury was not caused by fighting with Alvin at all, but the backlash that he predicted with all his strength just now. Grindelwald's level of prophecy is quite high, but what he and Sybil Trelawney are good at are not in the same direction. He can see a picture of what may happen in the future, and these futures can be changed, but the general trend is like this. Trelawney, on the other hand, made a cloudy prediction, and the outcome would hardly be changed. Just now, after he accepted Alvin's memory, he tried to predict what the future would be like. In one image, he saw Dumbledore, panting, propping himself up with his wand, with a sparse few people behind. Everyone had injuries on their bodies, and looked at Alvin opposite him with bewildered eyes. Behind Alvin, there was a huge crowd of people, and everyone was in high spirits, holding their wands at Dumbledore. In the end, Alvin in the picture seemed to feel something, and the eyes of the two seemed to cross the endless time and space to look at each other. Then Alvin smiled slightly. All the pictures shattered instantly, and he also suffered a lot of backlash. That's why he agreed to Alvin's invitation so easily. To be able to feel his peeping in the future, this kind of power he cannot imagine. This is enough to show how terrible this little guy in the future will grow up. Old man, I hope you don't become obsessed in the end. Otherwise, we will both have to get in. Thinking silently in his heart, Grindelwald couldn't help clenching the broken pendant in his hand, and he also operated away. Now is not a good time to meet him. After so many years in Ermengarde, he needs some potions to recuperate his body. England, Hogwarts, in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore had just finished dealing with some of the Order of the Phoenix. Although he has not yet obtained the whereabouts of Voldemort, it is not clear what conspiracy the other party is brewing. But today he was in a good mood. At least Harry was saved. The flames in the fireplace rose suddenly, turning a dazzling green. Dumbledore's happy mood dissipated a lot. This was the highest-level emergency notification from the Ministry of Magic. A piece of parchment flew out of the flames, stretched out naturally, and the voice of the Minister of Magic of Austria came out. Mr. Albus Dumbledore, I'm sorry, but I have bad news to tell you. An hour ago, the barrier of Ermengarde was broken, and Gellert Grindelwald, who had been imprisoned in it, had disappeared. According to the information brought back by the Aurors, he should have used the fire to destroy the defense and escaped. 5. Fortunately, there have been no casualties so far, but Grindelwald's apparition is so far away that we've lost track of him. In order to prevent Grindelwald from bringing more harm to the magical world, we sincerely invite you to discuss with the Austrian Ministry of Magic. The sound fell, and the entire parchment began to spontaneously ignite, turning into a mass of ashes. Professor Dumbledore unconsciously squeezed the armrest of the chair with both hands, and the portraits of the principals who listened to the entire letter were fried. Grindelwald? How did that lunatic get out? Armando Dipet screamed. He was the headmaster of Hogwarts during Grindelwald's rule of Continental, and he knew the horror of this dark tile king. If it wasn't for Dumbledore's existence at that time, I am afraid that the British Isles would also fall. Albus, I remember you said that he would never step out of that tower. What the hell is going on? Phineas Black's voice was a little obscure, and it was obvious that the impact on him was not small. Hearing the noisy discussion upset Dumbledore, he interrupted the headmasters. Amando, you go and find Minerva for me. Phineas, you are responsible for finding Severus. I remember he has returned to school. The two principals nodded, and the portrait disappeared into the frame. It didn't take long for the two professors to arrive in a hurry. Albus, what happened? As soon as he entered the door, McGonagall saw Dumbledore Leto with a serious expression. While Snape did not speak, his eyes flickered. Minerva, Grindelwald has left Ermengarde. I need to rush to Austria, and you will be responsible for the preparations before school starts. McGonagall's eyes widened, unable to believe what Dumbledore said. But why is he restarting his activities in such a delicate period? And when the two left, Dumbledore was also lost in thought. As the director of the International Magical Cooperation Department, Barty Crouch will undoubtedly play an important role in this matter, and Dumbledore also hopes that Barty can perform better. Recalling the past, Dumbledore somehow remembered what Grindelwald said after the Blood Alliance was broken. Who else would love you as much as I do, Dumbledore? Severus, you take my handwritten letter to inform Barty that he will go to Austria, and I will leave first. For decades, Grindelwald hasn't acted as much as he promised himself. Fudge had completely parted ways with him, and in such troubled times, a minister of magic who approached him would be a better choice. Snape didn't say anything and walked out of the office. At the other end, after Alvin left Grindelwald, he returned to his home. Hermione and Fleur waited in the living room early, and when they saw him come in, they also greeted him. How is it? Have you seen your old friend? Hermione didn't know that Alvin had done something big that would make the magic world tremble, and she just thought that she was going to see some friends who had written letters before. It's not that Alvin doesn't trust her, it's that Dumbledore is prevented from knowing something through legilimency in the school. Alvin smiled and nodded at her. Yeah, it was a good chat. On the side, Farong saw his smiling face and knew that today's work was done, and he was relieved. During the dinner, Hermione chattered about what she had seen at the Ministry of Magic. Actually, I think the management system of the magic world is still too chaotic, and the functions of many departments are in conflict. For example, the Legal Enforcement Department and the Emergency Response Department, there are several departments with the same function. Also, it is unprofessional for law enforcement officers to have legislative powers, such as Mr. Weasley, who wrote all the Muggle protection laws himself. Point 99. It's hard to imagine that we live in such a disordered society. Fleur wasn't interested in Hermione's words, but Alvin listened with relish. So, what are you going to do? Hermione said confidently. First of all, I will pass the OWLS exams with full honors so that I can take the advanced courses required by the Ministry of Magic. Point 99. I remember that you must have 9 or more excellent NEWTS scores before you can directly enter the Ministry of Magic. Point 39. When the time comes, as long as I enter the Ministry of Magic, I will always have a chance to change all of this. Alvin smiled without saying a word, and Hermione thought things were too simple. Doing things is not something that can be done with blood and ability. For so many years in the magical world of England, the Ministry of Magic has long been controlled by the pure blood family. Going in like Hermione wants to make drastic reforms and will only touch a full head first. But he would not explain these things. When Hermione graduates, the Minister of Magic is either Crouch or Lockhart, and it will be fine to watch Hermione grow up. 3 days after Dumbledore went to Austria, things finally got out of hand. Under the impetus of people with a heart, the news of Grindelwald's escape swept across Europe like a tornado and quickly spread to the whole world. Some people are excited, some people panic. The Ministry of Magic in some small countries is in danger, and they don't know if Grindelwald will start a war like last time. At this time, many people thought of Dumbledore, and a snowflake-like letter flew to Hogwarts, asking him to take action. When Dumbledore saw the letter, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. If Grindelwald had been caught, he would have taken him back to Nurmengard 3 days earlier. 3 days ago, when Dumbledore arrived in Nurmengard, he did not see any trace of Grindelwald at all. He tried to track the location of apparition, but failed. Even backtracking on what happened in Nurmengard at the time, he was unsuccessful. Dumbledore felt that there was a lot of strangeness in this matter. Why did Grindelwald break out of prison now, and why did he use such a powerful spell as Flaming Fire? With his strength, if he wants to leave, he can leave without disturbing the barrier. These doubts have been lingering in his mind, and until now there is no thought. Vaguely, he has already noticed that there is a black hand hiding in it, but this person is hiding very well, and he has not caught any clues. He had once suspected Voldemort, but soon abandoned the idea. The reason is simple: Voldemort has no such brain. If Voldemort and Grindelwald were to meet, the final outcome would be that one of them would die. With Grindelwald's pride, he can't look down on a scumbag like Voldemort. Besides, what did Voldemort ask him to do? What Grindelwald is best at is not black magic, not prophecy, but his demagogic words. Back then, Grindelwald almost became the leader of the International Confederation of Wizards by relying on this. As long as Voldemort dared to invite Grindelwald to cooperate, Dumbledore could guarantee that within 3 days, his Death Eaters would definitely defect en masse. And secondly, he also doubted whether it was Alvin's handwriting, but he felt that Alvin had no need to do so, so he left it behind. What troubled him the most now was that Grindelwald had no intention of meeting him at all. In 3 days, he had traveled all over the continent where Grindelwald might appear, but he found nothing. This kind of feeling that the enemy is in the dark, but he is bright, is really annoying. If it was a head-to-head battle, Dumbledore had the confidence to please him back to Nurmengard, but he really had nothing to do when he was hiding like this. After thinking for a while, Dumbledore also began to reply one by one, promising in his heart that once Grindelwald appeared, he would immediately rush to support. Putting down the pen, Dumbledore walked to the Mirror of Ariste, which had been moved into his office again, and slowly stretched out his hands. "That old friend, you shouldn't have come out." These letters are back in the hands of the Ministry of Magic in various countries, and those in power are also relieved. And this time, he didn't even show up. It was imposed on him by the Ministry of Magic of these countries. They always believed that under the leadership of Grindelwald, the glory of the past would eventually return. But in places that the public can't see, there are undercurrents surging. After so many years, there are still so many old subordinates who are loyal to him, which is a stark contrast to Voldemort. The Saints also sent people to look for traces of Grindelwald. With Dumbledore's assurance, at least they don't have to panic so much. In order to express his gratitude to him, at the International Conference of Wizards and Wizards a few days later, Dumbledore, who had just been removed from office, dramatically became the leader again. Here I would like to praise Grindelwald's brainwashing ability again. Not everyone didn't want Grindelwald to escape from prison. After hearing the news, some older Saints couldn't help but burst into tears.
England.
In Malfoy Manor, Voldemort held a newspaper of the Daily Prophet and read the news about Grindelwald on it. A group of Death Eaters stood in front of him, not daring to breathe. In the corner of the room, Narcissa tightly covered Malfoy's mouth, preventing him from making a sound, and fear flashed in their eyes. Lucius Malfoy has been having a hard time lately because he lost Voldemort's diary. If it wasn't for a group of Voldemort's men who were locked up in Azkaban and killed by Alvin, he would never have spared the Malfoy family so lightly. After reading the newspaper in his hand, Voldemort also remembered the various legends about Grindelwald that he had heard when he was still in school. He remembered an old wizard commenting on him and Grindelwald. Why would anyone compare the Dark Lord who nearly conquered the entire continent to someone who couldn't beat a single school? This sentence deeply hurt his sensitive heart. Also the Dark Lord. Why are you so high? There can only be one Dark Lord in the world, and that is him, Voldemort. Resisting the urge to pick up the wand and go to Grindelwald to compete, to tell who is the real Dark Lord, he looked at Snape, who was at the front of the crowd. Is there any news of him in Dumbledore's 273? Snape took a step forward and replied in a deep voice, No. Dumbledore has been having a headache recently, and even his hair has turned a lot of gray. The crowd burst into laughter, and even Voldemort let out a hideous grin. Let Dumbledore have a headache for him. That's just right. Save him from focusing all his attention on me. After this return, Voldemort has always felt that the situation was much worse than a decade ago. Not only did Dumbledore grow old and strong, but there was another monster like Alvin in the wizarding world. Coupled with the existence of Harry Potter, the son of prophecy, even if he is arrogant, his behavior has become much more cautious. Although he has hostile feelings for Grindelwald. But Voldemort was more than happy to have such a person attracting firepower for him. How's the progress over there at the Department of Mysteries? Two Death Eaters working at the Ministry of Magic looked at each other, and one of them said, Master, we have already figured out a lot of information. You and Harry Potter's prophecy balls are hidden in the prophecy hall. We wanted to take them out for you, but an ancient magic is cast there. Only the parties involved in the prophecy can pick it up. After listening to their report, Voldemort frowned slightly. Although he has no eyebrows, Voldemort was very concerned about this prophecy, especially since Harry escaped from his hands again not long ago. He was more and more afraid of this prophecy. Things became troublesome. It was impossible for him to go to the Ministry of Magic to get the crystal ball now, and Harry was protected by Dumbledore and would not leave Hogwarts easily. How can I get Harry to get that crystal ball for him? One by one conspiracies emerged in his heart. Time passed by, and in a blink of an eye, it was time to start school again. Grindelwald has not appeared recently, and his popularity has also declined. It's time to pass, and people gradually don't worry so much. And Harry, who was locked up in the Order of the Phoenix for a whole month, was also excited. In the past month, he has never stepped out of Blake's ancestral home except to attend the trial. Even the books the school asked them to buy were bought by Mr. Weasley after get-off work. He was also very proud of staying in this headquarters to fight against Voldemort. Although there were people coming and going, everyone was in a hurry and left after explaining things. And Jasmine also learned from the previous lesson, determined not to let Harry and the others hear any content, the power of the interference curse, increased again and again. There's nothing you can do about the Weasley twins. Another thing that puzzled Harry very much was that Ron became a prefect. He didn't think Ron was bad. As Ron's good friend, he was also happy for Ron. But there is still a loss in his heart. Is he not doing well enough? Why didn't Dumbledore choose him? It made him feel a little unnatural when facing Ron. And those days were about to end, and he was about to head to King's Cross to board the train he'd been thinking about day and night. Ron. Ginny, are your things packed? We need to get going. Jasmine stood at the door and shouted. Her expression was a little anxious, and she looked at the clock on the wall from time to time. Coming. Lugging large and small bags, Ginny and Ron walked down the stairs panting, while Harry was by the side early. Looking around, Ginny was a little strange. What about George and Fred? Why are you only urging us, Mom? Pushing the two out of the door again, Mrs. Weasley explained. They were still sleeping, and they operate directly in a while. Ginny glanced upstairs enviously. She also wanted this opportunity to sleep in. Outside the door, Sirius had already led several members of the Order of the Phoenix on guard, which made Harry a little embarrassed. These people all received the task of escorting him to Hogwarts today, and this kind of treatment really flattered Harry. The group boarded a Muggle bus and flopped several times before arriving outside King's Cross. Sirius's instructions warmed Harry's heart, and he nodded lightly, preparing to enter the station. And when the barrier was arranged, the space was turbulent, and a middle-aged wizard with white hair and a face full of rebelliousness appeared in it. It is Grindelwald. And those wizards didn't even look at them. They joined forces to cast a barrier, turning this place into an independent space. Suddenly, several wizards operate to their surroundings, and Sirius and other members of the Order of the Phoenix instantly became alert and took out their wands. Neither the Muggles nor the wizards in the station were aware of this. Harry, we're sending you here, remember, listen to Dumbledore at school, and he'll protect you. 35. If you have any doubts or encounter difficulties, you are also very welcome to write to me. And Sirius finally breathed a sigh of relief and took Harry's shoulders. Inside the barrier, Grindelwald looked at Harry with great interest, and the members of the Order of the Phoenix also watched him vigilantly and did not act rashly. Who is your Excellency? As the leader of Sirius, he just felt that the middle-aged man in front of him was familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Jasmine pulled the three children behind her and stretched out her hands to protect them. And Grindelwald also took his sight back and looked at Sirius. Introduce yourself, Gellert Grindelwald, Dumbledore's longtime friend. This simple sentence made everyone present feel like they were struck by lightning. This name, they have heard the Cocoon in the past 2 weeks, and Sirius finally understood where the familiarity came from. What he saw in the newspaper was the old version of Grindelwald, and now he is very familiar with the middle-aged version. What are you doing here? Forced to remain calm, Sirius asked. At the same time, he was still quietly observing the barrier, ready to find an opportunity to break it at any time and let Harry leave. From the look just now, he already knew that Grindelwald's goal was Harry. I'm here to see the boy who survived. Looking at Harry with blue pupils made him Harry. Why does Dumbledore like you so much? Like old friends chatting, Grindelwald answered casually, but the others were nervous. Sirius subconsciously took a step forward and faced Grindelwald. Ginny and Ron carefully hid behind Jasmine, and the cold sweat on their bodies broke out unconsciously. Faced with the existence of the same level as Voldemort, the pressure on them can be imagined. Harry was very helpless. Voldemort had not resolved. Another Dark Lord who was interested in him came out. What the hell is going on in this world? Does Harry Potter have some kind of devil-attracting physique? Seeing that Harry didn't look panicked, Grindelwald's eyes flashed with admiration. Not everyone can remain calm in the face of him. Break to pieces. Accept your weapons. Thunderbolt explosion. Seeing that Sirius seemed a little distracted, he decisively launched an attack. The other members of the Order of the Phoenix also had extremely high fighting qualities and cooperated with him tacitly. The colorful spells rushed towards Grindelwald almost at the same time. But it was not seen that Grindelwald did not move. All the spells were blocked, and the light circles were aroused on his protective shield, and they were cancelled. With a sweep of his right hand, the wands in the hands of all members of the Order of the Phoenix flew towards him uncontrollably. Sirius was in a hurry and rushed towards Grindelwald, turning into a big black dog in the air, very ferocious. This is his most proud move. The wizard's movement speed is very slow, and most people cast spells while standing, and they're extremely bad at melee combat. He suddenly turned into an animagus and made a surprise attack, and many people would be unresponsive and defeated by him. But he forgot that he was facing Grindelwald, and his little tricks would only put himself in danger. Gouging out the bone. A wand suddenly appeared in his hand, and a red glow shrouded the flying Sirius star, and then he fell to the ground in pain. The torture of going deep into the soul made Sirius unable to maintain his animagus form, and slowly turned into a prototype. Sirius. Lupin shouted anxiously. Lupin was also one of the escorts for Harry today, but he can't do anything now without his wand. Sirius? Hearing this name, Grindelwald frowned and slowly took out a small notebook from the pocket of his coat. Sirius Black? He asked in a questioning tone, and then looked at Harry, who was being held by Lupin, trying to rush over, and affirmed that he had to guess. Looking at Sirius, who was struggling to stand up, with pity, the familiar red light lit up again, gouging out the bone.
What?
The pain was more intense than the previous one, causing Sirius to scream and twitch again. The feeling of 10,000 ants eating his heart made him want to die. Who made you mess with that little guy? It's bad luck for you to meet me today. Looking blankly at Sirius, Grindelwald thought silently in his heart. Just a few days ago, Alvin sent him a small notebook with dozens of names written on it, the people who have been against Alvin over the years, or who have stumbled in the dark. He instructed Grindelwald to classify them by color and deal with them if they encountered them. And the first generation of the Dark Lord also saw Alvin's small eyes. There are all kinds of people above, even the Slytherin prefect who deducted his college points at the beginning. Sirius was also on the list, charged with speaking ill of Dumbledore behind his back. His color is red, which means that he sees and fights once. Maybe he should be glad that he is not green. If it is green, then Grindelwald is not using the Cruciatus Curse, but the Killing Curse. After nearly half a minute, Grindelwald also withdrew the spell and waved Sirius back. Alvin's business is done. He should do his own thing too. It wouldn't be fun if Dumbledore arrived later. Harry Potter, I'm here today for you. He waved his hand, and several saints controlled the others to step aside, leaving Harry alone to confront Grindelwald. You have defeated Voldemort for more than 10 years. To be honest, I am still a little dissatisfied with your calling him the Dark Lord. 99. That guy Alvin Gaunt might be more appropriate for that title. Silently complaining in his heart, Grindelwald summoned a blue fire that surrounded him and Harry. Come with me to a duel between wizards and let me see how good you are. This place is shrouded in a barrier, and the Ministry of Magic won't find out that you used magic, so attack me with confidence. Ginny finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Grindelwald, are you the Dark Lord who only bullies students? After speaking, he stopped talking, quietly waiting for Harry's choice. It seemed to be asking Ginny, but also asking herself. I just want to verify his quality. After all, Dumbledore and I are old friends. It is reasonable to discipline his students for him, right? 35. Several saints looked at him badly, and Grindelwald really didn't care. I was very impressed by a former Hufflepuff. I hope you don't let me down. Even if Harry chose to run away, he wouldn't do anything. Bullying? No, no, no. On the contrary, he would be even happier. At least he proved that Dumbledore was wrong about 10. Bureau G. Harry didn't speak. He was used to the situation. Since he entered school, he has been dealing with the Dark Lord, and now there is a first-generation Dark Lord, which is not unusual. But listening to the other party's tone, it seems that he is very familiar with Dumbledore. He was more interested in this perhaps. Accept your weapons. Accept your weapons. Harry didn't talk to Grindelwald about any martial arts, and he took the lead without saying hello. Several consecutive disarming spells cut through the sky, and Harry, who was first served, became more proficient in mastering this spell. If he wants, He can even cast spells without a staff, but the power will be much less. Grindelwald blocked Harry's spell with a freehand wave of his wand and raised his eyebrows. Not bad power. It's hard to come by at your age, but it's not enough. 273. Harry didn't speak. Voldemort had said this a while ago. Sure enough, they were all Dark Lords, and the routines were the same. Next, he kept releasing the spell. Grindelwald blocked them one by one, frowning slightly. Strictly looking at things will breed weaknesses. Your mechanical spellcasting is meaningless. Grindelwald reprimanded like Harry's teacher, which made the people watching nervously bewildered. Did he really not come today to kill? Harry didn't refute, but the movements in his hands became more and more swift, and the frequency of the spells became much higher. Suddenly, his left hand, which had been idle, took out from his waist, and a gun in the shape of a desert eagle appeared in his hand. This is the birthday present that Alvin promised him. It is more gorgeous and powerful than the previous generation pistol. Boom, boom, boom. 35. After 3 shots in a row, a warning sign suddenly rose in Grindelwald's heart, looking at the 2 purple awns and an invisible air blade that only existed in perception. For the first time in the battle, he moved his footsteps, dodged the invisible air blade, and let it hit the barrier set up by the saints, and cracks appeared. A few saints were shocked, and they exerted all their magic power to stabilize the barrier. The other 2 purple spells were taken by Grindelwald forcibly. He was a little frightened by the power. This magic item must have been given by that little guy. I admit defeat. Mr. Grindelwald, you won't bully the small again? After Harry released the magic power in his body, he fired a shot again, and then came out with such a single sentence, which directly made Grindelwald laugh angrily. Just now he thought that Harry was a wizard who didn't know how to work around, but when he was a little disappointed, he was almost overshadowed. Finding that his plan was unsuccessful, he chose to surrender directly. If Grindelwald continues to shoot now, he will undoubtedly fall in the name of bullying. Mr. Grindelwald, I think it's almost there. Lily's voice appeared in his heart. She looked at Harry tenderly and was very satisfied with his performance. There is also a chance to see her son's editing so well, and Lily is more and more grateful to Alvin. Grindelwald shook his head and rejected Lily. Today, I'm going to teach him another lesson. The weak never have the right to choose. Everyone has their place. It's dangerous to get carried away. Harry Potter, I hope you can survive my attack. Harry, who still had a smile on his face, changed his expression instantly, and he saw Grindelwald raise the wand in his hand. Thunder. Within the barrier of the clear sky, dark clouds gathered together without warning. Countless thunder and lightning were bred in it, and Harry hurriedly strengthened himself with the iron armor charm, while constantly moving to avoid being locked by the dark clouds. Boom. 2 bolts of lightning slashed straight down, and Harry was lucky enough to escape, but the next few bolts hit his protective shield and shattered it directly. Just when Grindelwald was about to continue his attack, he looked out of the barrier and saw Alvin standing there, shaking his head gently at him. With a helpless smile, he also put away his wand. He knew that this was the end of the day. Waving at the saints, he looked at Harry. Well done, Harry Potter. Looking forward to our next meeting. After saying that, he operated away. What's the matter, Alvin? 39. Hermione on the side looked strange at Alvin, who suddenly stood there. It's nothing. I may have read it wrong. Let's go. Seeing Grindelwald's departure, he also chuckled. What kind of Dark Lord is this? He is simply a vinegar king. The confused Hermione took his hand and entered King's Cross Station. During the summer vacation, Hermione also became a prefect, and they could go directly to the prefect's special box this year. As for Luna and Astoria, although they were not prefects, in order to save trouble, Alvin also directly asked them to come together. Many students he met along the way greeted him warmly. Inside the carriage, Cho, Luna, and Astoria had arrived early. When they saw Alvin, they were all very happy. When the summer vacation just started, they could often go to Alvin to play. But when the time entered August, Alvin gradually became busy, and a few little witches were very sensible and did not bother. Luna jumped to Alvin's side and looked up at him with her small head raised. Alvin also smiled and gave her a warm kiss, letting Luna out of breath. Astoria pouted, and when Luna shyly ran to Chio's side, she also threw herself into Alvin's arms. Alvin, I have grown up. You must not reject me. 99. Listening to her slightly crying voice, Alvin was also a little surprised. From the thin little lowly at the beginning to the quirky naughty ghost to the big girl today. In this way, the Gunter family has a new member. Gently kissing her on the forehead, under Astoria's surprised eyes, he smiled and said, "Please give me more advice in the future." Chio and Hermione didn't show too many surprises. This little tale had followed them since the first grade. If one day Astoria really turned around and left, they would be surprised. Time is really like running water, moisturizing things silently. Weiwei hugged Astoria tightly, and he said softly, "Have you made up your mind, Astoria?" While chatting happily in the carriage, the door of the room was suddenly violently opened, revealing Malfoy's somewhat panicked face. Nodding vigorously, Astoria looked at Alvin firmly, expressing her determination. "Alvin, can I have a good talk with you?" Outside the car, Alvin and Malfoy stood in front of the window, looking at the distant scenery before them. Because it is a prefect's carriage, there are very few people coming and going here, and most of the prefects have gone to patrol around. After the 4th grade, because of the Triwizard hegemony, Alvin's layout became deeper and deeper. His extracurricular classes in black magic didn't go on, plus Ravenclaw and Slytherin rarely took classes together. The connection between him and Malfoy also faded a lot. However, Alvin knew exactly why Malfoy came to him today. "Congratulations on becoming a prefect, Draco." Seeing that Malfoy didn't mean to speak, Alvin started to speak. Malfoy smiled bitterly. "What's the use of the prefect? Now that the Malfoy family has reached the edge of the cliff, only you can pull us." What he said today was not on his whim, but told by Lucius Malfoy. Because of the diary matter, Lucius Malfoy's status in Voldemort's heart plummeted, and he lived with trepidation every day for fear that he would be liquidated one day. In addition, the recent situation has become more and more bizarre. Even Grindelwald ran out to join in the fun. The Malfoy family no longer wanted to put treasure on Voldemort. Lucius Malfoy began to find a way out for his children, and Alvin was his first choice. Compared with Dumbledore, Alvin's attitude towards pure blood is more moderate, and the future potential is greater. Alvin waved his hand, pulled Malfoy into his thinking space, and explained the effect here. At this time, he breathed a sigh of relief, and his words became much more presumptuous. "The mysterious man is pressing on our family step by step. If it wasn't for Aunt Bella's help, any Death Eater could step on us. Alvin, the Malfoys need your help, and we will pay for it at all costs." Reaching out a hand, a chair appeared in front of Alvin. "Draco, do you speak for your family?" Malfoy nodded. At this time, he was no longer the dragging brother. He was talking to Alvin as the future patriarch of the sacred 28 families. "Not only the Malfoy family, but also several other families want to connect with you, and we all agree that the future of you-know-who is doomed to be extremely tragic." 99. However, now he is still strong and unable to resist. "We need your help." Alvin is unmoved. These families are born for profit. Voldemort couldn't bring them enough benefits, so they had dissent. So, what about themselves in the future? Although he has enough confidence to suppress all dissatisfaction, he doesn't want to make trouble for himself. As for Malfoy, with his previous friendship, he would still pull on him as appropriate. 2 conditions. The first, temporarily by Voldemort's side. Second, Bellatrix must die, and I won't let her live long. As for the other families, you can decide, but my request is absolute loyalty. You should know how to do it. 99. Extending 2 fingers, Alvin slowly said his request, while Malfoy fell into silence. Although Bellatrix was crazy, he was good to his nephew and his mother, Narcissa, and Malfoy was really struggling to just give up on her. After hesitating for a long time, he nodded lightly and agreed to Alvin's conditions. For the sake of the family, anything can be thrown away when necessary. "I understand. I will tell my father when I go back, and you will know the dynamics of the mysterious man." Alvin sneered. "No need, Draco. I already have my people by Voldemort's side. I accept you only to see what Voldemort will look like when he sees so many people betraying him." Malfoy was stunned. When Malfoy left, the journey became much calmer. The train quickly arrived at Hogsmeade, and Alvin fulfilled his prefect duties for the first time. All the Ravenclaw students lined up obediently under his command and entered the carriage one by one. He noticed that there was no sign of Harry and the others along the way, but the twins appeared and waved at him with a smile. Seems to have no idea what just happened. Hagrid, who usually guides freshmen, did not appear, and Professor Flitwick took his place. Through the familiar oak gate, Alvin returned to Hogwarts again. The foyer was illuminated red by torches, and the students excitedly exchanged news during the summer vacation. Grindelwald was the word that appeared most frequently. And second most is Harry. Ravenclaw's ghost Lady Grey flew to Alvin's side. "Long time no see, Alvin." Cho looked at her boyfriend strangely, and the meaning was obvious. "You won't let go of ghosts, will you?" Alvin was speechless, and Miss Grey came to say hello so attentively because he took his mother away for summer vacation. In terms of seniority, the current Miss Grey would call him uncle. Rowena Ravenclaw's body floated out of the resurrection stone. Miss Grey's eyes lit up, and she flew away with her mother, not even attending the entrance banquet. Choi was confused. He was still very enthusiastic just now. Why did he say a word for 290 and then left? Before long, all the students had arrived, but Dumbledore did not appear in his place, but Alvin saw a pink toad. When the Sorting Hat began to sing, the auditorium became extremely quiet. The little wizards frowned, thinking about the meaning. Without waiting for Dumbledore, she directly started the sorting ceremony. The long line of freshmen began to shorten. After the last student was sorted into Hufflepuff, the ceremony ended. The little author is addicted to trolling cats and can't extricate himself. It's so soft. Immediately afterwards, he warned everyone that Hogwarts was facing the danger of division and called on the various houses to put aside their prejudices and unite. As an annual repertoire, the Sorting Hat's lyrics are different each year, which is a Hogwarts tradition. At this time, the heavy door of the auditorium was slowly pushed open, and Dumbledore appeared there with Harry, Ron, and Ginny. But this year's situation is more special. He first introduced the purpose and philosophy of each college. Everyone looked over in unison. Professor McGonagall came to the Sorting Hat, and the unsmiling expression made the freshmen who were about to enter the school afraid to take a breath. "Sorry, I hope I'm not too late." The smiling Dumbledore spoke loudly to the students. Umbridge, who was sitting on the staff seat, also smiled, stood up, and said in her sweet, greasy voice, "No, Dumbledore, you came just right. I thought I was going to host the back." "What about 99? Several other deans showed displeasure, even though you were a professor from the Ministry of Magic. But even if Dumbledore didn't come, it would have been Professor McGonagall who would have said that. And Dumbledore didn't care. He asked Harry and the others to return to the seats of Gryffindor, and he came to the staff seat. The gleaming platters on the 4 long tables were suddenly filled with food. "There's a lot of time for speeches, so eat now." When the voice fell, the auditorium was filled with the sound of knives and forks colliding with plates, and many people were already starving. Umbridge didn't care about Dumbledore's ignorance. She smiled and took out a magic net register and pointed at it. "She looks so disgusting, and my mother says she's a flatterer who climbed the ranks of Fudge and is said to be Fudge's concubine. 39. Hi." Luna and Alvin all gasped. Fudge's taste is very strong. Astoria did not go to see the pink toad on the stage in disgust. She sat by Alvin's side. Just confirmed the relationship. The little witch can't wait to stick to Alvin's side all the time, so that she won't go to Slytherin's long table. Choi nodded in agreement. Umbridge was an old employee of the Ministry of Magic, and almost everyone knew her. Her parents knew something about her, and no one who had worked with Umbridge had good things to say about her. Taking credit for others, bragging about their background, and often promoting bloodline theory. She even tried to set up a register of Muggle-born wizards, but it was rejected. Listening to their complaints, Alvin finished eating a piece of pork chop and said, "Don't pay attention to her. "This is a clown. Tell me if she targets you." The words full of security warmed the hearts of the girls. When the dinner was over, the table was clean again. Dumbledore stood up, and everyone knew he was going to speak. "Next, I have something to announce. Unfortunately, Hagrid, our professor of magical creatures, has temporarily left us." There was joy on the faces of some of the little wizards. Does this mean that they don't have to take care of such disgusting creatures as fried tail snails? Dumbledore didn't care about their reactions and continued to introduce. "Professor Sylvanos Kettleborn has finally agreed to return to our midst after my strong persuasion." There was warm applause from the audience. An old man with wounds all over his body and a prosthetic leg stood up and bowed slightly. Regardless of his gentleness, this professor is also a restless master. He once created a record of at least 62 class probation periods during his tenure at the school, and no one has been able to break it until now. These scars on his body were brought to him by those dangerous magical creatures. "Dumbledore, remember, I will only teach you 2 months of lessons. You still need to find someone to replace me. I also want to go to South America to observe salamanders." Kettleborn reminded Dumbledore, who nodded to show that he understood. "Of course, old man. I've actually found a replacement, but the new professor has some business to deal with." 35. After introducing him, before Dumbledore could speak, Toad stood up first and asked in a sweet voice, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I think it's my turn?" Dumbledore was a little stunned. Before he could react for a while, Umbridge coughed twice and said in a speech-like manner, "The Ministry of Magic has always believed that educating young wizards is an important matter of identity, so I came here as the Senior Deputy Minister of Magic. Mr. Fudge sent me here to hope that you will receive the best education. I believe that under the leadership of the Ministry of Magic, you will be able to learn what you need this semester, and some traditional dross will no longer exist. As your new defense against the dark arts professor, I will bring you a different experience." She sat down, and Dumbledore started clapping, and the other professors followed, but everyone was very perfunctory. "Thank you very much, Professor Umbridge," Dumbledore said. "Then the next thing is more important, and I need you to refocus." 99. Umbridge's long, stinky speech had made some of the little wizards drowsy, and he had to use an amplifying spell to wake them up. Everyone knows that a Dark Lord left his cage during the summer vacation. The silence in the audience was also a concern of everyone, but any little wizard who knew something about Grindelwald would know the seriousness of this matter. "Darkness has shrouded us, and besides what you can see, there are other dangers lurking around us." Umbridge frowned slightly, trying to interrupt Dumbledore's words, but Professor McGonagall stared at her seriously, making her give up the idea. When she first arrived, she decided to endure it for a while. Dumbledore's speech continued. "In these special times, unity is our only way out, and I can guarantee that you are safest as long as you are at Hogwarts." When the words fell, the Weasleys slapped the table vigorously, and soon thunderous applause broke out in the auditorium. As the most powerful white wizard of the century, his promise can still bring a great sense of security. "Professor, you beat Grindelwald decades ago. Why don't you catch him now?" 35 foot. It is in this eccentric atmosphere that this year's school opening dinner is over. Harry smiled bitterly. "I was taken to the headmaster's office as soon as I got back, so I don't have a chance." "I'm sorry, folks, I've tried, but Grindelwald has been missing for a while, until today, when he showed up at King's Cross and attacked Mr. Potter." What they didn't know was that this time Dumbledore didn't react at all. The twins also only knew these things now, and asked in disbelief. A Gryffindor student stood up and shouted loudly. The applause fell quickly, and everyone looked at Dumbledore curiously, waiting for his answer. For a while, thousands of waves were stirred up, and everyone opened their mouths to look at Harry, who was safe and sound. They thought it was Dumbledore who beat Grindelwald away. "Why didn't you tell us?" 99. The twins thought about it, and it seemed to be the case, and they let Harry go. After entering the 5th grade, the professors suddenly raised a lot of requirements for the students. After entering school for so many years, normal 5th graders have mastered a lot of magic, and this year is the year to sum up. This year will not learn too much new knowledge, but will focus on review and consolidation, just like the third year of Alvin's previous life. Longbottom, if your eyes are useless, donate to the needy. Snape's impatient voice echoed in the potions classroom. Today's potions class requires students to brew a moderator, which is an OWLS subject. With just a few simple processing steps, Neville was half wrong. He was shivering with fright from Snape standing behind him, and his originally incompetent brain became even more sluggish. Now Snape's image in the hearts of the little wizards has been greatly improved. Although his vicious tongue is still the same, his attitude has been considered good. It's just that with Neville, it's still so bad that he'll fall off the chain wherever Snape is. After class, grand score was deducted again by 10 points. Neville will definitely not be taking potions next semester. On the way to the transfiguration classroom, Hermione sympathized with him. Maybe it's a relief for him, maybe for Snape. Alvin couldn't help laughing. In the past few years, Neville and Seamus have caused at least 10 explosions and burned countless cauldrons. If it weren't for the fact that the two people's family was not bad, it is estimated that buying the crucible alone would have been a huge expense. Stop, Witch College, don't wear a school uniform, deduct 5 points. In the corridor, Alvin saw a first-year wizard wandering around like a headless fly. Not wearing a school uniform, his eyes lit up. He has never felt the feeling of deducting points from others. He admits it's naive, but Alvin in his previous life had seen those domineering student council members who would point fingers at ordinary students in college. Now he's also a perpetrator. He just wants to say, "So fragrant." Under Hermione's helpless eyes, he stopped the new student with a serious face. The little wizard, who was a little flustered because of getting lost, was even more frightened by Alvin's shout, and he saw the prefect badge on Alvin's chest. When he saw Hermione, who was also a prefect, he was about to cry. How, to do it, shouldn't I be fired? With a crying voice, "My name is Rolf Scamander. I'm a Hufflepuff student, senior. Don't expel me." As the grandson of a world-renowned wizard, Rolf can't imagine being expelled at the start of school. He finally begged his grandfather to come to Hogwarts to study. Hearing his name, Alvin's heart moved. Scamander, isn't this Newt's surname? He vaguely remembered that in the ending of his previous life, Luna was shoveled into the corner by a grandson of Newt. And Newt's people had never existed in the school before. 8 achievements are this kid. Thinking of this, he looked at Rolf Scamander more and more badly. Boy, dare to seduce my girlfriend? Alvin has been pampered for so many years now, and he is a high-ranking person. He has an aura of his own, and now this aura is exuding unintentionally. Rolf Scamander was already fainting. The kind-hearted Hermione finally couldn't stand it anymore, looked at Alvin angrily, and took a step forward. She thought it was Alvin's bad taste, and she was going to tease the new student, but she didn't know that things had changed. You go first. According to the regulations, it is reasonable for him to deduct your points. Remember to wear a school uniform next time. Hermione's words made Rolf Scamander feel amnesty, nodded again, and turned to flee Alvin. Wait, 9. Alvin stopped him. What's the matter, senior? Rolf Scamander is numb. Isn't it all right? Running in the hallway. Another 10 points. Alvin's tone was harsh. He felt the thrill of Snape deducting points from Harry, and decided to keep an eye on this kid in the future. After he left, Hermione also looked at Alvin strangely. Why do you feel that you are a little hostile to this little wizard? Alvin didn't change his face. You think too much. It's the first time I've seen him. How can there be hostility? Just to remind him. His statement was flawless, and Hermione couldn't find any loopholes, so she didn't struggle. But Hermione always felt that Rolf's name sounded familiar. I reckon he's Newt Scamander's grandson. Alvin reminded, and Hermione suddenly realized that due to the high popularity of Grindelwald recently, even some wizards who had entangled with him were mentioned again. Not to mention a hero like Newt who thwarted Grindelwald's many conspiracies. Hermione just didn't get in touch with Newt for a while. And Alvin looked at the direction of Rolf Scamander's departure and was lost in thought. How should he deal with this kid in the future? Come on, the Transfiguration class is about to start. Hermione took Alvin's hand and ran to the Transfiguration classroom. She didn't want to be late on the first day of school. The two stepped on the class bell and sat down on the last empty table under Professor McGonagall's gaze. After watching them for 2 seconds, Professor McGonagall took out the magic net register. The same is true for others. Starting this year, the magic net login device has become the standard configuration of every student. Fudge's work efficiency is still good. So far, nearly 10,000 copies have been sold. But there is no progress for the time being because they are still hesitating whether this will cause customer dissatisfaction. The use of these wizards in daily life has provided Alvin with a lot of magic power. In order to squeeze the magic power of these people as much as possible, he has also developed many entertainment functions. However, Alvin is not in a hurry. After a while, more and more people use the login device, and sooner or later, they will be unable to sit still. In recent days, Alvin has also hooked up with the Daily Prophet through Rita Skeeter, trying to get them to publish the paper from the log. Professor McGonagall is one such example, so that they cannot leave the magic net. After all, publishing news on the registrar is not as reliable as buying a newspaper. As long as they are wizards who have used the login device, it will be difficult for them to return to the previous era of consuming blood. Now open the Transfiguration forum and find Mr. Richards Norwich's video on how to turn an owl into a turkey. As the largest branch of magic in the magic world, Transfiguration is not only widely used in daily life. It also plays an important role in combat. But Transfiguration is also surprisingly difficult, and its status is like mathematics in the Muggle world. People are forced to do everything in a hurry, except for math problems, so is Transfiguration. In today's Transfiguration forums, there are more and more wizards discussing their experiences on Transfiguration. This Richards Norwich is one of them, and he is amazing. He is a true scholar, older than Professor McGonagall, and is currently the editor-in-chief of the academic journal Transfiguration Today. He is also a member of the Wisengamore Mage Corps, and he was the only one who favored Alvin becoming the chief mage. When Alvin invented the copy spell before, he accidentally caught up with this guy. Through several exchanges of letters, he admired Alvin's knowledge very much, and the two became friends. Later, Alvin gave him a log, and Richards was very interested, especially for this function of the Transfiguration forum. The old man's lifelong dream is to make Transfiguration better mastered by more and more wizards. After a period of time, he has uploaded his teaching videos about the transformation of more than a dozen objects, which are very suitable for students to learn. Although today is the first time to use the magic net to teach, but Professor McGonagall has already won 3 tastes. After a class, she only needs to correct some of the students' small mistakes, which is very relaxed. For the first time, McGonagall, who felt that the students could be so leisurely in class, was very satisfied and secretly gave Alvin 10 points as a reward. After class, Hermione still had some questions she didn't understand, so she left Alvin behind. And there was still some time before lunch. Alvin was not in a hurry and corrected her mistakes little by little. However, at this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the classroom. What happened? Oh, there's a fight. Come here. There's a fight here. Just when Alvin was about to cast the soundproofing charm, his sensitive ears suddenly heard such a sentence. Kindness. He got excited right away. Was it so hot when school started? Hermione, you practice hard first. As prefect, I have an obligation to stop them. 5. Righteousness said something awe-inspiring, and Alvin ran out. Before Hermione could react, he disappeared into the classroom. She was instantly P************** D off. Alvin didn't want to stop the fight. He just wanted to watch the fun. Hermione couldn't learn anymore and hurriedly chased out. Even Miss Know-It-All can't escape her gossip nature. Before walking out a few steps, he saw that the stairs were crowded with people. Alvin's eyes lit up, and he hurried over. The crowd was so tightly packed that he couldn't see anything on the outside, and he could only hear constant calls from inside. Well, there are 3 voices in total. One is Harry's, and he can't hear who the other 2 are. Who's fighting inside? Alvin patted a little wizard in front of him on the shoulder, who was a little impatient. I don't know. You can't get in without seeing me. Mr. Gaunt. Halfway through the irritable words of the little wizard, he turned his head and saw Alvin. He shuddered and hurriedly changed his attitude. It can be called the face-changing of Sichuan opera. Now Alvin's status is too high. Even the students of the same school, as long as they are not too familiar with him, they must add honorary titles after seeing him. While this wasn't what Alvin asked for himself, he wasn't going to correct anything either. It is only good, not bad, for the weak to respect the strong. Not paying attention to the cautious student, Alvin waved his hand to let him back away. As if receiving an amnesty, the man quickly gave way to the position he had worked so hard to grab and stood at a distance. Holding Hermione, who was following out of the classroom, Alvin opened the magic hood and opened a passage. The little wizard who was pushed away was a little unhappy, but after seeing him, they all closed their mouths. Unhindered to the innermost, Alvin also saw the protagonist of the incident. Harry and Crabbe and Goyle. Two big Slytherins were besieging Harry alone, and they were so tall that Harry didn't dare to take their fists. After being punched, it is estimated that he can lie on the ground directly. Goyle's arms are thicker than Harry's legs. But he is not a vegetarian after being baptized in the Triwizard Tournament. For Flower Zero, relying on his own flexible movement, he punched from the left and punched from the right, and the two of them were screaming in pain. It's just that Crabbe and Goyle also found a way, and they surrounded them from two directions. Just when Harry was cornered and couldn't dodge, Alvin shot. It's all petrified. He petrified Crabbe and Goyle directly, then hung them on the wall, side by side with the portrait. Sir Cadogan in the portrait was so excited that he kept prodding his spear to and fro, but unfortunately could not get past the portrait. What happened? Alvin walked over to Harry and used a cleansing spell to remove the dust from him. Harry adjusted his glasses and said angrily to Alvin, "They're talking nonsense about Colin behind his back, calling him a mudblood, and telling him to be careful. Maybe he will die one day." Zero. I didn't get angry for a while, and after scolding a few words, I started fighting. Colin Creevey was also standing in the crowd at this time, and he too came later. Hearing that Harry was fighting because of him, I was immediately moved. If Harry let him die now, he probably wouldn't hesitate. Maybe even ask Harry what he wants to see die. Alvin was a little surprised, but he didn't say much and glanced at the crowd around him. "Where's Ron? Didn't he come with you?" It was a little strange that Ron didn't intervene when he saw Harry won too. Hearing this, the crowd let out a burst of laughter, and it turned into a lively audience. How else could it be like this? Even Hermione couldn't help it. She covered her mouth and laughed loudly. This is exactly what Goyle punched just now. There was grievance in his voice, and in order to prove that he was not lying, he also pointed to his red eyes. There was a faint shout from the crowd, and Ron struggled to squeeze out of the center of the crowd. I was supposed to be helping but was pushed out by these people. But as soon as he stood in front of Alvin, Ron found himself being submissive again. I thought I had become a prefect, so I could raise my head slightly and speak. I'm here." Alvin laughed too. Why is Ron still such a waste? Ignoring him, Alvin looked at Crabbe and Goyle hanging on the wall and announced their punishment. Slytherin deducted 100% and went to Professor Snape to lock himself up after class this afternoon. As for the time, just a week. Let the professor decide what to do. As for Harry, he didn't say a word and was obviously pulling the strings. Among the crowd of onlookers were some Slytherin students, all of whom expressed resentment and felt that his treatment was unfair. Alvin also noticed and added, "Don't think about adding points back by other means. If any Slytherin prefect dares to do this, I will let your professor talk to him personally." Became a school bully once. AI 290, Erwin directly pulled Hermione away swaggeringly. As for the crab gall that is still hanging on the wall, hang it for a few hours first, and then it will naturally fall off. The first day of school was so full of gunpowder, it was destined to be an extraordinary semester. But it's not right to say that, since Alvin's admission, or Harry's admission to be exact, this school is doomed to be uneasy. To tell a joke, Hogwarts is the safest place in the wizarding world. Now Harry is in a difficult situation. Because of the smearing of the Ministry of Magic, he has become a man who wants to make a splash and talk nonsense in many people's minds. In addition, Voldemort was relatively honest this summer, and nothing happened, and everyone distrusted him even more. Even his roommate Seamus had a fight with him. Every day Seamus would not go back to the dormitory except sleeping. There is a mountain of prejudice in people's hearts, and once they believe what the Ministry of Magic says, no one will believe you unless they see Voldemort in the future. After a get out of class, Alvin once again acted as a life mentor and persuaded the confused little Harry. Why do they believe in the Ministry of Magic? Because he is the authority, and only if your power or prestige is above it will you be spared this affliction. Harry thought, like you now. That's right. Alvin is not humble at all. Every word I say, every action I make, countless people will try to figure it out and guess my thoughts. 99. Harry remembered that during the trial, Alvin's only slight cough had caused most of the Wisengamore members to turn their backs on Fudge's verdict. A strange seed was planted in his heart, and it slowly sprouted. What's the next class? After fooling Harry, Alvin asked Hermione. He really didn't know what the next class was going to be. Defense against the Dark Arts class, still with us, but after lunch. Hermione thought for a moment before she said it. Okay, we won't go to the auditorium to eat today. The house elves in the kitchen told me that they have learned a beggar chicken again. Let's try it. After lunch, Alvin sat comfortably in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, and Hermione next to him had the same expression. The house elf's beggar chicken is really good. As for how good it is, there is no water here. After all, this book is not called Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. There were more and more students in the classroom, and Umbridge walked in wearing her pink suit. All the students are silent. No one can figure out her way. What if it is a very serious professor? With a professional smirk, Umbridge started her first class. She took out a surprisingly short wand and tapped it hard on the blackboard, and 2 lines immediately appeared on the blackboard. Defense Against the Dark Arts. Back to basics. Students, your teaching in this class has been intermittent and unsystematic. Umbridge stood upright, hands crossed. Many are not taught to the standards of the Ministry of Magic, which puts you well below the level of the 0 WL.S exam. Now, open the book Defense Theory of Magic, turn to page 5, and start reading. After speaking, she left the blackboard and sat down on the chair behind the podium. The students opened the book with little interest and began to read. The content is very boring, comparable to Professor Bin's History of Magic, and within 10 minutes, the sound in the classroom has become much quieter. Alvin didn't even open the book, just lay down on the table and took a nap. He knew exactly why Umbridge had come here. It was nothing more than that Fudge had sent Dumbledore to trouble Dumbledore to prevent him from inciting the little wizards in the school to oppose him as the Minister of Magic. As the biggest villain in the entire book, Umbridge's nausea is just beginning. She will definitely have more outrageous operations in the future.
What?
You say Voldemort is the biggest villain? Then please find a Umbridge fan, and some please leave a message in the comment area. Let me see what kind of strange line it is, cough cough. As for why Alvin didn't stop her from entering the school, quite simply, it does no good, although Umbridge is a nasty, vicious dog who will do anything for his power. But her presence didn't have much impact on Alvin. Umbridge would only come to provoke him when he was out of his mind, and Fudge would not allow such a thing to happen. And once the Voldemort thing comes to light, how much hated Umbridge is now, these feelings will be transferred to Fudge's head. Dear, do you have any questions about the content of this chapter? Time passed slowly, and soon the time of a class passed 1.0, and more than half of it was gone. They looked enviously at Alvin sleeping there, but they didn't dare to make any movement. The whole class was staring at her, and Umbridge couldn't ignore it. She asked in a greasy, sweet voice. It will be easier to get him off the stage then. But whenever they wanted to close their eyes, Umbridge would always find someone exactly and stare at them. During the period, Umbridge didn't do anything, just let the students read books, but he took out a set of tea sets and made afternoon tea. The reading volume in the classroom is getting quieter, and many people are already lethargic. Finally, Hermione couldn't bear it any longer. She stood up suddenly, and the movement was so big that she woke up Alvin, who was sleeping soundly next to her. Hermione frowned in disgust, uncomfortable with the way Umbridge addressed her. No, not about the content of this chapter. We're studying now. Umbridge's smile faded. If you have other questions, we can talk about it after class. I have some questions about your course. There's not a single word on the use of Defense Monday, just an overview of false otaku. Hermione expressed her dissatisfaction to the fullest. At this time, everyone watched their confrontation, and Alvin leaned back on the chair with no expression on his face. Defense spell? Umbridge seemed to have heard a joke. You're safe under the protection of the Ministry of Magic, boy. I don't think there will be an opportunity for you to use defensive spells in my class. 35. This book will help you pass your exams better. Trust my judgment as a professor at the Ministry of Magic. Hermione became even more angry. Can the defense against the dark arts class not be linked to defense spells? Can you resist the darkness just by reading? So, are we going to read a whole class of books? Are you an education specialist at the Ministry of Magic? This lady. Umbridge said. Call me Granger, I'm not, but since you are not 13, don't speak. 35. Umbridge's face turned pale, and his voice suddenly became very mean. This change caught everyone off guard. Hermione was also a little frightened, and it was really scary that the look on Umbridge's face just now was a little scary. Alvin's face sank, and a green light flashed. Umbridge on the stage suddenly felt a tickling in his throat, as if something was stuck on it. She vomited, and immediately 2 green slugs were spit out by her. The little wizards in the classroom were stunned. How could Umbridge, who had just been screeching, suddenly become so disgusting? Seeing her still vomiting, the classroom fell into a strange silence. Why are you still standing still? Why don't you go to Madame Pomfrey? 99. Alvin said lightly, and some people felt blessed. I'm going to Madame Pomfrey. A clever Ravenclaw girl ran out the door first, but the direction she looked out seemed to be not the school doctor's room, but the Ravenclaw's lounge. The other little wizards also learned the same way, and in a blink of an eye, the classroom became empty. You.
Ouch.
99. Before he could finish speaking, Umbridge spit out 2 larger slugs. Alvin didn't even look at her. He just pulled up Hermione and stepped over, interrupting his good nap. He couldn't take this class anyway, so he was going to go back to sleep with Hermione in his arms. Soon, what happened in today's class quickly became known to the whole school, and Madame Pomfrey, who was looked for by a class's little wizard, was not found. In the end, she covered her mouth all the way and ran to the headmaster's office. It was only with the help of Dumbledore that she returned to normal. Professor Umbridge, what's the matter with you? The half-crescent-shaped lenses reflected white light, and his face was a little surprised. Umbridge looked like a madman. Someone must have framed me. Dumbledore, you have to give me an explanation. Looking at her like a shrew, Dumbledore played Tai Chi. Professor Umbridge, maybe it's just that the kitchen was not cleaned, and some dirty things got in.
Luo.
Don't worry, I'm going to let the house elves do a big cleaning. After all, school has just started, and many things are not ready. 95. Umbridge opened his mouth, wanting to say, Dumbledore, do you take me for a fool? Why are so many people okay, and I am the only one? Am I so unlucky? Knowing that there is no way to get an answer here, Umbridge is no longer ashamed to stay here. He slammed the door with a backhand and walked out of the office. Why is this man so rude? Portraits of the dozing headmaster were not happy, and at Hogwarts, no one had dared to slam the headmaster's door. This is not only a challenge to Dumbledore, but also a challenge to the authority of the headmaster. It's all right, Professor Umbridge has been hurt so much, it's understandable to be a little emotional. Dumbledore smiled, completely unaffected. Albus, you're just too kind. Otherwise, these cats and dogs wouldn't dare jump up and down here. When I was the headmaster, any minister of magic had to look at my face. Phineas was very dissatisfied, and it was self-evident who he was referring to. A few portraits next to him rolled his eyes. The then Minister of Magic was your nephew by blood, and of course he was a bit humble to you. After leaving the office, Umbridge went to the kitchen aggressively to see if someone had poisoned her. But the house elves ignored her completely, not even letting her in through the kitchen door. She was so angry that she was furious at the door and even wanted to take out her magic wand and slammed open the door to break in. It must have been Alvin. At dinner time, Chill listened to the whole story and said with great certainty and at the same time disgusted Umbridge's class. At the same time, she also felt a little accustomed to it, and every year, in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, some nonsense would come up. Hermione was a little surprised, but I didn't see any movement from Alvin. Luna said softly, Alvin can not only cast spells without a staff, but even spell spells. She is the person who knows Alvin's strength best, and her mother's return is the best proof. Looking at her boyfriend, until he nodded, Hermione didn't know that he did all this. I can handle it without your help. Touching the little witch's head, which feels very good, Alvin said with a smile. How can I see others bullying my girlfriend? 39. The students were discussing, what is it that makes their principal so disrespectful? Many people stopped what they were doing and looked at Dumbledore curiously. Just finished being stabbed downstairs, the update is late, and enter Grindelwald's home field below. Although stronger, Hermione also enjoys the feeling of being protected by Alvin. Sure enough, Dumbledore's expression became much more serious, and at the end, he stood up with a rub, left the auditorium without saying anything. Hermione said a little tsundra, but still hugged Alvin honestly and gave him a sweet kiss. This is a very strange thing. Generally only in the morning will the owl deliver the letter to the wizards, unless it is a very tense situation. Just as the two were showing their affection and feeding the people around them a mouthful of dog food, a snow-white owl grabbed a letter and flew straight into the auditorium, landing directly in front of Dumbledore. Grindelwald reappeared, this time with an explosion of news. He went to Durmstrang with several saints, and in front of thousands of students, defeated all the professors and vice principals. He then announced that he had taken over the school and became the principal of Durmstrang. This school in the Nordic mountains is as much on the continent as Hogwarts is in England. In particular, this school only accepts pure blood, and the students who study here are either rich or expensive, which is very involved. After taking over the school, Grindelwald released a few owls and closed the school completely. After hearing this news, the entire magic world was in an uproar. With his presence, even if Dumbledore comes over, don't even think about defeating him without hurting others. Dumbledore knew this, and so did the rest of the Ministry of Magic. The situation was so stalemate for a while, and no one dared to act rashly. In Durmstrang's office, Grindelwald leaned leisurely on the principal's seat, with his feet on the desk, playing with the Broken Blood Oath pendant. The entire school is now under control, and with the deterrence of several saints, he no longer has to worry about it. Miss Evans, what do you think of having Harry Potter transfer to Durmstrang? I'll personally teach him to be a good wizard. Facing the empty air, he suddenly said this. Lily's figure slowly emerged, somewhat startled by Grindelwald's thoughts. Mr. Grindelwald, I think Harry is doing well at Hogwarts, where he has his own friends and his own life. Let's not disturb him, shall we? After working together for a period of time, Lily found that Grindelwald was relatively easy to talk, so she refused very directly. However, she admitted that she was really moved by the proposal at first. If Harry can come here, by virtue of his relationship with Alvin, he is basically Durmstrang's prince, and he can also be taught by Grindelwald. The more important thing is to stay away from the threat of Voldemort. Compared with the current Dumbledore, she believes in Grindelwald more, because he's on Alvin's side. However, she still wanted Harry to grow up normally. Coming to Durmstrang would inevitably entail learning black magic, something she didn't want to see. Grindelwald was not surprised by her refusal, he just rejected it on a whim. There was a knock on the door. Lily glanced at it and disappeared. Come in. A gray-haired old woman walked in. Although she was already old, the elegance that was engraved in her bones still remained. My lord, all the teachers and students have gathered in the hall according to your request. Grindelwald frowned and walked up to her. Veda, I said, you don't need to do these things. 99. The old woman called Veda smiled with wrinkles on her face. I was by your side 70 years ago, and those people couldn't do it. Who would have thought that this old and disfigured woman was Veda Rogier, the French black rose who had been inseparable with Grindelwald decades ago. Time is the most fair, no matter how beautiful you were at the beginning, but in the end it will end and eventually become a handful of lust. Grindelwald has powerful magic power and superb metamorphosis, which can keep himself in a middle-aged state, which Vader can't do. With an inexplicable sigh in his heart, he didn't say much and walked out of the door with his feet raised, while Vita Rogier glanced at the room before following. She seemed to have heard Grindelwald talking to someone just now. In Durmstrang's hall, all the students stood in the middle in fear. In the face of Grindelwald's raid, several professors were dealt with when they were unresponsive. He's still tied up and hung on the high platform in front of him. And they were suddenly gathered together again, and no one knew what would happen in a while. Their fate is out of their hands. In the face of the Dark Lord who once swept across Europe, the worst of guesses can't be overstated.
Duh.
99. Clatter.
Duh. 55.
A burst of crisp footsteps came. Grindelwald came. He stepped onto the high platform, and Vita Rogier followed closely to his right. Dark blue pupils looked at all the students. Grindelwald made a move, and a stool appeared behind him. The golden sword was sitting on it. He sighed, and there was some nostalgia in his tone. Durmstrang, what a nostalgic place. The last time I came to Durmstrang was in the last century, when I was expelled from the school. 35. As he was born in 1883, he was expelled in 1899, which happened to belong to the last century, which can be said to be very rigorous. Did he come for revenge? This thought appeared in the minds of many people. That lampstand, when I was there, had no candles, and it still does, and that portrait, which I hung when I was in 5th grade. Talking about the past, some people were also attracted by him, and a little bit of a teenager in school appeared in their minds. The freshness of entering the campus, the joy of learning magic, the dissatisfaction of finding that the professors can't teach him more. But when it came to him that he began to experiment with black magic, Grindelwald's face suddenly became indifferent. So, I was expelled, promised, on the grounds that my experiment was too dangerous. Grindelwald stood up slowly. Although he did not release his magic power, everyone was a little breathless. The only school in the world that teaches black magic openly, the most enlightened school ever. What a ridiculous reason. Where is this? It's Durmstrang. 35. Why is this? Because of my talent, my ability scares them. I didn't understand it at first, but after a few years, I got it. Even the body was telling them that the man in front of him was angry. They were afraid, so I was kicked out. 99. Grindelwald paced back and forth, and the only sound in the auditorium was the sound of his boots touching the ground. His words carried an unmistakable tone. Fear is the road to darkness. Fear comes from the unknown, from jealousy. When I left, I met a like-minded friend who grew up quickly together. It wasn't until then that I realized how shallow I was in school and how short-sighted the school was. 35. After speaking this long paragraph, Grindelwald let out a long sigh of relief. If you refuse to support the powerful, you will surely decline, because it goes against human nature. Grindelwald's face was filled with pity, as if sighing for these ignorant people. The weak obey the strong. This is the truth. Please follow the stronger people, make yourself better, and the world will become infinitely wider. 9. When you stand on the top of the mountain and look back on the past, you will understand how correct the choice is today. 55. Look, what is the decline of Durmstrang now? Has there been any great wizard in this century? Durmstrang's folk style is sturdy, and the students have a natural admiration mentality. When they heard him ask such a question, they all lowered their heads and felt ashamed. Indeed, Durmstrang has been less influential over the years, especially with Dumbledore in England. Grindelwald's words resonated with them. So here I am. Slowly extending his palm with a skull on it, Vita Rogier handed over a pipe at the right time. Inserting the tube into the skull, he took a deep breath and slowly spit out white mist, forming a scene after another. Many people were surprised to find their own figures on it, and they were fighting on the screen. It doesn't look much bigger than it is now, but the magic level has increased by an unknown amount. Those who know me should know that I am a wizard who is good at prophecy. Point 35. Many people could not help but nod. As Durmstrang legend, many people still have a certain understanding of Grindelwald. Look at such a future. Only under my leadership can you become strong, instead of being so weak as you are now. The little wizards look longing. Can they really become like this? One of the tall boys looked struggling, but thinking of what happened last year, he finally made up his mind. Under the astonished gazes of others, he strode towards Grindelwald. Great as you are, please allow me to follow in your footsteps. I want to see a higher landscape. James Fabian respectfully knelt at Grindelwald's feet and said these words sincerely. He was Durmstrang's second-place warrior in last term's Triwizard Tournament. The cruel game and unsightly performance made Fabian, who thought he was very good, really realize that he was weak. And Krumm's death also made him greatly stimulated, and life was so fragile. Grindelwald's presence may have been a disaster for others, but for Fabian, it was an opportunity to change his destiny. As a powerful legilimency master, Grindelwald easily sensed his thoughts. He accommodatingly helped Fabian, who was kneeling in front of him, up, and Grindelwald patted the dust on him familiarly. Fabian, isn't it? Fabian nodded, a little apprehensive. He didn't know whether Grindelwald would accept his offer. If he was not accepted, then he would never be able to raise his head in school. Don't be nervous, kid. Grindelwald reassured him. I welcome every wizard who has a common goal to join my team, and from now on, you will be a saint. Under Fabian's surprised eyes, Grindelwald asked a saint to take him away. Seeing that there were already many students in the audience, Grindelwald took out his wand. With a stroke of his body, a circle of blue flames appeared on the high platform. The magic was that the ground was not burned, and the flames were floating in the air. For yourself, for the future, through the flames, make an unbreakable oath to join us. After speaking, Grindelwald closed his eyes and folded his hands on his chest. Vita Rogier looked dazed. What a familiar scene. It was the same at the Père Lachaise cemetery in Paris that year, and they began to occupy the European continent from then on. Is it a big deal to treat a group of underage, wizards so solemnly? Not at all, which is the genius of Grindelwald. What a rare opportunity for the heirs and important members of so many pure-blood families to gather together. As long as these little wizards join his team, the family behind them will also be affected and become the core force behind Grindelwald. Call it a multiplier. After a long time, a girl moved. Her ancestor was a saint, but she fell into the original battle, and her family was lonely. Now that she has seen Grindelwald with her own eyes, she somewhat understands why her great-grandfather would follow him desperately and become an enemy of the whole world. With her eyes closed, she thought that the flames would burn her body, but the conceivable pain did not come, and she passed through the flames unharmed. With the first person to succeed in eating crabs, the other little wizards couldn't sit still. Soon nearly 100 wizards passed through the flames and stood behind Grindelwald. But when a little wizard passed through the flames, he suddenly let out a miserable howl, and was then slightly fly-ash. If you don't agree with the ideals of adults, don't try to pass the test. 35. Rhoda Vizier reminded kindly, and then stopped talking. Her words were a wake-up call for the remaining little wizards not to try to get away with it. Suddenly, the speed of passing through the flames slowed down a lot, and many people were hesitant. They asked themselves whether they really wanted to join Grindelwald's team. In the end, a total of 2/3 of the wizards passed through the flames, and 3 little wizards were burned to death in the middle. The professors among the trainees were also released, all of whom were persuaded by Grindelwald. Most of the rest were underclassmen, their age completely ignorant of Grindelwald's ideas, only knowing that they could die by walking through the flames. The road to greatness is always paved with white bones. Only the ashes on the ground tell everyone that this is the power of Grindelwald. For opponents, Grindelwald will never kill them all. He prefers to give them a chance to make a new choice. The reason why he stood up back then was to gain more living space for wizards, not to kill each other here. All wizards above the 3rd grade are sent away, and the remaining younger ones should be kept first. Besides, Killing so many wizards all at once would go against Grindelwald's original intention. Vida-Rogier nodded and ordered people to do it. As for those who were burned to death, he could only observe a few seconds of silence for them. And Grindelwald also stretched out his palm, and the flames flowed into his palm like water, as if it had never appeared before. In the principal's office, in front of Grindelwald was a magic net register, and Alvin's three-dimensional projection was displayed on it. "Congratulations, Mr. Grindelwald. No, it should be Principal Grindelwald now." Alvin smiled and congratulated him. Grindelwald didn't have the slightest smug look on his face. He never thought it was anything special. At best, it is on the path of pursuing ideals, just a few more companions. Compared with Voldemort, Grindelwald's strength lies in his unparalleled charisma. Back then, Voldemort relied on his powerful strength to win over a group of wizards who were willing to follow him. Then, relying on threats and intimidation, he persuaded a part of the wizards. He indulged himself and indulged his men to spread fear and kill. Until no one dared to mention his name. Everyone shivered when they saw the dark mark. And what about Grindelwald? He never had to, and even Grindelwald never considered himself a Dark Lord. "You watch first, I'll be stabbed." He is the helm who leads the wizard with the same ideal and moves forward together. This is why, after so many years, so many wizards on the continent still miss and respect Grindelwald. And in England, after Voldemort's side disappeared, the tree fell and Hosen scattered. The Death Eaters were busy clearing themselves of their crimes, and when he returned, there was only fear, not joy. Some people even ran away, and no one in Karkaroff knows where he is hiding. In Grindelwald's year, he could capture everyone just by speaking. In just 5 minutes, he can change those who oppose and disagree with him. A Gallic auror who had heard him speak at the time recalled it in his autobiography. "I'll never forget how fascinated and engrossed I was when I heard this man speak. He was the enemy, but I couldn't afford to fight him." Actually, I don't remember what he said at the time, but his firm eyes, reckless face, and simple body movements all converged into one concept: leader. In Alvin's view, Voldemort's black magic power will be better, but the power of the mind, the two are not the same. "I heard that Grindelwald seems to want Harry to study a Durmstrang?" Alvin said this casually. Grindelwald's heart froze, and after a long time, he got the news there. Is this to warn him? Sitting on the soft sofa, Alvin comfortably enjoyed Nagini's massage. Although Nagini was carefully dressed in Alvin, she was looking at the man on the screen with a complicated look that she used to be terrified of. This is Grindelwald. She and Gladence, who were chasing and killing in Paris, have nowhere to go. Still leaning on his mouth, he persuaded Gladence to work for him for several years. Without Newt's help, she might not have made it out of the city. But life is impermanent, and now she and Grindelwald have become the same people. Strictly speaking, the status of the two is similar. Judging from the dialogue between Alvin and Grindelwald, the primary and secondary status between them is very obvious. I advise Mr. Grindelwald to give up the idea of dealing with Harry. Dumbledore will not let you have too much contact with him. Hearing this, the more than 100-year-old Dark Lord became rebellious. Then, I'm really going to try. What will Dumbledore do for this? Alvin shook his head. Love really makes you dizzy. Where is the Dark Lord? It's simply the Vinegar King of the magic world. Mr. Grindelwald, Harry is a vital part of dealing with Voldemort. He is the son of prophecy in Professor Trelawney's mouth, and he is also one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. But I'm not sure if my principal wants to know this information. Grindelwald's pupils shrank. He didn't expect this to happen. Thinking of the rumors circulating on the market, with his black magic attainments, he quickly understood what was going on. The killing curse? And Miss Evans' curse. I am afraid that even the two parties involved do not know about this matter. The combination of extreme killing and extreme protection will create such a wonderful thing as a humanoid Horcrux. As long as he wants to completely destroy Voldemort, the soul of Harry is an inescapable hurdle. At this time, Vida-Rogier also completed Grindelwald's account and came to report the progress. Alvin looked at her with interest. Miss Vida-Rogier? Mr. Grindelwald's best assistant, the most beautiful black rose in France. Vita frowned slightly. She couldn't figure out Alvin's way. But being able to have such a casual conversation with Grindelwald is definitely not an ordinary person, so he quickly said hello. Looking at her so old, Alvin also sighed that it is easy to grow old. For Flower Zero. In the movie, this one is the highlight of the whole show, and he is a mess of elegance. Instead of hurting Spring and Autumn, he asked about Grindelwald's next plan and the condition of his saints. There are not many old friends left, and many are controlled by the Ministry of Magic of various countries. 99 Grindelwald is a little sad. If they will continue to follow me, then hire. Even if they choose to turn a blind eye, I will understand. As for the plan, let's take it one step at a time. I find it interesting to be a well-respected principal, and I'm ready to teach my students well during this time. Grindelwald looked at the successive Durmstrang principals on the wall, all of whom he had cast a silencing spell on. Point 0. No way. Dozens of portraits scolded him together, and the Dark Lord couldn't stand it. You want to wait for Dumbledore to come to the door, right? Alvin hit the nail on the head, piercing the thoughts in Grindelwald's heart. Grindelwald made such a big move. The Ministry of Magic must not sit still. But they alone are not even qualified to have a positive dialogue. In this case, the International Federation of Wizards will definitely ask Dumbledore to deal with Grindelwald. Alvin felt that everything had been planned long before Grindelwald promised him to come to Durmstrang. This is all to force Dumbledore to take the initiative to see him. Grindelwald was not at all embarrassed and admitted frankly, "That's right, after all, your request was to let me contain Dumbledore, which is a good method. Grindelwald is not a puppet. It is normal to have his own mind." Alvin tilted his head and did not refute. "My goal is to have more friends and fewer enemies." "Then I wish you success." Alvin looked at his watch, stood up, and he wanted to accompany Luna to the Forbidden Forest to find the cockroach hook. At that time, all those who are my enemies will find that they are facing the whole world. Earth. It's hard to hurt him, because even Luna can't tell what a cockroach hook looks like, and his polymorphism is useless. Before leaving, Alvin kindly reminded him, "Utilize your strength back then, and turn Europe into our back garden. The wizards in this land have been silent for too long, and need a strong leader." As long as he can complete his mission, it's okay to carry a little private goods. Alvin left, and Grindelwald's office fell silent again. I don't know how long it took. Vita finally couldn't help it. Who was that just now? Naturally, she didn't know Alvin, who didn't care about the magic world for a long time. She wanted to call a little guy, but just now Alvin's understatement to warn Grindelwald made her abruptly stop her impulse. Just point to Grindelwald's nose and say, "I have no objection that you have your own thoughts. However, please remember your mission." Grindelwald didn't answer immediately, and in his mind there were various images that predicted the future at that time. Behind him, Dumbledore, who had 3 or 2 big fish and small fish, formed a sharp contrast with Alvin, who had many crowds. This really can be called an enemy of him, that is, an enemy of the whole world. And in this, what kind of 290 role did Grindelwald play? It's a pity that he was broken by the future Alvin at a glance, and he still has a lot of pictures that he hasn't seen. After that time, Grindelwald tried to predict Alvin's future again, but it was a white fog. Not even something to do with Alvin. He knew in his heart that this must be the one from the future. Grindelwald didn't know whether it was good or bad to do it now, and he was also a little confused by the ability to predict the future. "Dumbledore, you really gave me a problem." Muttering unconsciously, Grindelwald frowned and suddenly looked up behind Vita. A burst of fire suddenly appeared there, and Vita also felt it, and quickly pulled out his wand. Accompanied by a loud phoenix Ming, Fu Rui's dignified and luxurious figure appeared in front of the two of them. Chirp. Okay, I know you're uncomfortable, but this is the first time. It will feel better in the future." With a cry of dissatisfaction, Alvin's voice came out of her mouth. This is a new use of the phoenix he discovered recently, where he can connect his consciousness with Furue, see what she can see, and still speak. Alvin also tried it for the first time. How should I put it? I felt like a bird, which was a bit strange. Well, it's still a little female bird. He should be called a birdman, right? This is your phoenix? Are you sure your last name is not Dumbledore? Grindelwald looked at Fury and became interested. He had never seen anyone outside the Dumbledore family own a phoenix. Of course not. I don't want to be related to my principal. 35. Alvin said, and let Fury put the 2 bottles of potion on the table that he had grabbed in his claws. I left in a hurry just now. I forgot that I still have something to give you, by the way, and Miss Rosier's. 39. The golden bottle is yours, and the red bottle is hers. After getting Alvin to take the potion without any precautions, Grindelwald drank his bottle without hesitation. It was too late for Vita Rogier to stop it. What if it was a bottle of poison? After drinking the potion, Grindelwald felt his body warm. The cells depleted due to aging greedily absorbed the nutrients in the medicine and regained their vitality. The magic power that had not grown in the body for many years also began to gradually become stronger. Grindelwald looked at Fury in shock. What kind of medicine is this? When he reached this point, it was too difficult to improve his magic power. Generally, he could only follow the law that the older the wizard, the stronger the magic power. It may be possible to improve a little every year, but it is also negligible. But in just a few tens of seconds, he felt that the magic power in his body had grown by an amount equivalent to his natural growth in 5 years. This is not the most critical. The recovery of physical skills is the most incredible. Don't look at how he looks like a middle-aged and handsome uncle now, but that's why he used powerful metamorphosis to maintain himself to this stage. He knew exactly what his body looked like, and it was estimated that he would go to see death in a few years. When all the energy in the body was digested, Grindelwald felt that he could live for decades. Wuling potion. This is what I gave you to save money. Let Nico know that he will definitely blame me for the waste of money. Some painful sounds came from Phoenix's mouth. Now there are fewer and fewer character cards in the Alvin lottery, and the frequency of appearance of the Wuling elixir, Bloodline Awakening elixir, has increased, which has become a disguised bottom-line reward. That's why he was willing to give Grindelwald a bottle. When Grindelwald in his previous state met Dumbledore with the Elder Wand, Alvin thought it was better to deliver food. No way, he can only open a hang for Grindelwald. As for the Witch Spirit Potion, why does it prolong life? This is a potion that digs out the hidden blood vessels in the human body and performs blood vessel transitions, and the enhancement of magic power is only a side effect. The real effect is to let human beings evolve and return to their ancestors, which will naturally improve the level of life and prolong the lifespan to a certain extent. It was like Alvin drank so many bottles. He didn't know how pure his blood was. In terms of lifespan, he estimated that even without Avalon, Nicole May would not be able to survive him. Having read Alvin's Grindelwald about the National Wizarding Plan, it is natural to know the existence of this potion. It's just that he never thought that the effect would be so miraculous. Old Go, I've been so kind to you. When you meet Dumbledore in the future, don't drop the chain. 35. Grindelwald was startled. Lauga? What's this called? But he didn't care. His body became younger, and a sense of pride also emerged spontaneously. He waved his hand. Don't worry, don't say Dumbledore. You just let me kill Voldemort right now. 99. So what the hell did Voldemort do wrong? And that could involve him? Seeing his energetic appearance, Alvin was also relieved. He looked at Vita Rosier and said, Miss Rosier, this bottle of your medicine can restore you to the style of the French Black Rose. However, it doesn't have the effect of increasing life expectancy. I modified it based on the compound decoction. After you take it, imagine what you want to become in your mind 1.0. Don't drink too much. This bottle is for 6 times. Hearing this, Vita Rogier didn't even say a word of thanks, ran to the table, picked up the little red bottle, and took a sip. Soon her body began to change, and some of her hunched figures became straight. The clothes on the body are held very tightly because the skeleton and muscles will atrophy as people get older. Now that she is also recovering her youth, it is natural that she does not fit well, so she hurriedly used the transformation spell to temporarily deform the clothes. The old French Black Rose has also returned. She looked at herself in tears with joy. For a woman, appearance is higher than life. I really don't know how to thank you, Mr. Gaunt. Waving his wings, Alvin said no thanks. It's just a little greeting. This potion is only half a month's supply. I'll give it to you when it's almost gone. September 1995 is destined to be a month that will leave a deep impression on history. On September 5th, Grindelwald captured Durmstrang and took control of the 3 major schools of magic in Europe, and officially became the principal of the school. At the same time, he was also the first headmaster of a magic school who was expelled from the school and did not graduate normally. The students inside have made the Ministry of Magic of various countries cast their teeth against rats. These students were born in pureblood families. Some people do not believe in evil. After all, the horror of Grindelwald is only spread in written records, and their generation really has no specific concept. Several countries joined together and sent 20 Aurors to sneak into Durmstrang to try to investigate the intelligence. The result is, the Aurors have not heard from them, and it is not known whether they are alive or dead. Therefore, all the countries at the International Conference of Wizards quarreled and did not come up with a suitable solution. While they were wrangling, Grindelwald lifted the blockade of the school and expelled some students. It was only through those who left the school that they learned that most of the hundreds of students in Durmstrang had become believers of Grindelwald. The mentality immediately collapsed. 13. Guys, we are desperate to save you from the Dark Lord. As a result, you are indeed the first to surrender. Are they of Gallic ancestry? After these children became preparatory saints, the atmosphere in the International Joint Meeting became more subtle. Representatives of magic in some small countries, their families themselves have children studying there. After careful consideration, it seems that it is a good thing to get on the line with Grindelwald. If Grindelwald succeeds by then, aren't they the ministers of dragons? For a while, they hesitated whether they should go for it again. This group of people gradually became taciturn at regular meetings, and whenever someone asked them, they would fool the past with a haha. And this is also the effect Grindelwald wants to achieve, to win over a group, divide a group, and crush a group. And this set he still learned from Dumbledore. Old Deng is not just to win over Gryffindor and Hufflepuff and fight against Slytherin. As for Ravenclaw, it's usually a matter of nothing and hangs high. Some people want to fish, and naturally some people are anxious. As the countries most hurt by Grindelwald, Gaul, the Free State, and the North Bear are staunchly hostile factions. Especially in Gaul, 70 years ago, Grindelwald, gas stove, almost destroyed half of Paris. They were not even given a chance to surrender. At the meeting, the representative of the Wizards of Gaul was sweating profusely. That's Grindelwald. Did he cause less damage a few decades ago? I know what's on your mind, but don't forget that we still have Dumbledore. Isn't it, Mr. Crouch? 5. He looked expectantly at Crouch, who had been in a trance since the meeting began. As director of the International Magical Cooperation Division, Crouch's importance has risen sharply since Grindelwald's escape. The original Qingshui Yamen has become a sweet pastry, and its importance has been surpassed by the Law Enforcement Department and the Auror Office. Fudge was naturally very dissatisfied with this, but Crouch handled everything well, and he had no reason to target it. In fact, Fudge has always had a dark guess in his heart. Could it be Dumbledore who released Grindelwald? The entire wizarding world knows that only Dumbledore can deal with the Dark Lord, and in times like these, the superiority of personal force will be infinitely valued. If Alvin knew what he was thinking, he would definitely die of laughter. Fudge is really a good man, and he has already figured out who would take the blame for him. As for why Crouch was so fascinated, it was because Dumbledore found him yesterday and completely shattered his 3 levels.
What?
You want peace talks? In the principal's office, Crouch, who had come here in secret, looked at the old man in front of him in astonishment. Just now, Dumbledore asked Crouch to facilitate peace talks with Grindelwald at the International Federation of Wizards, which shocked Crouch. Yes, Barty, I know him. Grindelwald has never been a threat now, and Tom has been lurking in the dark. There are already 2 Dark Lords in this world, and if I put my energies into Grindelwald, then Tom will be delighted. 5. What he wants most now is the intensification of the conflict between us and Grindelwald. Dumbledore was also a little helpless. He knew how outrageous his request was, but it was impossible. Compared with the rational Grindelwald, Voldemort's mental illness is the object that needs to be solved urgently. Crouch was silent, knowing that Dumbledore's consideration was not superfluous. Times have changed, and so has the Dark Lord. Compared to Grindelwald's calm and rational first-generation target, Voldemort, a terrorist, is easier to handle. Of course, he also has some selfishness in his heart. His own son is still under Voldemort's hands. If he kills him sooner, his own son can come back sooner. The only thing he was not sure about was whether other countries at the International Conference of Wizards would agree to his proposal. Looking at the representative of the Ministry of Magic in Gaul, Crouch took a deep breath and spit out a few words slowly. Otherwise, let's go and talk to Grindelwald. The representative of Gaul couldn't believe his ears. I'm sorry, Mr. Crouch. I didn't hear clearly. I 290 say let's go and negotiate with Grindelwald and see what he wants to do. 35. Impossible. Are we going to compromise with the Dark Lord? Have you all forgotten the damage he caused your country decades ago? Actually, it's not impossible. The whole conference room was hyped up again. Some people thought it was downright ridiculous if ordinary people knew that they would compromise with the Dark Lord. It is estimated that even the doors of the Ministry of Magic will be smashed. Quiet. He cast a loudspeaker spell on himself, covering everyone at once. Until now, we have not had a face-to-face with Grindelwald, and we have no idea what he wants to do. The amount of milk in this chapter is very high, and I don't like to stray into it, but those who can see this sentence have read it, and I don't say it. So, why can't we give it a try? Looking at the leather shoes, wizard hats, and spells flying around on the field, Crouch's heart was not disturbed. In some countries, it was because of the influence of the previous generation of saints, or their own future was pinched by green. My proposal is only to convey the meaning of Dumbledore. 35. He had expected it long before he said these words. Hearing this, the others became dumbfounded and stared at him in unison. In the end, the joint meeting agreed to Crouch's proposal. No way, not Crouch persuaded them, but Dumbledore's choice made them helpless. If he is unhappy, choose to sit on the sidelines. Then the lives of these people are completely left to Grindelwald to play with, and they have no ability to resist. Grindelwald has a criminal record before. He once quietly killed the Free Nation's Auror Office chief and infiltrated the upper echelons of the Ministry of Magic. The last group decided to send 2 high-ranking officials from the Prussian Ministry of Magic to Durmstrang to have a dialogue with Grindelwald. If his request was not excessive, he simply agreed. Anyway, Grindelwald is also an old man, so he should be released after serving his sentence. As for why the Prussian Ministry of Magic was in charge, that's because Prussia was Grindelwald's main sphere of influence at the time, and many people today are descendants of those saints. Looking at the face of these people, they are not worried that Grindelwald suddenly turned his face. And soon, they also brought back Grindelwald's words. Let Dumbledore talk to me. You are not qualified. After hearing this, the wizards of the International Federation were both angry and somewhat relieved. Well, this is Dumbledore's proposal. Let him settle it. On the last day of September, Dumbledore left Hogwarts for Durmstrang. In a snowy mountain in northern Europe, Dumbledore looked at the towering castle standing in front of him. His eyes were very complicated. Not for the castle, but for the people in the castle. Originally thought that he and Grindelwald would never have any intersection in this life. One died in obscurity in Nurmengard, the other watched Voldemort's demise and embarked on a great adventure himself. But the world is so full of fantasy, after 50 years, they have the opportunity to meet again. The bronze iron door slowly opened, and a middle-aged man walked out and came to Dumbledore. Headmaster Dumbledore, our headmaster has been waiting for you. Dumbledore knew him. This was Durmstrang's professor of charms and their vice president. Came to Hogwarts last year. Did Grindelwald not embarrass you? Apparition is also impossible in this school. Dumbledore followed behind him and asked, intentionally or not. The vice principal shook his head, with enthusiasm in his eyes. Mr. Grindelwald is the perfect principal for Durmstrang, and I am honored to work under him. Dumbledore was dumbfounded. This old friend of mine is as good as he was in the past. In less than a month, he made these people obedient and worshipped him. However, for Grindelwald, this is a normal operation. Even many wizards who stood on the opposite side admired Grindelwald. The two came all the way to the auditorium. In the auditorium, all the students were here. They stood in line, as if they were holding a welcome ceremony for Dumbledore. It can be seen that after Dumbledore came in, they didn't make any movement, just looked at him silently. Glancing at them, Dumbledore's heart reappeared. These students gave him a completely different feeling than when they met last semester. Not so much as students, rather the army. Grindelwald, what does he want to do? With such doubts, he sat in his place. And after Dumbledore came, some wizards from other countries also came. They just came to see what agreement Dumbledore and Grindelwald would make, and if it was too much, they wouldn't accept it. After about 10 minutes, Grindelwald also appeared with Vita Rogier. All Durmstrang students and professors looked at him reverently, as if looking at their own beliefs. Long time no see, Albus. Looking at Dumbledore with white hair and a beard, a smile appeared on Grindelwald's face. The familiar tone made some people feel inexplicable. A Dark Lord, a greatest white wizard, is it not right for you? Dumbledore's eyes looked straight at him. Looking at the same face for decades, he sighed softly after a long time. Gellert, you shouldn't have left Nurmengard. If Grindelwald didn't suddenly run out to disrupt the situation, he would still be in the school now, planning how to deal with Voldemort. The first sentence was so ruthless, the smile on Grindelwald's face faded. The Dark Lord didn't know what to think again, and the evil smile returned to his face. Although this word is very vulgar, it is very suitable to describe depth. Albus, you are old. You didn't have so many wrinkles on your face back then. 35. Dumbledore clenched his fists subconsciously under his long sleeves. He was also a master of magic spells, but it was Grindelwald's talent to use transfiguration to change his appearance, and he couldn't do it either. He didn't want to engage in pointless wrangling with Grindelwald, and he didn't know what else Grindelwald would say. Who the hell let you out in the first place? Was it Voldemort? Hearing this name, the officials of the Ministry of Magic who were eating melons shuddered. Is there another Dark Lord involved? What are you talking about? Albus? Do I need anyone else's help to get out of Grindelwald? It's just that I'm in the mood, and I want to come out and see the world, but when I look at it like this, I'm a little disappointed. Without answering the question directly, he asked a question instead. Meet old friends. Why are we talking about these meaningless topics? Why don't we talk about Godric's Hollow? Trembling in his heart, Dumbledore forcibly suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. He knew that all this, no promise, was Grindelwald's plan. It used to be like this. Every time he talked, he couldn't talk to the other party, and was led by the nose. Any words could be a trap, leading him into the abyss step by step. Grindelwald chuckled. Well, since you want to know so much, I'll tell you. You know what I'm here for, Gettler, tell me. What exactly do you want to do, and what is your purpose? Bang, bang, bang.
G.
The wand appeared in his hand at an unknown time, and a dark purple magic spell was fired without warning. This man has not changed at all. The purpose of my coming out this time is you. Finally, he came to Dumbledore's side, attached himself to his ear. He walked towards Dumbledore step by step, although the reissue was slow, but every step stepped on Dumbledore's heartbeat. To be honest, Grindelwald is a bit of a jerk. Not to mention the 5 fanatics and 3 ways of Lao Deng's teasing, but also to play a one-handed een and pure not to talk about martial arts. Like being hit by a cannonball, Dumbledore's body flew out and fell heavily on the ground. The sudden change made many people startled, and they hurriedly took out their wands, but not at Grindelwald, but themselves. Crazy plus all kinds of defense magic. You're still so innocent, Albus. With a hint of mockery on his face, Grindelwald ignored the movements of the men, and the tip of his wand kept sparkling. Stop pretending. Do you still want to lie down to death? 35. He knew very well that if Dumbledore could be defeated by such a spell, it would be a fantasy. Maybe I'm more willing to trust you. Dumbledore stood up as if nothing was wrong. His heart was much calmer, and the endless battle was the destination of the two. Whether it is a position or an idea, they are all separated from light and darkness. The mockery on Grindelwald's face disappeared, and his voice became cold. Since you want to talk to me, show your capital. Albus, I lost to you 50 years ago. Now let me see how good you are, but don't die easily. After he finished speaking, he operat and left the castle at 290. Dumbledore fell silent. You are the principal of this school and can apparate, lousy is not. Come to Hogwarts if you can. But going out like this is not very compelling, and the innate momentum is weaker. Looking apologetically at the neat solid gold floor of the Great Hall, Dumbledore lightly nodded. Like an earth dragon turning over, countless floors shattered and combined into a golden dragon, leading Dumbledore into the air. Others were stunned. Fight, it's up. A wizard swallowed and stammered. How about we go out and have a look? Another said tentatively, and was quickly recognized by everyone. Showdown of the century, who doesn't want to watch it? Above the white snow, Dumbledore and Grindelwald were 50 meters apart, and the cold wind blew their robes. A large flake of snow was blown in front of Dumbledore's eyes, obscuring his vision. In an instant, a ray of light shot out of Grindelwald's eyes, and at the same time, he quickly raised his wand. Several jet-black spells flew towards Dumbledore with a cracking sound. Bah! At the same time, Dumbledore also raised the Elder Wand and emitted a white thunder, colliding with Grindelwald's spell without hesitation. One black and one white, just like their identities, are incompatible.
Boom.
The two evenly matched spells produced a violent explosion, directly blasting a large pit on the ground. Countless snow was sent to the sky, forming an artificial snowfall. Your ambition has killed too many people, Gellert. Ermengarde is your best destination. Dumbledore manipulated the flying snow, forming them into a high-speed spinning snowball, approaching Grindelwald. The people who came out of the castle just saw this scene, and the size of the snowball scared them half to death. Grindelwald did not change his face. He calmly aimed his wand at a mountain peak, and two consecutive powerful spells flattened the mountain. Flying gravel. Following his order, several house-sized stones smashed the snowball into pieces and smashed straight at Dumbledore. And the golden dragon, who had been motionless all the time, suddenly shot, flew to Dumbledore, and stopped all the gravel. Albus, you are too pedantic. You can never see the situation clearly. Until now you don't know what you are going to face. He was very dissatisfied with Dumbledore's preaching to Grindelwald, and the expression on his face was really irritating. He has no idea how terrifying the darkness that is hidden now is. Do you really think that Voldemort is dead and that Grindelwald is trapped in the tower so that he can pursue death with peace of mind? The biggest black hand has been let go. Inexplicably, a refreshing feeling appeared in Grindelwald's heart. This kind of feeling that oneself hides the darkness and controls everything while the opponent knows nothing is really fragrant. He somewhat understands why Alvin is already so strong, but he is still so prudent in doing things. A few decades ago he was in the light and Dumbledore was in the dark, so he was always calculated. That old thing Newt was like Dumbledore's puppet. He didn't know how much trouble it had caused him. Whenever he had some plans, Newt would haunt him in front of him. This is true of the Free State, this is true of Paris, and this is true of Prussia. He's the Dark Lord on the bright side, and Dumbledore is behind it. Thinking of the freckled face that looked a little dull, Grindelwald couldn't help but feel angry. He waved his wand in a big way, and boulders were constantly thrown out. Finally, the golden giant dragon couldn't hold it and whimpered, turning into gold all over the ground. It's man-made, Gellert. You lost your prophecy decades ago, and you're the one who can't see clearly. Dumbledore didn't move. He was thinking about one thing. Grindelwald was stronger than he thought. Holding the Elder Wand, he didn't get anything good. It seemed that he was really unwilling to be lonely in Ermengarde these decades. The expression on his face became a lot more indifferent, and he made up his mind to subdue Grindelwald and see what conspiracy he had. The high-pitched phoenix roar echoed in no one's ears. Fawkes was summoned, and he flew to Dumbledore's head. Fawkes. A burst of red light enveloped one person and one bird, and a crimson flame rose into the sky, forming a true fire phoenix. Waving the wings that cover the sky, the oppression of the fire phoenix is suffocating. And Grindelwald also showed his best fire, turned into an ancient magic bird, and the two behemoths fought in the sky. The two on the ground also started to fight, and countless powerful spells were cast by them. Dumbledore transformed into a giant python, and Grindelwald blew it to pieces. And countless evil and strange black magic was also blocked by Dumbledore's shield. Countless sparks burst out from the center, and it was a small explosion when it landed on the ground. A professor tried to offset the missed spell with his own spell, but as soon as the two spells touched, his one was melted directly like paper. Now, everyone realizes the weight of the Dark Lord. Grindelwald. It hurts. It hurts too much. Dumbledore. Why did you leave me? Fortunately, he reacted in time to dodge sideways, otherwise it would be too wrong to die. From time to time, the magic spell between the two will meet, forming a connection. How about it? Does it taste red? Sorry, they used to speak too loudly. They had a great time fighting, and those wizards who wanted to watch the battle would be miserable, and some spells that were knocked into the air or the aftermath of the explosion could make them eat a pot. Li Hua and the phoenix flew together, and the curse danced with the beast. The two gradually burst into real fire, and the surrounding terrain began to change again and again. The ice and snow that buried the mountain had long since disappeared, and the high temperature of Li Hua and Phoenix melted the ice and snow, and then quickly evaporated into gas. Makes the entire mountain foggy. And Dumbledore is also based on local materials, changing countless beasts to besiege Grindelwald. The roar of the ferocious giant beasts made the spectators tremble with fear. In the past, Dumbledore appeared in front of them with a very gentle attitude. Even if the two sides had differences of opinion, he persuaded them in a persuasive way. So much so that the wizards of all countries have forgotten one thing. This one is the greatest white wizard of the century. And the gap between wizards and wizards is sometimes bigger than the gap between man and dog. As I recall, Fudge seems to have been stumbling over Mr. Dumbledore lately, 35. The representative of Bulgaria suddenly whispered something, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. They also know the news. The smearing of Dumbledore in the Daily Prophet would have been impossible without the support of the Ministry of Magic. Since ancient times, the relationship between England and the countries on the European continent has always been very delicate and outside the system. Originally, they didn't care much about it. England could toss as much as they liked. It's a good thing to lose both. But now it seems that Fudge is really dead. How dare he? Invariably, everyone decided to stay away from a certain brain dead in the future to avoid being infected. And some smart people also noticed Barty Crouch, who had been silent, and got close to him. The last time Barty helped Dumbledore convey the idea of wanting to negotiate with Grindelwald, the relationship between the two is absolutely extraordinary. Mr. Crouch, the future cooperation between the two countries will depend on your efforts. Mr. Crouch, the last time you told me about the Crucible Protection Act, I think it is appropriate to pay attention to the quality of the cauldron.
Yes.
Mr. Crouch, the comet broom your country exports to us still has tariffs. I will cancel it when I go back. 55. Dumbledore. Don't you realize it? You can't help me. On the battlefield, a purple ray of Grindelwald smashed the lion with its bloody mouth open and laughed wildly at Dumbledore. The confrontation between the two has passed for a long time, and he has clearly felt that Dumbledore is getting old. Although Dumbledore's spell was still superb, he was getting old and couldn't keep up with his reaction, so he found the opportunity to fight back twice. But I have to admit that Dumbledore's transformation magic is still a headache for Grindelwald. Also good at transfiguration, but Grindelwald and Dumbledore are not proficient in the same direction. He used transfiguration as an auxiliary magic spell to study, and as for lethality, he had a lot of black magic in his hand to do it. Dumbledore, on the other hand, prefers to control the field, suffocating the enemy with continuous pressure. I can't say who is inferior, only that each has advantages. Gellert. Dumbledore looked solemn. He could no longer suppress Grindelwald. Although the power of the Elder Wand is powerful, every magic of his has been increased a lot. However, he found that Grindelwald's wand was not bad, and when two people's magic collided, their power would be reduced. As if resisting a duel. In an annoyed mood, Dumbledore gathered most of the magic power, and he planned to decide the winner under this blow. If it continues, it is estimated that even Durmstrang's castle will not be able to be saved. Those spectators had already run into the castle, and several professors had opened the shields. There are also many students who help provide magic power, and this is the only way to keep the crumbling barrier. If Durmstrang is destroyed, even if he wins, it's no better than losing. Goblet, Immortal Fire. Holding up the Elder Wand high, Dumbledore waved it continuously, forming mysterious arcs. And one after another crimson flames also appeared above his head, gathering a flame vortex. Inside the castle, Vita Rogier, who took the lead in maintaining the protective shield, changed his face. The rest of the people, quickly raise your wand and use all your magic power. Hearing her order, all the Durmstrang teachers and students did not dare to slack off and cast out protective spells one after another, integrating into the defense system of the entire castle. 4 flowers as 0. Even the wizards from the various ministries of magic did the same. At this time, life is at stake, and I don't care about any position. Finally, when the sky was occupied by Goblet's fairy fire, Dumbledore's face was flushed red. He pressed his wand suddenly and launched the horn of the general attack. Together with Fawkes, who merged with the flames, the overwhelming sea of flames smashed towards Grindelwald like a big sun. Ha 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 ha. Grindelwald was not afraid to rejoice. Dumbledore, are these flames of yours to light a candle for me? His wand flashed a strange blue light, and the crackling lightning surrounded the wand, extending into a lightning whip. 0. Thunder and Fire. Separated and waved the whip. The group of blue flames that had already faded were smashed to pieces, but the power of the flames contaminated with lightning increased instead of decreasing. Under the command of Grindelwald, these flames and lightning also combined into a one-eyed giant wolf who fought against the big sun without fear.
Boom.
35. A burst of dazzling white light filled the entire space, and a crackling sound of glass shattered in the center. After the 2 magic spells collided, dozens of dark cracks appeared in the center, quickly absorbing the shock wave generated by the explosion. A confrontation that was supposed to destroy the world was eliminated and invisible. Dumbledore, you have won. Grindelwald and Dumbledore returned to the position where they stood at first, staring at each other. Vita Rogier looked at Grindelwald worriedly. She cast the eagle eye technique and clearly saw Grindelwald's right hand holding the wand trembling slightly. After a long time, Grindelwald said, although the collision of the 2 spells did not determine the winner. In the end, who won? There was also a drop of blood falling from it. Otherwise, this historic school has become a ruined 10. A Ministry of Magic official asked tremblingly, and now they have completely lost sight of the situation. But he couldn't use any powerful magic in a short time, but Dumbledore still had the energy to add a defense to Durmstrang's castle. Unhappy, very unhappy. As proud as him, Grindelwald will naturally not admit his failure. Only with the help of Alvin, he is still slightly inferior to Dumbledore. This is unacceptable to him. Thinking of the madness that he and Alvin promised to repel Dumbledore before, Grindelwald's old face was hot for a while.
Shame.
If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't be so full of words, but now I'm embarrassed. Calmly glanced at Crouch in the castle, he pondered for a while. What to do for a while. Gellert, you lost. There were also fine beads of sweat on Dumbledore's forehead. If it weren't for the huge increase in the Elder Wand, he would really be hanging today. Fortunately, there is no if. That's right, Grindelwald admitted 290 very calmly. So what? What if I lose? Dumbledore was startled. Yes, they didn't mention any conditions before the fight. What if he won? He's got the hang of it. Gellert, you are really cunning. Dumbledore smiled bitterly, and he fought in vain. The benefit was not obtained, and it almost rolled over. As soon as he met Grindelwald, he felt that he always lost his composure and judgment, and was led by the nose everywhere. Then we can always talk? Dumbledore backed down, and Grindelwald agreed. This step is enough. Not only can I catch up with old friends, but also have an explanation for the other side. He has worked so hard. Should Alvin be satisfied? Do you really let him, a centenarian, go all out? Ignoring the devastated land, Grindelwald returned to the castle with Dumbledore facing everyone's awe, and the two entered an office. This time, no one dared to sit in, the two bosses were talking, and they just needed to wait for the result. In the office, Grindelwald made a cup of tea and handed it to Dumbledore. Come and have a taste. How long has it been since you drank the tea I brewed by myself? Taking the teacup, Dumbledore took a sip and closed his eyes to enjoy. 65 years and 4 months. Your Sri Lankan black tea is still so authentic. The atmosphere of tension between the two has completely disappeared, and it has become extremely harmonious. Grindelwald also poured himself a glass and sat across from Dumbledore sipping. As I said, the Muggles also have a lot to learn from me, such as their craft of making afternoon tea. Frowning slightly, Dumbledore was very disgusted with Grindelwald's attitude of discriminating against Muggles. But he didn't say anything. It's been decades, and it would have been changed a long time ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't be at this level. After enjoying the afternoon tea leisurely, the two officially entered the negotiation stage. Tell me, what kind of conditions do you need to be safe? Now Dumbledore has no illusions that Grindelwald can return to Ermengarde to spend his old age in peace. In this case, he has also become a lot more realistic. Just ask Grindelwald to have some peace and give him a chance to do other things. At that time, he will also have the energy to contain Grindelwald, and the two will spend their old age together, which is actually quite good. Is it for that student of yours? With a chuckle, a dark mark appeared on Grindelwald's fingertips. This little guy is quite interesting. With such an ugly mark, are those who follow him stupid? To be honest, if it weren't for the existence of Horcruxes, Grindelwald wouldn't admit that Voldemort was the Dark Lord at all. He used it for more than 10 years and the entire continent was beaten down. And what about Voldemort? Even a school is struggling. I'm really ashamed to be with him. I can stay in Durmstrang honestly, and I can even stand by your side when necessary. 35. With my black magic attainments, I believe I will be able to provide you with a lot of help. Dumbledore was unmoved. He didn't believe that Grindelwald would be so kind to help him. There must be other conditions. Sure enough, Grindelwald continued. It's very simple. You just need to promise me 2 conditions. 10 minutes later, Dumbledore came out of the office with a blank expression. A group of high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic gathered around. The negotiation between these two people represents the future situation of the magic world, and they can't help but be nervous. Well, Mr. Dumbledore, has Grindelwald agreed to peace talks? Dumbledore nodded, and they breathed a sigh of relief. And it was good to talk. He has 2 conditions, I'll tell you first. If you agree, he won't take the lead on you. Of course, if someone accidentally provokes him, I can't control it. How many people nodded again and again to provoke Grindelwald? What are you kidding? It is too late for them to hide now, unless they are tired of living, otherwise no one will be stupid enough to seek death. Seeing their promise, Dumbledore also slowly stated those 2 conditions. First, he asked the various ministries of magic to release those saints who were still alive and to lift the suppression of their families. 9. Also, if there are any saints who want to come to Durmstrang, you can't stop them. As a good leader with nostalgia, Grindelwald still misses his old men. And when these people add up, they feel that this condition is not excessive. Even without this condition, they will converge a lot. So, readily agreed. What about the second one? Second, he wants the wizarding world to recognize his identity as Headmaster Durmstrang and that he can go anywhere without being disturbed. Many people's faces changed, and a Dark Lord was running around in the magical world. This world is too magical, right? If he slips into his own country, and then after 1.0, he plays Li Dai Tao Zone like he did back then, how should they deal with it? Some people had smiles on their faces. With my efforts, the magic world has regained peace again. Seeing their concerns, Dumbledore also gave his assurance. He promised that he would never do anything at will, and if he broke his promise, I would also punish him. 35. Once Grindelwald is really crazy, they can't be found on their heads. However, since the matter is a big one, they can't make the decision because of their authority, and they said that they will go back to the Ministry of Magic to ask the minister for instructions. If so, they are also relieved. Hearing Dumbledore's assurance, these talents soften slightly. In fact, saying that they are already inseparable, they just don't want to take the blame. And agreeing to these two conditions also means that the big stone in their hearts has fallen by half. Everyone, the school has prepared a dinner party, and my family has invited you to the dinner party. Please be sure to come. Vita Rogier appeared in front of them and invited everyone. The officials who wanted to hurry back to the Ministry of Magic of various countries to report the situation heard Grindelwald's invitation. One by one nodded in agreement. Let's talk about it in advance on the magic net and go back and report in more detail. I have to say that after having the magic net, they feel that their work efficiency has improved a lot and they are much easier to use than owls and fluffans. Owl was slow and worried about intercepting letters, and Floo-Powder had to get ahead of Ashes every time it was used. Although the wizard is easy to clean, it affects the mood. Dumbledore looked at Vita Rogier strangely. He knew the right hand of Grindelwald. This woman is almost 100 years old, and she still looks young, which is really surprising. But thinking of Grindelwald's transfiguration, he quickly stopped caring. Although I have never seen Grindelwald use it for others, who says he can't. At the dinner party, officials from the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore and Grindelwald sat together in a very harmonious atmosphere. As a charismatic Dark Lord, Grindelwald made these people have a good impression of him in just a few words. In particular, some people from small countries were originally his supporters. Seeing that Grindelwald greeted their elders cordially, they were all excited. During the banquet, Grindelwald took out a magic net register and said to the crowd, "I came out of Nurmengard this time and found that this gadget is quite convenient. If you want, we can add a contact information." Hearing him say this, many people also took out their login devices and became friends with Grindelwald. All of them are elated, and if they have the contact information of the Dark Lord, speaking out can also attract a burst of shocking eyes. Enough to talk about for the next few months. Dumbledore tried to stop it, but gave up in the end. After all, he had just reached an agreement with Grindelwald, so it would be a bit too broad to do so. A meal was enjoyed by the guests and the host, but Dumbledore kept his brows furrowed, as if he had something on his mind. When they were full, it was time for these people to return to their own countries. Before Crouch left, his magic net register suddenly rang. He didn't care, and took it out to take a look, thinking it was something in the ministry looking for him. In what is now England, with Fudge's promotion, the magic web is used throughout the Ministry of Magic, and Crouch is often used to handle his work. Remember saying I won in front of Alvin. 99. Sender, Grindelwald. Looking back in horror, Crouch saw that Grindelwald was winking at him. Just as he was about to say something, his other hand had already touched the door key. Crouch sucked in before he had time to react. News of the International Conference of Wizards peace talks with Grindelwald spread the next day. The newspapers praised the decision, and the Ministry of Magic must have taken control of public opinion. It is always good not to fight, and many at the Ministry of Magic are excited to announce that they have brought a generation of peace. As for Grindelwald as Principal of Durmstrang, that's even less of a problem. After all, there was a former Death Eater who could be the headmaster. The Dark Lord seems to be more powerful. Anyway, this school does not prohibit the study of black magic. Even some pure-blooded nobles who never send their children out to study have thought. With the presence of Grindelwald, will the quality of teaching in the school be better? It is foreseeable that there will be many more freshmen from Durmstrang next year. But Dumbledore didn't care about these disturbances, and he found Harry the next afternoon after he returned to school. "Professor, are you looking for me?" Harry stood at the desk and asked Dumbledore. "It's nothing. It's just that we haven't sat and talked for a long time, so I just asked you to have afternoon tea together." Swinging his wand, Dumbledore summoned a pot of black tea and a few plates of exquisite snacks and greeted Harry with a smile. Harry was a little strange, didn't he and Dumbledore just talk when school started? And also never looked for him and afternoon tea. What happened today? But he didn't think much about it. He sat down and ate a snack, drank a sip of tea, and chatted with Dumbledore about recent events. Harry hasn't been doing very well recently. He eventually fell out with Umbridge and was fined a confinement. Because of the strange pen on his arm, every time he wrote a word, many wounds appeared on his hand. The arm covered by the long sleeves is already scarred. But he didn't tell Dumbledore that Harry felt it was a shame that someone so big should come to complain to the headmaster. He has the ability to solve it himself. Without saying a few words, Harry felt himself becoming very sleepy and soon collapsed on the sofa and passed out. Dumbledore also left his position and squatted beside Harry. The slender fingers slowly rested on the scar on Harry's forehead, and the magic power slowly infiltrated into his body. Soon, 290's expression on Dumbledore's face turned serious. Grindelwald was right. Harry was indeed a Horcrux. Just yesterday, he asked Grindelwald about the Horcrux secret. Since all the Horcruxes in this world were destroyed by Alvin, Dumbledore only had a destroyed diary in his hand. This made his understanding of Horcrux limited. Since Grindelwald agreed to help, he naturally wouldn't hide it. Only magic can defeat magic, and only black magic can defeat black magic. Sure enough, he clearly felt the faint breath of Voldemort hidden in Harry's body, and it was very evil. This time, old Dinka couldn't sit still, and as soon as he came back, he couldn't wait to call Harry over, ready to confirm Grindelwald's conjecture. For example, it will greatly damage the soul, and it has a strong bonus to casting black magic. It's really hard for him to destroy the Horcrux without hurting Harry. At this moment, Dumbledore had an incomparable headache. Among them, he mentioned Harry's situation, saying that Harry is also likely to be a Horcrux. Suddenly, his heart moved, and he had to find professional people to do professional things. There's no one better than your old friend. Ugh, old friends are more professional. Grindelwald was quick to say a lot about Horcruxes he didn't know. Inside Alvin's personal villa, 3 figures appeared on the projection of the mobile phone, all wearing black hoods, and their faces were chaotic. Even he is dressed like this, and he is not a decent person at first glance. No one spoke, and they all kept silent in tacit understanding, and the atmosphere was very dignified. After waiting for a long time, a voice with deep helplessness that had been dealt with came out slowly. I said, "There are only 4 of us, so we can't be so mysterious, right?" Hearing this, the other 2 men in black robes also agreed. Hearing them all say that, Alvin can only nod regretfully. This time the 3 talents breathed a sigh of relief and took off their hoods, revealing their original faces. It was Grindelwald, Snape, and Crouch. Ever since Alvin, on a whim, invited Grindelwald to join his organization. He carefully screened it and found that there were very few qualified to join, and now only Crouch and Snape reached the standard. As for Arya, it could have been, but she was busy every day, and Alvin didn't tell her. And today is an official meeting of the Illuminati. Grindelwald looked at Alvin with mixed eyes. In terms of strength, Grindelwald believed that the other party was completely out of specification, and he was even more afraid of him than Dumbledore. After all, you can suppress yourself without a wand, which no one else can do. In terms of ambitions and patterns, he also felt that no one could outperform the idea of transforming the world. But just this strange thought that often pops up makes people speechless. For example, now there are only 4 people in the current Illumination Club, and their identities are clear. But what he said was that for the formality of the behind-the-scenes organization, everyone had to hide their identities and wear uniforms. The brain circuit of the young man, he is a little bit unable to keep up with the old man. Snape didn't have the heart to complain about Alvin's strange hobbies. He looked straight at Grindelwald. "Mr. Grindelwald, may I ask how Lily is doing now? How's it going there?" Snape couldn't think about it. Since Lily left, he didn't want to eat and drink, and there was no hope in life. Every day is boring as a double agent, summarizing the information to Alvin and immersing himself in his own world for the rest of the time. Grindelwald nodded slightly. "Miss Evans has a pretty good life here. Durmstrang has some books that attract her. I have to say, her potion talent is indeed the best I've ever seen." Hearing him say this, Snape breathed a sigh of relief and immediately became a little proud. Lily can be said to be brought out by him, and he is also honored to be recognized by the Dark Lord. "Okay, let's get down to business. Alvin interrupted his dog-licking behavior. It's meeting time. If you have something to do, you can chat privately. He also looked down on Snape, and in the face of Grindelwald, who was more terrifying than Voldemort, he didn't have the guts to make a single-line connection. You have found several of Voldemort's Horcruxes. 35. After listening to him ask and thinking for a while, Snape said somewhat uncertainly, I know two, and one is uncertain. 55. As Voldemort's most trusted pupil, Snape can undoubtedly learn a lot of secrets. Horcrux is one of them. Of course, it was definitely not what Voldemort told him, but Snape's guess from Voldemort's attention to Horcruxes. Alvin frowned. Not sure? What do you mean? There is a Brazilian python beside him, Snape said. The mysterious man is very kind to him, and he is obviously an ordinary snake, but he can understand his commands. That's why I doubt that the snake might be his Horcrux. Alvin didn't expect that without Nagini, Voldemort would still get a snake. Is this the corrective power of the world? Shaking his head, he quickly rejected the idea. The world has long been disfigured by him, and what kind of correction power is there? Pure coincidence plus Voldemort's personal hobby. Keep an eye on those Horcruxes. Voldemort won't let you know all his cards. You notice, did he give some items to other Death Eaters? After instructing him, he looked at Grindelwald, who was bored and playing with his fingers. How about you? Did you tell Dumbledore about the Horcrux? Said his reaction is not small. He replied casually. He remembered something again, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Dumbledore invited me to Hogwarts before Christmas as Headmaster Durmstrang.35. This is what makes him happiest. The identities of the two are now very equal. Not the Dark Lord and the White Devil, just two principals. Snape and Crouch were at a loss. Dumbledore knew about the existence of Horcruxes early on, so why did he need Grindelwald's reminder? Observing the confusion in their eyes, Alvin explained the matter again. De what? Potter is a Horcrux? Crouch was just a little amazed at how wonderful things were, but Snape stood up with a rub. This does not mean that if Voldemort is to be completely eliminated, the soul fragment in Harry's body must also be destroyed. But then, can his life be saved? How sad would Lily be if he died? For a time, Snape was a little confused. Calm down, Professor. Harry will be fine. 99. Alvin said soothingly. Miss Evans already knows about this, and we already have a countermeasure. The proprietress of Lycan Bookstore was confused. Why did this Slytherin dean suddenly become interested in fairy tales? After all, more than 10 years have passed. I estimate that he has already merged with that piece of soul to a certain extent. After half an hour, the meeting was over, and everyone closed the communication with a complicated look. Grindelwald felt sorry for his old friend, and even the magic wand was calculated clearly. What's more terrifying is that he will hand it over willingly. Also, why did you have to tell Dumbledore about this? Actually, I'm also a little curious. Grindelwald said suddenly. Even if I make a move, I can't guarantee that the Horcrux will be destroyed without killing Harry. No, Potter. 5. And Snape left the school without stopping and went to Lee's Hen Bookstore to buy a copy of The Story of Peter Poetry. Fingers tapped the table rhythmically. Alvin smiled softly. Because only the Elder Wand in his hand can do this. Since Dumbledore's battle with Grindelwald, the wizarding world has once again fallen into peace. At first, the specific details were not revealed, and all those in the know were vague about it. In fact, the two of them did not issue any sealing orders at the beginning, and they were not allowed to mention such words. But the reason why smart people are smart people is that they think more than others and do things more cautiously. If one day, Grindelwald saw that all the magic circles were saying that he had lost to Dumbledore, would he be angry? They don't know if there is such a possibility, and they won't gamble. Therefore, the present delicate situation has been formed, and what happened that day has become more and more mysterious. But no matter what, at least on the surface, it was Dumbledore who suppressed Grindelwald that made him dare not act rashly. Trapped in Durmstrang. Therefore, most people also think that Dumbledore is stronger and more secure in his heart. This makes Dumbledore, who has been silent for many years, once again on the international stage, and his fame is even greater than before. In the English wizarding world, things are more complicated. A few days ago, the Daily Prophet and the Ministry of Magic were frantically smearing Dumbledore. Describe him as a conspirator, an old lunatic. Many people believed it, but after experiencing Grindelwald this time, everyone began to have doubts. When it comes to fighting the darkness, Old Deng is absolutely unambiguous. So, is it true that what he and Harry said about Voldemort's return? This kind of thing happens not only outside but inside Hogwarts as well. After Harry's roommate Seamus found him for a long talk, he decided to believe Harry's words and sincerely apologized. The two are reunited. Everything is developing in a good direction, but some people are not satisfied. Umbridge is one of them. Her work at Hogwarts lately has been very difficult. Every day in class, students are asked to read or to do some test papers that she produced. This reminded some old students of Lockhart, and Lockhart was the same at the beginning. But Lockhart at least let them play the characters in the book, so they took a drama class. Therefore, many unbearable students chose to skip classes, and the Weasley twins' quick-acting skipping candy was so hot that it was out of stock. They had to post recruitment information on the campus notice board, and the pay was so generous that Ron was jealous. It's a pity that he doesn't know alchemy at all, and he's not very good at potions. It's also a mess when he goes, and he was directly rejected by Fred. In the following time, Umbridge often found that some students would have fever, nosebleeds, and hemorrhoids in class. She knew that it was definitely someone who was playing tricks. But she continued to study several students without finding any problems, so she could only let these people skip classes. After coming to school, everything went wrong, and Harry and Dumbledore, who have become more and more proud of themselves recently. In a fit of rage, Umbridge went to find Fudge. The next morning, while Alvin and Cho and the others were having breakfast in the Great Hall, Hermione skillfully opened the magic net. Recently, the Daily Prophet and Alvin also began to cooperate, selling electronic newspapers on it. Every morning, the number of owls flying into the school was much less in an instant. In fact, many people are fed up with owls delivering newspapers at breakfast. It's okay to drop some feathers during the flight, but if you have unidentified excrement in your oatmeal, it's really disgusting for the whole day. And Hermione, who was checking what news today was as usual, exclaimed, making Chioyi next to him curiously lean over. Ministry of Magic seeks education reform. Dolores Umbridge named first senior investigator. Seeing this title, Cho was a little confused. What is a senior investigator, Ba? Hermione continued to read aloud. In order to ensure the quality of teaching at Hogwarts, the Inquisitor has the right to review the staff and colleagues to ensure that they can meet the standard. Her evaluation will affect whether faculty members can continue to serve on campus. This is a highly controversial move, for which 2 Wisingamore elders who have opposed the creation of an Inquisitor have resigned from the Board of Education. Hermione finished reading with an expression of disbelief. This is just shameless. She has the face to say that she censors other professors at that level. 99. Perhaps this is a way for Fudge to tighten his grip on Hogwarts. 35 Luna responded softly. He made everything unreasonable from a legal point of view. Others around the table saw the news and discussed in whispers. In the staff seat, Dumbledore was not there, and Umbridge was showing off something to Professor McGonagall with a login device. From the look on Professor McGonagall's face, she knew that she must be very unhappy, and her right hand was eager to grab the wand inserted in her robe. And Alvin is indifferent to this. He is watching another big news. In order to strengthen the Ministry of Magic against the forces of darkness, Fudge has decided to form a brand new Auror battalion under the direct command of the Minister. A nice idea, Alvin commented in his heart. It was clear that Fudge's fear of Dumbledore was now at its peak. In order to strengthen the power in his hand, he skillfully used the name of Grindelwald to select Aurors. And he also bypassed Grimgear, the head of the Aurors office, and became his own direct unit. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's a pity that the idea is very good, but I don't know what the result will be. At least Alvin was going to put sand in it. In the past, Wanting to work at the Ministry of Magic required not only excellent academic performance, but also strict background checks. But this time, as long as you can pass the Aurors battle test and aren't a dark wizard on record, then you can join. I don't know what Umbridge is going to do, but if you go on talking, the professors will get you there first. 5. With the development of the past few years, it was relatively easy for the Arya family to bring out more than a dozen Auror-level wizards. Hearing his words, Hermione jumped up. "Bro, the first class is Transfiguration, Alvin, let's go." Looking at the little witches who were still discussing, he reluctantly interrupted. Clicking on Arya's avatar, Alvin issued a few commands to put away the magic net register. It's a policy tailored for Alvin. After some calculations, he made a wedding dress for himself. After speaking, Hermione picked up a piece of bread in one hand and Alvin in the other, and hurried to the classroom. At that time, most of Fudge's troops will be his own people, and it makes people laugh to think about it. The key to copying spells lies in analysis. When you use magic to fully understand the structure of an item, you can copy it. And multiple copy spells require you to control the magic power very finely to ensure that the magic power allocated to each copy is the same. In the Transfiguration classroom, Professor McGonagall explained the use of the copy spell with a serious face. The teapot in front of her was lightly tapped, and it turned into 5 identical ones displayed on the table, without the slightest difference. The little wizards could see that she was in a very bad mood today, and she didn't dare to make any noise. Many people have seen Umbridge's arrogant look just now, and they all know that they have suffered a disaster. Honestly, it's annoying enough to have such a defense against the dark arts professor, now a senior investigator. Many people already feel that this is another wasted year. When will the standard of teaching at Hogwarts be improved? They just want to go to school safely. Halfway through the class, the door to the classroom was pushed open without warning. Professor McGonagall looked over in disgust, wondering who was so impolite. Umbridge walked in so grandly. "Professor Umbridge, please knock on the door next time if you have any business. It will make you look very uneducated." Ignoring McGonagall's very aggressive words, Umbridge replied with a formulaic smile. "Professor McGonagall, I am now not only a professor of defense against the dark arts, but a senior censor at the Ministry of Magic. So, I have the right to appear in anyone's class at any time." Her answer made McGonagall very displeased, but because of the order of the Ministry of Magic, she did not have a seizure. This is also why Alvin deliberately plugs nails into the Ministry of Magic and finds a younger brother. Even in the magical world with extraordinary power, the Ministry of Magic, as an official organization, brings the influence to authority. Nor can it be destroyed by force alone. Even Voldemort used the Imperious Curse to control the upper echelons of the Ministry of Magic in the later period, without piercing the window paper. Because arrogance is as clear as he is. Once the authority collapses, it will be too difficult to establish. For the next time, Umbridge scurried around the classroom like a toad. Professor McGonagall simply ignored her and let the students start their connection today. And from time to time, Umbridge grabbed a student and asked him if he had any comments on how satisfied he was with Professor McGonagall's teaching. Unfortunately, she picked the wrong target. If at Hogwarts, the most admired must be Dumbledore, then the most respected is Professor McGonagall. As the vice principal of the school, the head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall has always been the actual manager of the school, and Dumbledore is more of a banner and backbone. Large and small specific matters are still carried out by Professor McGonagall. For so many years, she has never helped her academy, and every time she catches a little wizard who makes a mistake, it is a fair deal. Even the little wizards of Slytherin respected her. Therefore, Umbridge asked several students in a row, but he didn't get the answer he wanted from them. The smile on her face disappeared, and it took on a gloomy look. Fudge assigned her this title in order to undermine Dumbledore's power at Hogwarts. As a result, on the first day, she was a little disadvantaged in her apprenticeship. She unconsciously walked to Hermione and Alvin's side, and Hermione moved away in disgust. In his 40s and 50s, Umbridge is still a powder, and the perfume she uses is still a girly fragrance like rosemary. If she smelled it for a while, Hermione couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't spit it out. And her unabashed disgust caught Umbridge's gaze. But when she saw Alvin sitting in a daze, her face changed slightly, and she walked a few steps away from here. After spitting slugs in the first class, Umbridge knew who was behind it as he learned about Hogwarts. At first, she didn't know the relationship between Hermione and Alvin at all, just thought it was an ordinary student. After learning from the students later, Umbridge was sure that Alvin must have been plotting against her. Infuriated, she went directly to Fudge to complain and plotted against the senior minister of the Ministry of Magic. This crime can directly arrest Azkaban for Flower Zero. In fact, since the trial of Harry, Alvin made everyone change their minds with a slight gesture, and she had developed hostility. This time, Umbridge, who thought he had caught Alvin's handle, fantasized about getting Fudge's compliment, but ended up being scolded. "Who told you to provoke Gaunt? I managed to win him over to my side. It's better for you to find something for me as soon as you go there. Mr. Gaunt is the recipient of the first-class Merlin Medal, the chief mage of Wisingamot. Do you deserve to trouble him?" Umbridge didn't know that because of the magic net log, Fudge had made a lot of money. "Now your own doglegs dare to provoke your partner. Isn't this courting death?" 0. Umbridge, who was scolded with blood, went back to school in a daze, and even went to Alvin to apologize. So now, whenever she sees Alvin, she will subconsciously retreat. Not only that, but she selectively ignored Cho, Hermione, Luna, and Astoria. As long as they don't go too far in class, she'll take nothing. Umbridge, who had nothing to gain after a class, could only ask Professor McGonagall a few questions and hurriedly left. The idea is too hard and a bit thorny. Hermione looked at Umbridge, who was a little embarrassed, thoughtfully. Hermione nodded in agreement. I think Umbridge walked away with a stomach full of fire, and it's not easy to pass.
10.
Then hope that Professor Trelawney will be blessed, Hermione said with some pity. In the 3rd grade, Alvin had persuaded her not to take divination classes, but Hermione, who was a little unwilling, went to take it twice. From then on, Hermione hated this magic wand very much. Who do you think her next target will be? 99. In class, Trelawney was rambling, predicting Harry's death on the first day. Alvin thought about it for a while and said affirmatively. Trelawney, her divination class, is definitely one of the most hated by the students. Although she entered the magical world, her materialistic education from a young age still made Hermione not interested in things like fate. Sure enough, news of Umbridge's frequent troubles in the divination class came out that afternoon. Her few questions made Trelawney speechless, and she could only vaguely fool her, almost crying. A week passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, all students received a survey report asking them to choose the professor they were least satisfied with. It is a pity that Umbridge's own name does not appear on this paper. If there is her, the first place is absolutely no suspense. She still has some self-awareness about it. In the end, Trelawney was elected as the least popular professor with more than 3 times the votes of the 2nd place. In fact, this is also very understandable. If the students do not have the gift of prophecy, it is very difficult to learn anything in this class. And Terry 307 Lonnie also predicts the death of a student every year, which makes the little wizards even more disliked by her. Who wants to be intimidated by a professor every day? As for who is the second? Not Snape, but Professor Binns. It's not that Professor Binns is bad, it's that his courses are too hypnotic. Even Alvin couldn't listen to his lectures with peace of mind. He often held up a thick book to block himself and fell asleep. Taking this opportunity, Umbridge concluded the first round of scrutiny of the faculty and announced Trelawney's expulsion. In the auditorium, Trelawney was driven here, with her luggage around, and a group of little wizards were watching. No, it's impossible, Trelawney screamed excitedly, holding her suitcase. 16 years. I've been at Hogwarts for 16 years. This is my home, and you can't drive me away. The little wizards' onlookers couldn't bear it. After all, Trelawney is indeed an old man in the school, and it would be too ruthless to be kicked out like this. If they knew that their survey questionnaire would have such a great influence, they would not have filled it out. But Umbridge smiled grimly. It seems that your divination is really not very good, otherwise you would not have not predicted that you will be fired. You're a liar, embezzling money from the Ministry of Magic for 16 years of Hogwarts. How dare you insult my third eye? Trelawney's light bulb eyes widened, eager to eat Umbridge. But Umbridge ignored her and pushed her out. Come on, you will only embarrass yourself if you continue to stay here. If it is serious, you will affect the work of the Ministry of Magic and you will enter Azkaban. 99. Hearing Azkaban, Trelawney shuddered, resignedly not resisting. The professors on the sidelines were extremely angry, and Professor Flitwick was already trembling. At this moment, a voice entered everyone's ears. Wait! Trelawney shouldn't have left Hogwarts. Umbridge turned his head in dissatisfaction, wanting to see who dared to disobey him. Wouldn't he be afraid of being fired? Then I saw a serious-looking Professor McGonagall walking out. She walked straight to Trelawney, sighed, and handed her a handkerchief. Sybil, don't worry, no one can take you away today. Although she is dissatisfied with Trelawney's chatter, Professor McGonagall regards her as a writer who has been with her for so many years. Really, Professor McGonagall? Umbridge sneered. I need to remind you that I have the right to fire any unqualified employee under Education Order Number 23. McGonagall didn't even look at her, and gently wiped Trelawney's tears. I know. According to what educational order, Sybil is no longer a professor at the school. But your Ministry of Magic has the right to expel a professor, but you don't have the right to expel her from this castle, do you? 35. Professor McGonagall's voice was calm, and he continued to speak despite Umbridge's ugly face. Sybil is a guest invited by Dumbledore, so no one can let her go until Dumbledore has discussed divination with her. Good. 99. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands happily, and the students cheered, which made Umbridge even more angry. She said word by word. This is what Dumbledore meant? Then why didn't he come to see me in person? You? The mockery in Professor McGonagall's eyes had already overflowed, and Umbridge's self-control succeeded in making her laugh. Headmaster Dumbledore is conversing with Grindelwald in Durmstrang, and you can go there to find him if you wish. Hearing the name, Umbridge's face twitched. She really couldn't refute this reason, in case something happened to Dumbledore after Dumbledore came back because of her. Then the British Ministry of Magic will definitely be accused by the International Confederation of Wizards, and even Fudge will not be able to protect her. At this point, Umbridge also knew that he could only be here today, and after a few harsh words, he pushed the crowd away. In the auditorium, there was another burst of warm applause, and the little wizards looked at Professor McGonagall with admiration. Over the past few days, Umbridge has been making troubles in the school. Everyone is full of anger, and now seeing her deflated, they are all happy like New Year's Eve. Alvin also applauded happily and silently praised Umbridge in his heart. It took so long for the Ministry of Magic to lose all the people's hearts. It can be said that people's resentment is boiling. If he supports it for a period of time, Fudge will be almost cold without him taking action. What a leader! The crowd in the auditorium soon dispersed, and Alvin brought a few little witches to 1.0 on the lawn. Only then did Alvin realize that it was Hermione's sense of justice that had struck. What's wrong with you? Hermione looked up at him, took a deep breath, and said firmly. Hermione's eyes sparkled at Alvin, making him shiver. Then what are you going to do, report her? Fudge won't deal with it. No. Hermione shook her head. I'm going to set up a private defense training class, just like you did back then. I think more than half of the students will fail the exam. 35. Seeing that Hermione remained silent, Alvin was a little strange. We can't go on like this. This year is the time for us to take the OWL. If we let Umbridge go on like this. Let's talk about it first. I don't have the time to teach them. I'm very busy. Alvin didn't lie to Hermione. He now spends most of his spare time on the inheritance of the Lord of Radiance. If he only taught a few little witches, he would be very happy. But if he wanted to open a club like Hermione, he really didn't have the leisure to do so. Hermione had expected that Alvin would refuse, and she was not discouraged. I just need you to help me get to my first class, and at school you speak better than many professors. When the time comes, I will call someone in your name, and I will be responsible for the follow-up. The abacus made a crackling sound. Alvin poked her forehead helplessly, and Hermione stuck out her tongue playfully. Turning to look at Cho, Luna, and Astoria. What about you guys? What are your thoughts? Hermione can't handle this matter alone. If you participate, she can relax a lot. Cho thought about it for a while. She is now the grade leader and the Quidditch captain, and she has a lot of things to do. However, she must not miss the affairs of her own sisters. I can, but I need to train before the Quidditch match, and I don't have much free time. Hermione gave Cho a warm hug, thanking her for her support. As for Astoria, there is no need to ask. She will join wherever there is excitement, and she will never be absent. Looking at Luna, Alvin hesitated. With bright eyes raised, Luna asked softly, "Does Alvin want me to go?" This was the point of his hesitation. Apart from Cho and others and Ginny, Luna really didn't have any friends at school. Alvin still hopes that Luna's extracurricular life can be enriched. And Luna was also keenly aware of his thoughts and buried herself in her arms. I'll go, and it makes sense to teach others to use the Patronus charm happily. 95. Alvin caressed her hair lovingly, and Luna was indeed the most sensible. When the matter was settled, Hermione went to pull people excitedly. And many little wizards were very excited when they heard the news. Not to mention that they had already had enough of Umbridge. The feeling of joining a secret organization made many people unable to stop. Hermione's criteria for selecting people were still very strict, and only 20 little wizards were allowed to participate in the first batch. Most of them are acquaintances, such as Gemini, Lee Jordan, and Angelina. Of course, Harry also participated, but Ron refused, on the grounds that the prefect was too busy to participate. Cho also brought in his good friends and Ravenclaw Quidditch teammates. And Cedric didn't know where he got the news, so he excitedly brought the two of them over. Alvin, I'm going to join your club. After last semester's Triwizard Tournament, Cedric and Alvin were pretty familiar. He has always been grateful to Alvin for treating him equally and helping him as much as Harry, which he admires immensely. Let me start by saying that this is Hermione's club, not mine. I will only visit when I have time. Alvin had to remind Cedric that he didn't take it too seriously. At least there's more to learn than to follow that Toad .39. Cedric clearly remembered Fleur's strength last year, and Hermione was always by Alvin's side, and it must not be much worse. After all the people were found, the venue became a problem for Hermione to worry about. Or go to the room of requirement 9. Alvin suggested that he thinks it's a good choice here, and he hasn't used it recently anyway. When the club is disbanded, Rowena Ravenclaw can change the entry conditions and become his secret base again. Hermione shook her head. She felt that it was still not safe to be in the school. What if someone slept? Therefore, when the number of people is screened, make sure that all those who remain are reliable students. Hermione would only consider activities in the room of requirement. Finally, Alvin came up with a place. Scream Shack, where few students will go past. I'm helping you set up a warning barrier. The proposal was approved by Hermione. Tomorrow happened to be the weekend, and she called everyone to meet at the Hogshead Bar, where there were few students and it wouldn't catch Umbridge's attention. So, didn't you say it's just over 20 people? Looking at the Hogshead Bar, which was already occupied by Hogwarts students, Alvin was a little stunned. There are about 50 people here, and seeing so many students, the wizards thought Hogwarts was going to hold some event, and left one after another. Hermione was also a little embarrassed to hear the words. Everyone has some friends, although I said to keep them secret. But in the end, before he finished speaking, Alvin also understood what Hermione meant. There is no airtight wall in the world. On average, each person brings one, even if it is very restrained. Judging from the school uniforms, most of them are Ravenclaw and Gryffindor students. Hufflepuffs have them too, but only Cedric and Hannah Abbott and their two friends. And Slytherin actually came to a few girls. It seems that they have a good relationship with Astoria, and they're chatting about something at this time. What would you like to drink? An old voice stopped Alvin. He turned his head and looked. 307 was a very sloppy old man with a white beard. Aberforth Dumbledore. Instantly thought of the identity of the old man. The younger brother of his own principal, the owner of the Pig's Head Bar, is also Graydon's father. Thinking in his heart, Alvin didn't show anything on his face. A butterbeer per person? He did, thanks. Aberforth Dumbledore nodded and waved his wand, and dozens of cups flew out of his closet. Soon all the butterbeers were ready and placed in front of each little wizard. Thank you, the portrait is beautiful and a lovely girl. 99. Without her sacrifice, it is estimated that Dumbledore and Grindelwald would not have had a disagreement. However, from time to time she stuck her head out and looked at Alvin quietly, proving that she still had a lot of interest in him. This is Ariana, and it is because of her that Grindelwald and Dumbledore have turned against each other. Alvin looked at a painting behind him and smiled casually. Turning around, he covered Ariana's portrait with a silk cloth that slipped down at some point. Aberforth took a deep look at Alvin and said nothing. The little girl in the portrait was a little shy when she saw Alvin staring at her like this, and secretly hid behind the frame. It can be said to be the fuse of the first wizard station. After everyone drank a cup of hot butterbeer, the cold in the body was also dispelled a lot. The group followed Alvin to the Screaming Shack. The legend here has been circulating for a long time, and many people are very curious when they come here for the first time. Seeing this, Hermione also stood up. As expected of Hermione, known as McGonagall, she first denounced Umbridge's perverted actions and then criticized the Ministry of Magic's inaction. The words were thrown into the air, and everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Disgust with the Ministry of Magic and Umbridge was at its peak. And she also took the opportunity to tell the real purpose of this gathering, and she and Chio and others taught defense against the dark arts. Alvin acts as a special advisor, and if there is something they can't answer, Alvin will come forward. Hearing this, many students chose to join without hesitation. At this moment, Alvin stopped them. Just when everyone was puzzled, he waved his right hand, and 3 students flew in front of them uncontrollably. Forget it all. A white light hit them, and soon the expressions of the 3 of them became extremely dazed, and they turned around and left here. They're going to tell Umbridge. After all this, Alvin explained the reason to everyone. All calculations are hidden from my legitimacy. So, I advise the students here, if you have any thoughts, don't join this club. 35. His eyes stared at the audience, and no one dared to look at him. After hitting a stick, of course it's time to give sweet dates. But please rest assured, in normal times, I will not use legitimacy to spy on your hearts. And here, you can also learn high-end magic spells that are usually hard to come by. 35. After saying that, he gave Hermione a look. The little witch also knew that Alvin was giving her a chance to show mercy. Today, our first lesson is Patronus. 35. In one sentence, everyone's attention was drawn. Is it the patron saint that Mr. Gaunt used before? A Ravenclaw girl asked excitedly that the 2 giant patron saints on the train had left a deep memory on her. Hermione nodded. That's right, that's the Patronus charm, but the exact form of summoning varies from person to person. As far as I know, only Alvin and Professor Dumbledore are the patron saints in the form of magical animals, and there is a high probability that you will only be ordinary animals. She looked at Cedric. Cedric, you should be able to use the Patronus, right? Use it for everyone to see. Hearing this, Cedric was also a little embarrassed. Sorry, although I have tried to learn the Patronus charm, but so far it is still a cloud of fog and has not taken shape at all. Hearing that even Cedric didn't master it, everyone was even more looking forward to it. And this is the effect Hermione wants, to let these students know the scarcity of Patronus. Otherwise, she can directly cast it herself, or let Harry and the others demonstrate it. Some people are already fantasizing how surprised their parents will be when they see the Patronus. And Hermione also summoned her own otter patron saint and began to explain. After a busy day, Hermione wiped the sweat from her brow when the students left. Although very tired, the little witch was very happy, and she felt that what she did was very meaningful. The same is true for several other girls, and the feeling of teaching and educating people is surprisingly good. I've decided that I'll stay at Hogwarts as a professor. When Professor Snape retires, I'll be the head of Slytherin. Astoria's excited Alvin shares his plans, which makes him laugh and cry. Today's Astoria is completely doing a disservice, and he will join in wherever there is excitement. If it wasn't for her trouble, Luna would be a little more relaxed. The relationship between the two little ones is very good now, and every time Alvin sees them, they appear together. After erasing all traces, Alvin also took them back to the castle. After the activities, he will not participate every time. This is an organization that belongs to Hermione, and for her aspiring to become an official of the Ministry of Magic, being able to manage these people is also a good opportunity to exercise. The days went by so fast, and Hermione's organization held 2 courses. During this period, many little wizards joined them. Hermione even gave the makeup group a name, DA. This is the abbreviation of the English Word Defense Association, but it has been passed down and has become the abbreviation of Dumbledore's army. Alvin didn't object either, except that the black pot was Loudeng's back anyway, and he couldn't find it on his head. And as the number of people increased, Umbridge also noticed the existence of this organization. To this end, she also specially asked the Ministry of Magic for the Educational Order Number 24. All unapproved study group and self-help activities are prohibited and will be dismissed immediately if caught. Even the Quidditch team was included, so Chio was very annoyed. However, Alvin went to Umbridge's office for a minute, and all the house Quidditch teams were back to normal immediately. And just before Halloween, the last day of October, Umbridge announced the results of her second round of review. Professor Keitelburn, who is temporarily taking over the protection of magical creatures class, gave the students spears for showing too many dangerous magical creatures. Many parents, Good Zhao, sent complaints letters, and Umbridge got the handle and fired him directly. But the old professor didn't care about the result at all. He scolded Umbridge, and he left the school gracefully. The other professors were furious at this, but this time Dumbledore didn't stop him, but sent him away with a smile. Kettleborn, remember to send me some postcards out America. Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore worriedly. Is Hagrid coming back? If he can't come back, we can't find a suitable replacement in the short term. Dumbledore shook his head. Hagrid is in a critical period to win over the Giants, and he can't get away for a long time. But you don't have to worry, Minerva. Old Deng smiled mysteriously. As I said, I've found a suitable professor, and I'm sure the students will love him. Sometimes, Alvin felt that Dumbledore must be a scumbag. Grindelwald was waiting eagerly in Durmstrang for him to come over for tea. Here, Old Deng turned his head and hooked up with Newt Scamander. On the first day after Halloween, the students were surprised when they came to the auditorium. There was an old man sitting on the staff seat they had never seen before. He was chatting hotly with Dumbledore. Hufflepuff's freshman Rolf Scamander came to have breakfast with his friends, looked up at the old man unconsciously, and his mouth widened in surprise. Grandfather? Newt on the staff seat also heard his voice and looked over and smiled kindly. The few Hufflepuffs next to him, who had a good relationship with Rolf, knew Rolf's identity for a long time and became excited after reacting. Newt Scamander. For Hufflepuff, Newt was the current Harry, the pride of their respective academies. Harry thwarted Minohu's plot, while Newt repeatedly deflated Grindelwald. And he has protected many endangered magical creatures by himself, and also asked the Ministry of Magic to create a new department started by the Protector. Although he was fired, he is definitely a man of the year in Hufflepuff History 307. After all, there are too few Hufflepuffs who are so diligent in their work. After seeing that most of the students in the auditorium had come, Dumbledore stood up. Newt also left his seat, knowing that it was time to introduce himself. His hair was a little messy and gray, and his expression was a little cramped. He didn't seem to be comfortable with so many people looking at him, and he turned his head away from everyone. Fingers fiddled unconsciously, and Newt revealed his nervousness. Anyone who looks at it will think that this is a standard Hufflepuff and honesty is his label. Looking at his restrained appearance, no one would think that this is the famous first-generation Dark Lord Nemesis. Dumbledore's recruitment was obviously done well, and some of the students who had recognized Newt applauded excitedly. Umbridge sat next to her without saying a word, and her expulsion of Kettleborn from this moment was not only unprofitable. Instead, he made a wedding dress for Dumbledore and brought a stronger teammate. Quiet, quiet. Dumbledore, bah, loudly stopped everyone's commotion, and he kindly took Newt's hand. This scene made Alvin feel a little chilly. Newt should know about Old Deng's hobbies, right? Let me introduce to you Mr. Newt Scamander, the world-famous expert on magical creatures. Mr. Scamander will be joining our family as a professor of conservation of magical creatures for the rest of the year, 99. There was warm applause, and everyone welcomed Newt's arrival. The enthusiasm of so many people made him even more nervous. Thank you. Thank you. Thanking everyone dumbly, Newt continued. Actually, Professor Dumbledore invited me long before school started. But at that time, the group of moonchi beasts I raised was breastfeeding, so I'm sorry to only come now. His approachable attitude won more favor from the students. Compared to Hagrid and Kettleborn, Newt undoubtedly looks more reliable. Alvin looked at Newt with a playful look. A magic net appeared in his hand, and began to type cracklingly. He had reason to suspect that Dumbledore invited Newt to Hogwarts just to target Grindelwald?
Definitely is.
There were not a few wizards who were bewitched by Grindelwald, and even Dumbledore himself was one of them. Only a pure wizard like Newt who lives in his own world is immune to his influence. According to Alvin's understanding, this is a natural scheming ****ch. He was now looking forward to Grindelwald's expression after seeing the news. Dumbledore took over, knowing that Newt was not good at words. Professor Scamander is not only an excellent magical zoologist, he also has a lot of his own knowledge about fighting the dark. Dumbledore's words were profound. I believe that what you learned in his class was more than just how to deal with magical creatures. It's more that there are things that may not be learned in other classes. Umbridge's lips trembled with anger, and Dumbledore's words were clearly referring to her inaction in defense against the dark arts. Why is this a professor of protection of magical creatures, clearly a professor of defense against the dark arts? Newt nodded again and again, agreeing with Dumbledore's statement. When Dumbledore came to him, he wanted Newt to temporarily serve as a professor of defense against the dark arts for 1 year. It was only because Fudge stepped in and directly led Umbridge airborne that Dumbledore retreated. But it just so happened that mystical creatures were the field he was best at. Since the students will be in class for a while, the introduction ceremony will stop here. Just as everyone was about to leave, Newt hesitated and said, Mr. Gaunt, can you wait a moment? Alvin stopped and looked at Newt, and many people looked over curiously. They wondered what happened to the professor when he found Alvin. Hello, Professor Scamander? With a question in his eyes, Alvin replied softly. Newt didn't expect so many people to pay attention to his movements, and turned his head subconsciously, as if avoiding everyone's attention. No, all right, Mr. Gaunt, you go to class first. I just want to learn more about your unicorn and that strange fire dragon. This is one of the reasons why Newt agreed to teach at Hogwarts. Dumbledore had introduced him before that Alvin not only had a phoenix, a unicorn, but also a very terrifying dragon. This intrigues Newt, and unicorns rarely recognize wizards. Not to mention that even Dumbledore called it a terrifying dragon. This made Newt, who had a deep love for magical animals, agree to Dumbledore's invitation after a little thought. It's just that he didn't expect that his words would have such a big reaction, and Newt regretted calling Alvin now. Seeing Newt's embarrassed appearance, many students fell into silence.
All right.
The legend seems a little terrified. Give old Dunga some allies or fight the 2 Dark Lords alone, and Alvin some too pathetic. Newt's arrival is undoubtedly a shot in the arm for the school, which has been a little bit turbulent by Umbridge. Many students who didn't take the Conservation of Magical Creatures class have regretted it. When they found their dean and wanted to take electives, they were ruthlessly rejected, and Hogwarts had no precedent for adding courses in the middle. Especially when they heard the students who took this course proudly tell their experiences after class, they became even more envious and jealous. They actually took classes in a box. Unlike any other teacher, this professor brought all his textbooks with him. He casts a powerful traceless stretching spell in his suitcase, which houses most of the magical animals in the world. There are even some cherished critters in the Muggle world. When Alvin entered Newt's secret garden for the first time, he looked carefully at the space inside. This Scamander family heirloom is indeed powerful, and the space inside is not much worse than Alvin's own. And it is divided into distinct 4 seasons, different areas of day and night, in order to provide various magical creatures so that they can have the best living environment. However, Alvin found that this is not a complete unmarked stretching charm, but a splicing of multiple unmarked stretching charms. According to his observation, the entire suitcase is made up of nearly 10 spaces, which are connected together by ingenious techniques. Generally, people who are not sensitive to space will not notice this at all. This also solves Alvin's confusion. When he opened up space for his suitcase, he always had a question. Even with his level of magic and the help of the Deviant's wand, it is very laborious. Could it be that the Scamander family ancestors have produced some legends? Only now did he know that the wisdom of his predecessors should not be underestimated. Although their magic power is not so powerful, as long as they are willing to use their brains, the effect will not be too bad. As his first class, Newt did not speak directly. He first took the students around in his own little world and saw magical animals from all over the world. Many animals are documented in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, but few will ever see them in person. It's bird snakes, and they change their size with the size of the space. If you encounter them in the wild, remember to have a teapot and a few insects. This is the invisible beast, and I have sprinkled special powder here, so you can see them. 99. Along the way, Newt introduced many amazing creatures that are on the verge of extinction, which was an eye-opener for the students. Even Alvin saw several animals that he was very interested in. For a time, he had a bold idea. Shall we rob Newt? There are many things in this magical world that can't be bought with galleons, and Newt's chest is one of them. Alvin has reserved a layer of ecological garden on the Mage Tower, and there are already many magical animals collected by Arya from all over the world. But compared to Newt, it's really nothing. If Newt was robbed and he took out a little, wouldn't his Mage Tower become the most complete zoo in the world? The more he thinks about it, the more Alvin is about to move. Suddenly, Newt, who was introducing the tree monkey frog to the students in the front, shuddered and looked around vigilantly. This kind of feeling has not appeared in him for many years, and it was only when Grindelwald watched him that he would do this. But after searching for a long time, I didn't find any clues, which can only be attributed to my own illusion. Shaking his head, Newt continued to lead everyone forward and came to a giant beast. Its body is huge, its back is bulging, and the skin on its body is extremely hard, even surpassing that of a fire dragon. This is the horned camel, and they cherish it very much. Decades ago, I discovered the last pair of horned camels in the world that were able to give birth. Fortunately, I found them, otherwise you wouldn't be able to see them today. The little wizards of Hufflepuff adored their faces, and the little wizards of their academy liked these magical creatures and herbs the most. I don't know how many people envied Newt's experience. Travel the world, protect endangered species, and get an Auror wife. Simply a winner in life. When introducing Fantastic Beasts, Newt did not have the cowardice and restraint when he first met him, but seemed unusually confident. The horn of the horned camel beast is a very precious raw material. After grinding it into powder, it can improve the quality of many potions. For Flower 0. And, because of this, it brought disaster to them. 55. So, children, everyone is innocent and guilty. This is a wise saying from the East. I hope you can remember them. The students nodded their heads, indicating that they understood. After most of the class, Newt announced the tasks of the little wizards. Passing through a curtain and entering the dark environment, a dozen very cute little beasts are playing in the sun. This is the moon beast. These little guys have just been born. I think you are very suitable to take care of them. Some girls have eyes glowing, can't help but want to reach out and touch them. The moon beasts are also not afraid of life. Perhaps they think that the people brought by Newt will not threaten them. One by one, the little wizards wailed and asked for food. After Newt's explanation, the students couldn't wait to start the practice session. Alvin was also surrounded by 2 moon beasts, and he took out some chili fruit and fed them to them. Gaunt shows up, and you look like they like it. Newt's voice came from behind him. Perhaps because of Celestia, a lot of magical beasts like me. Alvin didn't look back and continued his work. Newt became interested. Is that your unicorn? Can you tell me your story with him? Alvin didn't refuse either, telling the story of what happened at that time. To be precise, apart from Grindelwald, no one would feel bad about a simple-minded person like Newt. The two of them are purely personal grievances and have nothing to do with character. The 100-year-old man danced with joy after learning about the wonderful effects of the final contract between Alvin and Celestia. I never thought the Unicorn Pact would work so magically. Thank you, Gaunt. You have provided me with a very important research direction. 35. Newt, who entered the state, left these little wizards directly and ran away by himself. Alvin was stunned. Co-author is also an unreliable master.
10.
If there is someone who Alvin fears the most right now, it is undoubtedly Newt. Since the last lesson, Newt has been looking for him every now and then, wanting to see Celestia and Osiris. At first, Alvin received him as usual, allowing Newt to observe Celestia from a distance. As for Osiris, who was placed at Arya's place to guard the Mage Tower, naturally, he couldn't just pull it over. But after a while, Newt's enthusiastic attitude and studious attitude gave Alvin some headaches. This kind of old man is too hard to deal with. Very polite, and he didn't come up to disturb him in his business, making it difficult for Alvin to even say a refusal. Fortunately, there was one thing that attracted the attention of Newt and Dumbledore, allowing Alvin to escape temporarily. Grindelwald 307 is coming. In Dumbledore's office, Newt and Old Deng sat opposite each other. How does it feel to be a professor? Making Newt a cup of tea, Dumbledore asked him how he was doing with a smile. Newt also relaxed a lot when the two were alone, and he replied gently, "It's all a group of lovely children. Reminds me of how I felt when I was in school." This is not Newt being polite, and being expelled from Hogwarts has always been one of his regrets. Now, he is back to school. Seeing those little guys who are curious about magical creatures, Newt is also very relieved. His lifelong dream is to let more wizards know about these magical creatures so that the two can coexist peacefully. I hope Tina will let the old man me into your house when the time comes. Dumbledore laughed and mocked Newt. Tina is Newt's wife, the fierce man who once confronted Beau with Grindelwald. Hearing his wife's name, Newt also shrank his neck subconsciously, apparently also a wife who is strict. When he came to Hogwarts this time, Tina was a little unhappy. When he was young, Newt traveled to every corner of the planet in pursuit of all the magical creatures in the world. Drifting away for a long time, he naturally neglected his wife. After finally getting old and having the time to stay at home, he was pulled out by Dumbledore again. You can imagine how angry Tina would be. Now that Dumbledore said this, Newt also seemed to think of some terrifying picture, and his expression became a little stiff. Dumbledore, if Tina won't let me in then, please allow me to stay at your house for a while. 39. Ha 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 ha. Dumbledore laughed, and he was also very happy to think of Newt being turned away. From what he knew about Tina, she could indeed do such a thing. The two laughed for a while and also talked about business. Newt, you should know why I brought you to Hogwarts? Newt nodded lightly. Of course he knew it was because of Grindelwald. Dumbledore said worriedly, I have made peace with him temporarily, but I do not guarantee when Grindelwald will attack. 5. Voldemort's threat is imminent, and I desperately need someone who can contain Grindelwald. And that person is you. Newt was embarrassed to be praised, and he said seriously, Dumbledore, what I can't do. You know that's Grindelwald. He has always been this way, never agreeing to anything easily, but once he agrees, he will do his best to do it well. And Dumbledore had long expected his answer, and the decades of friendship between the two had long been known. You know why I like you, Newt? Because there's something about you that no one else has. You've never been passionate about power and fame, you've always been concerned about whether you're doing the right thing, and now, you can stick to your choice. Newt was silent, he didn't speak. At this moment, he felt that this sentence sounded familiar, as if Dumbledore had said that when he fooled him to Paris. But Grindelwald is too powerful, his weapon was never a spell, but his way of playing with people's hearts. Yes, that's what makes you strong. Dumbledore looked at Newt firmly. You don't need to fight him directly. I need you to arm the minds of the students, as long as you don't be deceived by him. After thinking about it for a while, Newt finally agreed to his request, and Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. In 2 days, Grindelwald will come to visit Hogwarts, and then you and I will receive him. 99. Hearing this, Newt raised his head in astonishment, and his mouth widened. For a split second, he felt like he was on Dumbledore's pirate ship. MMP. At the same time, Alvin was also on the phone with Grindelwald. Supporting his head with his right hand, Alvin asked casually, "Have you dealt with everything over there?" He also knew at this time that Grindelwald was coming to Hogwarts in 2 days. The reason for the delay is because Grindelwald has been busy receiving the Saints recently. Since the last battle with Dumbledore, the Ministry of Magic of other countries has promised to release all the detained Saints. There are also some old subordinates who came to defect after hearing of his appearance. And these people are also the root cause for Alvin to find him. Under Grindelwald's arrangement, hundreds of wizards were sent to collect resources around the world. Although they didn't know what Grindelwald needed so many materials for, as long as it was his order, the Saints would not hesitate. You can rest assured that according to the current progress, within 2 years, the materials you need will be gathered. E.g. 1.0 keeps me away from Durmstrang, and everything can go on as usual. Grindelwald still played with his pendant, which rarely left his hand. I was invited by Dumbledore to observe Potter's Soul. 5. But he wouldn't just admit it. He could only quibble with a dead duck mouth. Nude or something, I don't care at all. Alvin complained. He already felt the malice coming from the screen. Grindelwald's face froze, and he was hit again. Originally, he was in a good mood recently, and he reached a consensus with Dumbledore, and the two were considered to have entered the honeymoon period. Single G. I think you're here to trouble Newt Scamander? But in just a few days, Newt appeared directly in their two-person world. 2 days later, the interior of the school was completely refurbished. The house elves carefully cleaned the castle, and every corner was clean. The tidy floor shook people dizzy, and the little wizards were afraid of slipping when they walked. A welcome ribbon was also hung on the gate, which looked very festive. At this time, all the students and professors were sitting in the auditorium with nervousness and excitement on their faces. Dumbledore told everyone about Grindelwald's upcoming arrival yesterday. At first, many young wizards thought he was joking. After all, it was normal for their headmaster to get nervous from time to time, and they were used to it. But seeing the serious expressions on the professors' seats, they gradually realized that something was wrong. The laughter on his face gradually turned into panic. The Dark Lord is coming to Hogwarts? In the most arrogant period of the mysterious man, he did not achieve achievements. Did Grindelwald achieve it so quickly? Voldemort. MMP, can you please leave me alone? Seeing everyone's worries, Dumbledore also comforted them intimately. Green 13 Devore, as the principal of Durmstrang, led some students to exchange for a week. He assured everyone that Grindelwald would never shoot at anyone. Only now did the little wizards gradually feel at ease. And more, the rest is excitement. The Dark Lord, they haven't seen a live one yet. In fact, what many people don't know is that as long as they are in the same class as Alvin and Harry, or even bigger students, have seen the Dark Lord, but he was possessed by Quirrell. And the twins are even more powerful, directly using snowballs to slap Voldemort's face, achieving an unprecedented achievement. Out of tune with these excited crowds was Umbridge, who was sitting on the high platform with a very exaggerated expression. Dumbledore, you let a Dark Lord enter England and enter Hogwarts with such a swagger? If something happens, are you responsible? At first, it was moral kidnapping, as if Dumbledore was a sinner through the ages. And Lao Deng didn't panic at all. Sorry, I can only guarantee the safety of everyone in the school. If Fudge does not want Grindelwald to come to England, a letter of reprimand can be sent to him in the name of the Ministry of Magic. Umbridge's face froze and he was speechless. How can Fudge have this ability, condemning Grindelwald? Does this feel like you've lived too long? As the saying goes, the horizontal is afraid of being dumb, and the dumb is afraid of dying. In the eyes of these high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic, Grindelwald is a horrified, dumbfounded existence, and no one can kill him. Naturally, he was in awe of him. And why did Fudge push Dumbledore so much? The reason is that the old Deng Tai abides by the rules. A gentleman can deceive him. Dumbledore has never done anything unruly in all these years. And Fudge knows that the fight between the two will only be carried out within the rules, so he will be so unscrupulous. As soon as lunchtime was over, Dumbledore estimated that Grindelwald was about to come and led the students to line up and prepare to meet him. This is not a courtesy to Grindelwald, but to the title of Principal Durmstrang. After all, he had the same treatment last time he went to Durmstrang, and he needed to do it out of courtesy. Alvin looked at the palatial auditorium and always felt that something was missing. Suddenly, he looked directly behind the empty auditorium, and his eyes lit up. With a flick of a finger, a banner was hung in the most conspicuous place. "Welcome the Dark Lord to guide Hogwarts." The professors followed his movements, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Flitwick looked at his proud disciple in tears, not knowing what to say. If you say there is something wrong with this banner, you can't say what the problem is. But it's weird. Snape was expressionless and didn't care about everything in the outside world. This time Grindelwald promised him to send Lily back, and now he only had Lily in his heart. Dumbledore naturally saw it, but he also smiled and did not express any opinion.
Click, click.
The oak doors of the auditorium slowly opened. Grindelwald with neat short white hair walked in with Vita Rogier, followed by a dozen senior Durmstrang students. The so-called communication is just a pretext to let others know that he is not an excuse to make trouble. So the number of people who came this time was far less than last year's Triwizard Tournament. Grindelwald took the lead, and the little wizards and even many professors set their sights on him. With a rebellious face and a strong aura, people like him will be the intersection of the crowd wherever they go. Without seeing other people, even Alvin was temporarily ignored by Grindelwald. He walked straight to the staff seat. Dumbledore applauded lightly, and the others followed suit, but they were a little weird in their hearts. The world is so crazy. The Dark Lord has become their welcome object. Go away. Indifferent words came from Grindelwald's mouth, and he looked at Umbridge, who was sitting next to Dumbledore, with cold eyes. Since the last time Fudge had secured Umbridge's rights, she had been given the title of Vice-Chancellor through the Ministry of Magic. Therefore, she and McGonagall sat on the left and right sides of Dumbledore 307. Seeing that Grindelwald was so rude, Umbridge was furious, but the vague murderous aura made her quickly regain her senses. Not angry, not angry. Grindelwald is already an old man, and giving up his seat to the old man is what I should do. In self-hypnosis, Umbridge left his seat with a stern face. And Grindelwald, who successfully sat next to Dumbledore, had a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. "Mr. Scamander, we haven't seen each other in 50 years, haven't we? 35. Grindelwald. Newt's face immediately became tense. He didn't care either, and the smile on his face was even stronger. "Albus, you can't talk nonsense. I just sat down and said hello to Mr. Scamander." Newt clearly remembered that this was the one his sniff had stolen for him in Paris 70 years ago. "You scared him." Dumbledore made a sound to help Newt out of the siege, and at the same time glanced at Grindelwald dissatisfiedly. "Marriage certificate." While speaking, the silver pendant in his hand inadvertently leaked out. "If this is all intimidation, I'll just be dumb in the future." Dumbledore and Newt's expressions changed slightly at the same time. Even after so many years, the impression this man left on him was still so deep, his whole body was trembling. Dumbledore was also confused. Once upon a time, this pendant has always been a symbol of two people having a common ideal. Unfortunately, after all, it was Grindelwald who went too far, and some things he couldn't bear. The two also parted ways. The blood oath was also quietly broken in the confrontation of killing and protection. Trying to hold back the waves in his heart, Dumbledore greeted the students to leave the auditorium. "After the welcome ceremony is over, there is no need to stay here." The professors also left their seats to prepare for the afternoon class. Dumbledore took Grindelwald, Snape, and Newt to the office. At this time, Grindelwald, who had been focusing on Newt and Dumbledore, noticed the banner behind him and raised his eyebrows. "You did this." Dumbledore shook his head. "A student did it. As for who, you still don't need to know. He is also protecting Alvin. After all, Grindelwald is moody, and it is a troublesome thing for the two to conflict together. Dumbledore admits that Alvin is very strong, but in his evaluation, it is still a lot weaker than Grindelwald." After a little thought, Grindelwald knew who it was, smiled dumbly, and did not continue the topic. He can't afford this one. After several people came to the office, Dumbledore first introduced Snape to Grindelwald. "This is the head of Slytherin House, Professor Severus Snape. Also a potions master. I arranged for a double agent by Voldemort's side." Dumbledore did not shy away. He said it directly, and added a sentence. "He's the man I trust the most." Then, Dumbledore found that Grindelwald's expression became very weird, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. "What's wrong with you?" "No, it's nothing. I just remembered the spy you planted beside me back then, and actually called you the Great Dumbledore." With a stiff answer, Grindelwald's heart was turned upside down with laughter. "You have today, too." From a height, watching Dumbledore struggling to move forward in the fog, he couldn't tell the difference between the enemy and the enemy. Grindelwald was both worried, but more joyful. This kind of complicated emotions can only be produced by the weird relationship between the two. Dumbledore, who didn't know what was wrong with his old friend, also shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Newt was a little uneasy on the side. It was the first time he was so peaceful with Grindelwald. This man almost killed him several times. "Scamander, when I wrote you a letter inviting you to serve at Durmstrang, why didn't you reply, but instead came to Dumbledore?" Looking at his nemesis, Grindelwald said something that surprised everyone. Dumbledore looked at Newt in amazement. He didn't know about it yet. And Newt smiled bitterly. He did receive a letter from Durmstrang, but how dare he go? "I had already accepted Dumbledore's invitation at the time, so I'm sorry, Mr. Grindelwald. Next time I have a chance." The words are very euphemistic, but the meaning of rejection is also obvious. Grindelwald stopped asking questions, and seeing Newt so embarrassed made him feel much better. Anyway, his invitation was purely disgusting. It would be fun if Newt did go. He won't kill him when that happens, and it would be nice to teach Durmstrang students how to cook magical creatures more deliciously. And Dumbledore has nothing to do. After so many years, I didn't expect that Grindelwald still held such vengeance. Hurry up to start today's topic. Dumbledore will not give Grindelwald a chance to continue attacking. Gellert, you know the most about Horcruxes. According to your inference, how many Horcruxes can one person make at most? This is also the most troublesome thing for Dumbledore right now, although Alvin has destroyed a lot of Horcruxes. But how many Horcruxes Voldemort made is still an unsolved mystery. Without destroying the Horcrux, even if he killed Voldemort 10 times, the other party would come back. Grindelwald thought for a moment, then slowly said his answer. 10, you can say 9 because the main soul itself can be regarded as a Horcrux. Everyone's soul-carrying capacity is limited. Once Voldemort's Horcrux exceeds this number, his soul will collapse directly. At least from what I know, the more Horcruxes, the more unstable the wizard's mind will be, and the average person may even go mad if they make one. This junior is amazing. At the end, he couldn't help touching his hands in admiration. Although he disliked Voldemort's methods, Grindelwald also admired his talent in black magic. Dumbledore rubbed his elder wand, savoring Grindelwald's reasoning. The two of them didn't say a word, and Newt was even more confused. He didn't even know what a Horcrux was. What if it crashes? Then he will be a walking dead, immortal, but more painful than death. 35. Imagine what kind of experience it is to have a confused soul trapped in this world, wandering aimlessly. This time, even Snape was not calm and shuddered at the thought of that scene. Dumbledore frowned, and he was silently counting the number of Horcruxes remaining. After he returned from chasing Voldemort, Alvin had told him that 4 Horcruxes had been destroyed. plus the gold cup stolen by Bellatrix, as well as Harry and Snape's report. Obviously, there are 10, indicating that some of them must be fake. Headache. Dumbledore only felt a terrible headache. How do you feel that Tom has become smarter, and he is still fascinated? By the way, there is one more thing that I need to remind you of. As if thinking of something, Grindelwald's face became a little dignified, which made Dumbledore's heart lift. Today's bad news is enough. His heart, which has been beating for more than 100 years, can no longer support it. I recently flipped through ancient books and found a very important clue. Good job. Slowly raising a finger, Grindelwald said seriously. And Voldemort, who has so many Horcruxes, the power of his magic. I also have to admit that when it comes to black magic alone, it should be the #1 in ancient and modern times. Back then, he was the #1 Dark Lord in the world. Even he admits that his black magic is not as good as Voldemort. How strong is this? Tired. Destroy it. This world is hopeless. Dumbledore's face is very ugly. What character is Grindelwald? But also because of this, the darkness in the hearts of wizards with Horcruxes will be infinitely magnified, so the power of their black magic will become very strong. Sorcerers who have made Horcruxes, although they will become insane due to lack of souls, are extremely cruel. Collapsing on the soft sofa, Dumbledore had given up treatment. I strengthened Voldemort a little bit and also attached some personal understanding. If you have different opinions, you can put them in the comment area. Inside the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. At this time, Snape and Newt had left, leaving Dumbledore and Hogwarts alone. Before leaving, Newt glanced at Dumbledore worriedly. Is it really appropriate for these two to be alone in a room? Staring at the tea in the cup, a deep exhaustion flooded Dumbledore's heart. Voldemort's madness far exceeded his expectations, and several unresolved Horcruxes were hidden in the dark. When will I be able to retire as a poor old man? Also, how to deal with that piece of soul in Harry. He still has the slightest clue. Let me kill him, and I can guarantee that my Avidasa life charm will kill 2 corpses. Knowing Dumbledore's worries, Grindelwald did not hesitate to give his own solution strategy. Simple, crude, but very effective. Without any hesitation, Dumbledore refused directly. Impossible. I will not sacrifice a child's life to achieve my goals. Grindelwald sneered, sneering in his heart. This is what Dumbledore said in his heart. Even if it wasn't Harry, an ordinary student, he would not choose this extreme approach. Of course, if it wasn't for Harry, his protection would not be as strong as 307. But I am different. For the greater interests, sacrificing the interests of individuals has long been commonplace. Dumbledore was a little uneasy, and he knew Grindelwald's style of doing things very well. To save himself the trouble, he might actually kill Harry once and for all. Gellert, this child is all hope. 35. In an instant, Grindelwald understood Dumbledore's intentions. Combining the information that Alvin had given him earlier and the prophecy, he quickly understood why Dumbledore did it. He wanted Harry to follow the instructions and kill Voldemort step by step. Just like many years ago. Grindelwald remembered that memory, and his face was a little unnatural. It used to be like this. Dumbledore guided Newt step by step to follow his footsteps around the world. For example, when he was flourishing in the Ministry of Magic of the Free Country, he was able to control the silence immediately. So, here comes this little b********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** in Paris, when he was giving a passionate speech and recruiting like-minded partners, he came again. For example, in Germany, in Bhutan. Now it seems that he was defeated by Dumbledore and was completely annoyed by Newt. Do you think he'd be as lucky as Newt? If it wasn't for me looking at you, he would have died 100 times. Grindelwald's yin and yang was strange, and when he recalled his experience back then, he actually had some feeling of being the same enemy as Voldemort. What a hell. Can't you be less prejudiced against Newt after all these years? 55. Dumbledore was also helpless. The two had not dealt with each other from the beginning, but they were both so old, and they should let it go. Impossible. Grindelwald interrupted him decisively. Unless he died, I might put a flower on his grave with a smile. At the most, I won't trouble him for your sake. 66. Dumbledore nodded silently. This may be the best result. Go back to Harry, I know, you must have something good to do. Looking at Dumbledore, Grindelwald showed a playful smile. There's a way, and there is an 80% chance that I can let Potter survive. But are you willing? Hearing him say that, Dumbledore laughed too. At his age, he has taken everything lightly, and Grindelwald really underestimated him by saying so. Grindelwald's eyes slowly moved down, and he placed his wand on the table. What if it was it? Let Potter be the master of the wand, and deliver this wand to Voldemort. Finally, using the Elder Wand's properties, let Voldemort cast the killing curse on him. Bah. After slowly saying this method, Grindelwald stopped talking, leaving Dumbledore time to think. To be honest, when Grindelwald heard Alvin's idea at first, he was a little surprised. Not only is it completely doable, it also subtly weakens Dumbledore. A standard behind-the-scenes operation. Is it just that Dumbledore will really execute as he envisions? Will do. In his heart, Grindelwald has already given his answer. In essence, he and Dumbledore are a kind of people who will calmly analyze the gains and losses and make trade-offs. It's just that Dumbledore cares more about the people around him. As for these foreign objects, he never cared. Sure enough, after careful consideration of the feasibility, Dumbledore decisively accepted the plan. The Elder Wand is a powerful wand, but Dumbledore never thought he would become weak without it. It is always the man, not the magic wand, that is powerful. A week has passed in a flash, and time has entered December. During this time, Grindelwald drank tea and visited Hogwarts leisurely. Spend an hour or two in the principal's office every day under the pretext of communicating magic. Of course, his main pleasure was going to Newt's troubles. Whenever I have time, I will go to Newt's class, standing silently and not speaking. But this also puts a lot of pressure on the students and Newt, who can concentrate on their studies under the watchful eye of a Dark Lord. At this time, Dumbledore would show up helplessly and pull him away. In fact, thanks to Grindelwald, Umbridge ran back to the Ministry the day he arrived. If Grindelwald did not leave, she would not come back. The students were also able to live a relaxing few days. Durmstrang's team is now entirely managed by Vader Rogier. The little wizards at Hogwarts were also surprised to find that these many familiar faces they had seen last year had become a little different. Everyone is a little taciturn, and their strength has also increased a lot. Even Cedric ended in a crushing defeat against Fabian. You know, last year, Cedric won. This has also frustrated many young wizards, who have fallen far behind wizards in other countries. And this year, because of Umbridge censorship, many courses that were judged to be dangerous were also not allowed. Basically, nothing is learned. They were not happy with Umbridge. They were not happy with the Ministry of Magic. Some people also have grudges against Dumbledore. On the last night, the next day Durmstrang was leaving Hogwarts. Alvin appeared in Grindelwald's living room. Next to Hagrid's hut, there is a very luxurious tent. This time Durmstrang still came to Hogwarts in the black ship of their school. But Grindelwald doesn't like to live on a boat, and it's very unsteady to be erratic. So a temporary residence was built here. Leaving England tomorrow, so Grindelwald spent a little more time with Dumbledore tonight. When returning to his tent, Grindelwald saw that Alvin had been quiet, sitting in the main seat. At this time, Alvin was leisurely forgetting to pour tea into the cup, completely unaware of the guests. It was as if he was the master and was preparing tea for the guests. To be honest, Grindelwald has been nauseated by the sight of black tea lately. Dumbledore became more obsessed with sweets as he got older. Every time he was there, Grindelwald ate as much sugar in one day as in a year in Nurmengard. Fortunately, Alvin is not too cold for sweets, and there are no sugar cubes in his tea. Aren't you afraid that Dumbledore will find you out here today? Sitting across from Alvin, Grindelwald asked softly. This is not a good time for them to meet. After all, this is Dumbledore's territory, in case it is discovered. He could already imagine the anger of his old friend. Alvin, on the other hand, did not lift his head and looked at the magic net register on his own. Rest assured, Mr. Grindelwald, Principal Dumbledore still respects the students very much, and he never wants to spy on other people's privacy. It's you. Aren't you feeling a little too comfortable these days? Hearing Alvin say this, the Dark Lord's face was also a little unnatural. Recently, he has indeed been immersed in the gentle township, obviously forgetting that his big boss is still watching here. Feeling a little embarrassed, Grindel changed the topic without a trace. What are you looking at? So fascinated. Alvin finally raised his head. Don't you like reading newspapers too much? Newspaper. Grindelwald was at a loss. He seldom read the news, and if there was any important information, Vita Rogier would report it in time. He suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, picked up his magic net login device, and opened the Daily Prophet. With just one glance, the murderous aura in him unconsciously oozes out. The Conspiracy to Rule England, Dumbledore's intimate meeting with Grindelwald. Under the title, there is also a photo of Grindelwald whispering beside Dumbledore. If I don't know the identities of the two, I really think they are two old men who have a good relationship. The writing of the article is very sharp, constantly questioning the relationship between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. And it was also revealed that the two had a close relationship and had an unknown past in Godric's Hollow. Once during the First Wizarding War, Dumbledore took into account the friendship between the two and did not take action at the first time, which dragged on for more than 10 years. Now that Grindelwald is out, is it possible that the two of them have rekindled their old love and are ready to join hands to rule the magic world? After reading the entire report, Grindelwald's face completely darkened. Today's people are really bold. Even he dares to arrange it. I have never experienced the majesty of the Dark Lord. Looking at the author's name, Rita Skeeter, Grindelwald's murderous aura became more and more intense. But Alvin's words made him miserable. Well, this article was written by me. I just see that you have been doing well recently, and I just want to cause you some trouble. Grindelwald's eyes twitched. It was only then that he realized that, besides Newt, there was someone else who could make him hate him so much. This partner is really talented. Alvin's expression has become extremely indifferent, and the bone-chilling chill directly presses Grindelwald's killing intent back into his body. Maybe you don't know yet, the saints under your command are not very honest recently. Grindelwald frowned immediately and said in a deep voice, "What's going on? I haven't paid attention to things over there recently." He knew that this matter was probably the real purpose of Alvin's visit. 2 days ago, there was a conflict between your saint and my subordinates, and several members of the pure blood family injured my subordinates. Just because they are werewolves. Grindelwald's heart sank slowly. His own people got into trouble, and finally, it was counted on his head. 4 flowers, a 0. In the wizarding world, in fact, the status of the werewolf wizard has always been very low, which was the case when he was in power. Not to mention wounded, there are also many werewolf wizards killed by his saints. The problem is, these people are Alvin's men. To hurt these people is to slap him in the face. For a strong man like them, this is no small matter. Alvin put away the magic net register and got up slowly. The world is so ridiculous. A group of people are drawing boundaries in all kinds of ways, trying to be better than others. But they forgot that they are also a member of all living beings. Mr. Grindelwald, I have helped you deal with those who can't see reality clearly. I hope they will not affect the trust between you and me. 0. Although the tone was calm, it contained infinite murderous intent. Grindelwald knew that this was Alvin's exhortation and warning. This is to put him in his place. Grindelwald felt a little uncomfortable, and even Dumbledore didn't speak to him in this tone. This feeling is really irritating, but he couldn't help it. Alvin told the face that it was the two of them working together, but he still knew the primary and secondary relationship in his heart. I see. I'll take care of them when I go back. 39. Grindelwald is ready to go back to discipline his subordinates and stop causing trouble for himself. In fact, he is not a supporter of pure blood theory, as long as wizards are compatriots in his eyes. At the beginning, his slogan was to defeat the Muggle world and let them serve wizards. Okay, that's all. You won't be here in England for the time being, and Voldemort of the province is too scared to come forward. Alvin walked out of the tent. He didn't want too many variables because of Grindelwald's existence. In the tent, only Grindelwald was left alone. After a long time, he sighed softly. I really don't know how there is such a monster in the world. Is the strength so strong? The words fell. Except for the chair, he was sitting in the entire tent. All the other items were turned into dust with the cold wind blowing in from outside. The next morning, Grindelwald left after his last breakfast at Hogwarts. When he left, his face was a little gloomy. Durmstrang's people followed behind him in horror. Vita Rogier finally gave Alvin an apologetic look. She already knew what happened, and she didn't expect this kind of thing. And after they left, some Hogwarts students were still reluctant to part. It's not that I was bewitched by Grindelwald. I couldn't bear him. But it was because the person who hated the most in the whole school was coming back after Gita left. Sure enough, in the next 2 days, Umbridge returned to school again and brought Fudge's latest policy. Education Decree Number 25. Senior investigators have the right to punish and expel any professors and students in the school. According to information from Lockhart, Fudge was apparently taken aback by Rita Skeeter's report. He felt that he could lose his position as Minister of Magic at any moment. Therefore, Fudge is eager to dismantle Dumbledore's authority. After returning to school, Umbridge's movements were much bigger, and even Hermione's D.A. was affected. At one rally, they were almost caught in a screaming shack. If it wasn't for the vigilance spell set in advance by Chio, several people would have been fired by now. Needless to say, there must be an inner ghost to inform. The time of their activities is not fixed each time, only 1 hour before the participation will know. The Little Witch found Alvin and asked him for help, and Alvin taught Hermione a contract magic directly. Have everyone sign it, and if someone wants to betray you, his name will change color. If you want, you can also add a curse to it, so that the betrayal will be punished. However, the power of this curse will not be too strong. At most it is the Slug Curse, and the level of the Bat Spirit Curse. 35. In the library, after Alvin introduced the contract magic to Hermione, she immediately accepted the suggestion. But she has one more thing to discuss with Alvin. I want to change the class location to the room of requirement. There's not enough space in the Scream Shed. Now that Hermione's D.A. has nearly 80 people, a screaming shack has no place for them to cast their spells. Only a place with huge space and supporting facilities like the room of requirement can meet their needs. In fact, Alvin's suitcase can also do it, but these little wizards must not be allowed in there. No problem, after letting them sign the contract, they can take it there. After reading a book with Hermione for a while, the two went to the auditorium for dinner. It's not too long before Christmas, and this holiday Alvin is going to the free country to see Cassandra. The two hadn't seen each other for half a year, and Sister Cosmouth was pouting in the air during the recent call. If he doesn't go to comfort him again, then he will be able to bear it. In addition, he is also very interested in the clock in the Free State Ministry of Magic. That clock is not used to tell the time, but to measure the level of exposure to the wizarding world. When Grindelwald and Silently fought in New York, this watch raised the exposure level to the dangerous level, which is very magical. Harry was lying on the bed tired. He had just finished his Quidditch training in Gryffindor. After Wood left, Angelina Johnson became the new captain. Like Wood, Angelina is a training freak. Even though there are no games before Christmas, she asks her players to take part in weekly in-team training to keep the feeling of flying. Ron next to him became the goalkeeper of Gryffindor this year and was already tired and sound asleep. With his rhythmic snoring, Harry gradually fell asleep. In the dream, Harry saw himself holding a firebolt in one hand and the Quidditch trophy in the other. The Gryffindor students were cheering for him, and Ginny hugged him enthusiastically. The dream softened. Harry felt his bones being pulled away from him, becoming strong and flexible. He glided on his belly on the shiny, cold floor, and through the flash of the floor, he saw what he looked like now. It was a Brazilian python the size of a bucket. He opened his mouth subconsciously, revealing a mouth of sharp fangs. The saliva dripped on the floor, corroding large swathes of masonry. Harry knew the body and saw this Brazilian python when the Dursleys took him to the zoo. At that time, he also had a conversation with the snake, who complained to him that although he was a Brazilian python, he had never been there. He turned his head, and at a glance, there was a person sitting on the ground at the end of the corridor, with his head lowered, and the tip of his wand was flashing with fluorescent light. Harry longed to take a bite of the man, but he had to refrain from the thought, because there was more to do. But the man woke up, jumped up, and pointed his wand at him. Finally, Harry couldn't hold back the urge to bite and attacked the man. Relying on the advantage of his body, he quickly bit the wizard, feeling the rib shatter between his teeth, and the hot venom poured into the man's body. The upper bar on the forehead hurts terribly, as if it's about to split. Harry, 35. He opened his eyes, covered in cold sweat, and hugged the quilt tightly. On the contrary, his forehead was burning hot.
Harry,
99. Ron was terrified, and just now Harry hissed, like a cold viper. Ron. Harry gasped heavily and propped himself up from the bed. Your dad, he panted. Your dad has an accident. What? Ron didn't understand. Your father was bitten by a snake. I saw it. It was very serious. There was blood everywhere. Ron didn't realize the seriousness. He was still persuading Harry. Man, you're just dreaming. No, said Harry furiously. This is no ordinary dream. I saw it. I did it. After speaking, he struggled to leave the bed, took a coat, and walked out. Ron, you come with me to find Professor Dumbledore. Ron was a little flustered to see Harry so serious. The two hurriedly left the dormitory under the worried eyes of Seamus and Neville and went to the principal's office on the 8th floor. In the last week before Christmas, Harry and the Weasleys were all absent from the school. With his warning, although Arthur Weasley was seriously injured, he was treated in time. The students in the school don't know what happened, just wonder why they disappeared. Alvin also learned the news, not surprising. Voldemort is getting more and more impatient now, and the resurrection has not done anything for so long. Not to mention that his subordinates' hearts were fluctuating, and even he himself felt that he had picked the wrong time. Why is Fudge in such a stable position now? It's not because the magic world is calm now. The biggest threat is Grindelwald. As for Voldemort, not even a shadow. After learning that his Horcrux had been destroyed so much, every remaining Horcrux was treated like a treasure. This time, he sent his Horcrux python to the Department of Mysteries to steal something, which was also a risky move. It's a pity that it still fell short of 13. Arthur Weasley spotted his movements and was close to infiltrating the Department of Mysteries. For this reason, Voldemort was furious once again. Master, please calm down. This time it's just bad luck. Next time you will be successful. Snape stood obediently beside him, comforting in a low voice. Voldemort waved his hand, indicating that he was okay. Severus, you don't have to worry about things here. I have my plan. You can just keep an eye on Dumbledore. A while ago, Snape suddenly returned from Hogwarts and brought him a copy of Peter the Poet's Tales in the middle of the night. If it weren't for Snape's special place in his heart, it is estimated that Voldemort would have tortured him with a Cruciatus. Is he the kind of person who can read fairy tales? And Snape also explained the reason, proving that the 3 Hallows of Death really exist. Grindelwald was holding the Elder Wand and swept the entire continent. And when Dumbledore defeated him, he abandoned his original wand and took the Elder Wand as his own. This is enough to prove the legend of this wand. If it wasn't really that powerful, Dumbledore wouldn't have done it at all. After learning all this, Voldemort was also moved. Of course, there is also a hint of heartache. After reading the whole story, he already knew that the gem on the Gaunt ancestral ring was the Resurrection Stone. Now it's in Dumbledore's hands. Of course, in his worldview, it was Dumbledore who destroyed so many of his Horcruxes, and he didn't even know it was Alvin. Since then, Voldemort has had a crush on the Elder Wand, if he gets the Elder Wand. Not only can kill Harry, even Dumbledore is not his opponent. Although Voldemort is also very satisfied with his wand now. But since it is the same material as Harry's wand, and both are feathers from the same phoenix, neither of them can hurt each other. He didn't want to use the hands of others to get rid of this old enemy. But here comes the problem, not to mention how close the relationship between wands and wizards is. Not a part of the body, but sometimes more important than the body. How to get the Elder Wand from Dumbledore's hands became the biggest difficulty. Can't let him rush into Hogwarts and disarm old Deng as soon as he fires your weapon? If he could do that, what Elder Wand would he use? That's when Barty Crouch Jr. made a brilliant suggestion. Taking advantage of the conflict between the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore at this time, just create a conflict and let Dumbledore's wand leave his side briefly. And that's when Snape could steal the Elder Wand. Barty, how are you doing with the infiltration of the Ministry of Magic? Little Barty walked a few steps to Voldemort's side. Master, there are already 2 Aurors under our control. Fudge's dissatisfaction with Dumbledore was growing day by day, and it wouldn't be long before they had a head-to-head confrontation. Point 39. Humph. Voldemort snorted coldly. Can you make sure that the Imperious curse on these 2 won't be broken free? Little Barty's cold sweat stayed. Apparently, his master was expressing his dissatisfaction. After all, it was his Imperious curse that had gone wrong before, making old Barty Crouch run away. You can rest assured that these 2 are descendants of pure-blood families, and I did not control them with the Imperious curse. 35. Although they are not Death Eaters, they have long complained about Dumbledore. 99. Lucius Malfoy only used words to confuse them a few times, and they took the bait. Oh! Voldemort was a little surprised. He didn't expect Malfoy in it. Glancing at him admiringly, Voldemort praised, "Well done, Lucius." Lucius Malfoy bowed his head. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, but his mouth was very respectful. "It is my honor to be able to serve the Master." 5. He sneered in his heart, and even the Dark Lord, he still didn't know that he had been played with applause by others. At Hogwarts, Alvin smiled when he received the news from Snape. With everything under control, Dumbledore and Voldemort obediently went to his 307th platoon script. This is the effect he wants. Even the Dark Lord must follow his prescribed route. For all beings in the wizarding world, Alvin is destiny. Flicking his fingers at will, everything will act according to his ideas. This feeling of manipulating everything is really fascinating. Alvin, it's your turn. Luna looked at her smirking boyfriend and gave him a slight push. The 2 were playing a kind of beast-fighting chess game, and the various pieces on the chessboard were composed of various magical animals. According to the mutual growth and mutual restraint between the magical animals, defeating all the opponent's pieces is considered a victory. Touching his nose, he still chose to admit defeat. On the way to Newt's classroom, Alvin complained silently in his heart. It was really unbearable. He and Luna basically lost 9 out of 10 chess games. It's better to control fate or something. At least he can't get past Luna. The chicken system, let alone a sense of existence, does not even have a wizard chess skill, which makes him lose his majesty as a boyfriend. Luna, I'm going to class first, and I'll play with you next time. At this time, there was only 1 fire dragon left on Alvin's chessboard, and 2 more sniffers. After saying this, Alvin ran out of the common room in a daze. Inside Newt's suitcase, Alvin quietly walked in and stood at the back of the crowd. Newt saw him and smiled friendly. After getting along for a while, he has a very good impression of Alvin. In fact, Newt's judgment method is also very simple. Whoever gets the likes of magical animals is a good person. And in this regard, who can compare to Alvin, who owns 3 incomparably rare and magical creatures? Clapping his hands, Newt drew the students' attention to him. Children, today is your last class on the protection of magical creatures this semester. I wish you a Merry Christmas in advance. The little wizards applauded, and after getting along for a few months, they already liked the professor very much. Compared with the first 2 very unreliable teachers, Newt is much better. Hagrid and Keitelborn also have a lot of love for magical beasts, but they often have no sense of proportion. The introductions are not very dangerous magical animals or some strange creatures that are only cute in their eyes, such as fried tail snails, fire crabs, or flober caterpillars. And what about Newt? He selectively found normal magical creatures, taking into account what the students would accept. These little animals are very cute, or, in other words, their appearance is not bad. Today, Newt's task for everyone is to groom the air-winged birds and clean their bodies. Aeroplanes are amazing birds that can absorb air into their bodies and turn themselves into a balloon. When enough air is inhaled, they will discharge all the gas onto their wings, making them huge. This kind of bird is very docile. When the little wizards cleaned their feathers, not only did they not resist, but they also showed an expression of enjoyment. Before half the class, everyone completed their task. Newt was also a little worried when he saw this. He suddenly found that he was also a little unprepared today. What about the remaining half of the class? At this moment, Alvin suddenly spoke, and he pointed to a piece of white cloth not far away. "Professor, you have never taken us there. Are there any dangerous magical animals?" Alvin had actually been interested there for a long time, and he felt it the first time he entered Newt's suitcase. There is a very powerful magic behind that piece of white cloth, which is only weaker than Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Even Nicole LeMay is much weaker than it. But it is such a magic power, but it reveals a silent silence. Now that there is a chance to find out, Alvin will naturally not let it go. Newt was stunned for a moment, not expecting him to ask this question. He hesitated for a long time without saying anything. When the other little wizards saw this, they also became interested and moved to Newt's side, looking at him with eager eyes. In the end, Newt was defeated, and he said helplessly, "Okay, I will show you, but everyone has to promise me to stay away from him." The crowd cheered and stood upright behind Newt. The piece of white cloth was lifted, and it was another space. In a world of ice and snow, there are no creatures living here. At the center, in an irregularly twisting bubble, a group of black unknown substances floated up and down. When Alvin saw it, his pupils shrank. "This is Newt," and the little wizard stopped when they were 50 meters away from the bubble. He also looked at the bubble with some complexity. This is a very special kind of magical creature, and the conditions for its formation are very harsh. Honestly, if I could, I'd rather the world never had this creature. This is silence. Most of the students were taken aback. They had never heard of this magical creature. And a few people, frowning slightly, carefully searched the memory in their minds, and after a while, one of them's face changed greatly. Silently, is there really silence in the world? While speaking, he involuntarily took 2 steps back. Newt sighed again. Yes, this is silence. 35. Wizards experience extreme distress when they are physically or psychologically abused in childhood and forced to suppress their magic. 35. And when this pain is combined with the suppressed magic in the body, it will produce a very dark magic power, which is called silent. The little wizards took a breath. They didn't expect the formation conditions of this magical creature to be so harsh.
But what shocked them was still behind.
Newt continued. The hosts of silent parasitism are called silent ones after their emotions reach a critical point or collapse. The catastrophe happened, and it will silently take over the host's body, releasing waves of powerful magic, destroying everything. Even when the host is strong enough, the two will merge, and even the body will become silent. 99. When I was in New York, a silent man fought with Grindelwald, almost destroying half of New York. 35. Hiss. This time everyone was completely frightened and quickly retreated to the white cloth, ready to run out at any time. And Alvin was standing motionless behind Newt, his eyes fixed on silent, flashing strange luster from time to time. Seeing them like this, Newt also smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, all those who silently leave the host will lose their ability to move. 39. As you can see, this is a Mo Gujao, Moran spear that is detached from the host. 5. As long as they don't enter the wizard's body, they'll stay here forever. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, and the fear in their hearts also dissipated a lot. But they didn't dare to approach. What if they silently burrowed into their bodies? Professor, as far as I know, Momran usually disappears with the host. How did you get this Momran? Alvin asked softly. Newt glanced at Alvin in surprise, but he didn't expect that he knew something about silently. This silently was separated from the body of an old friend of mine. I once tried to save him, but unfortunately failed. He should be the most powerful silent person in the world so far, and the average silent person will die before they are 10 years old. And he lived nearly 10 more years, a miracle in the magical world. After coming out of Newt's suitcase, the little wizards were still discussing silently. They never thought there were such evil creatures in the world. Especially some young wizards born in Muggle families are even more afraid. From Newt's mouth, they learned that the common silent ones appeared after those Muggle families who didn't believe in magic. These little wizards are very fortunate that their family is still enlightened, and they have never looked at them in a strange way because they know magic. Otherwise, maybe it will really become a silent person. And since Alvin came out, he has been thinking about the silent things. The friend in Newt's mouth should be Gladence. Or Aurelius Dumbledore, son of Aberforth Dumbledore. He didn't expect that after Gladen's death, Newt actually kept the silence in his body. It was a very powerful force, and Gladence was about 18 when he died. And this silent magic has surpassed the average professor. If you add the gift of Gladence himself as a descendant of the Dumbledore family, no wonder when 307 was able to compete with Grindelwald and Dumbledore at the beginning. At that time, Grindelwald tried his best to subdue him, just in the name of wanting him to kill Dumbledore. Naturally, Alvin was interested in silent. If every wizard can cultivate a controlled silence that grows with them, then the combat power of all wizards is more than doubled. Of course, this is only an idea of Alvin, and the specific operation is still very difficult. If nothing else, creatures born under such extreme emotions are difficult to be produced regularly. Shaking his head, Alvin threw his wild ideas out of his head. He's on vacation tomorrow, he still has a lot to deal with, and then rushes to the United States. On the 24th, Hogwarts entered the holiday season. Alvin sent Hermione's people home first, and then went back to Knockturn Alley to visit Fleur. The two hadn't seen each other for a while, so naturally they were lingering. If it wasn't for Alvin who had to go to the free country, he probably wouldn't be able to land today. Finally, under the reluctant eyes of fun.Spending, Alvin embarked on the plane to the free country. In fact, he has a faster way to go to the free country. But since the last time he lost his way to Grindelwald, Alvin didn't really like long-distance apparition. If nothing else, he's a real muggle if he's lost his way across the ocean. Besides, isn't it good to choose a first-class cabin and have a good night's sleep to replenish your energy? In the evening, the plane landed on time at the airport of the City of Angels. Rejecting the notes handed over by several flight attendants, Alvin walked out of the airport with a flow of people. As soon as he got outside, he saw Cassandra, who stood out in the crowd. Delicate face and noble temperament make a group of men who want to approach and chat away. When Cassandra saw Alvin, she subconsciously showed her joy. But he seemed to have thought of something, and his face became pretty again. Alvin is also experienced in dealing with girls now, and he naturally knows that she is unhappy because he hasn't seen each other for so long. In Cassandra's exclamation, Alvin walked up to her with a smile and hugged her. A group of people looked at him enviously, and Alvin strode towards the parking lot. Although Cassandra was exclaiming, not only did she not resist after being picked up, she also subconsciously hugged Alvin's neck. So there will be no brainless people who think that Alvin started kidnapping in broad daylight. Put me down. Lying in Alvin's arms, Cassandra no longer had the arrogant look of a white swan just now. The voices became weak and flies. Don't let it go. You must be tired from standing after waiting so long. Cassandra hammered him in dismay. Bad guy, still so shameless. You're in the wrong direction, idiot. The butler is in another parking lot. Alvin stopped, smiling awkwardly. Finally, under the guidance of Cassandra, the two came to a Rolls-Royce. A well-dressed old housekeeper greeted him respectfully. Miss Uncle. Alvin also put Cassandra down at the right time, and the two entered the back row. The car was cast with a traceless extension spell, and the interior decoration was very luxurious. Alvin liked the combination of Muggle technology and wizarding magic. This fully shows that the two are not incompatible, but can have better development together. Along the way, Alvin took Cassandra's little hand and kept whispering. The housekeeper driving in front wisely added a soundproofing spell and raised the baffle. It means that you are free. I am blind and deaf. The car drove for nearly an hour, and came to a deserted mountainous area outside the city. There is no family around, and it looks gloomy in the dark night. When passing through a barrier that blocked muggles, a towering castle appeared in front of Alvin's eyes. "Waste, I didn't expect to be a little rich woman?" Cassandra pinched him angrily. If she didn't make fun of her, she would die. With Alvin's current status, what is a castle? After entering the gate of the castle, the car drove a short distance before arriving at the gate of the main hall. Some other members of the Wally family had already been waiting at the door, and as soon as they saw Alvin coming down, they were led by Cassandra's grandfather. "Mr. Gaunt, welcome to the humble house." The head of the Wally family, Cassandra's grandfather Gonzalez Wally, is very enthusiastic. Alvin is still a little uncomfortable. After all, he is now his grandson-in-law, and this title still makes him a little flattered. This book has also entered the late stage, and the young author hopes that his first book will have a good ending. "I also hope for your support. Thank you." When Alvin said he wanted to marry the Wally family, he was very pleasantly surprised. But Gonzalez didn't find it strange at all. He was originally a wizard obsessed with alchemy, and in the world of scholars, the best come first. In particular, a master figure like Alvin deserves his respect even more. It's simply a lot of work. The new January is here. Ask you for a monthly ticket. Not only does the granddaughter have a good home, but he also has an alchemy master's grandson-in-law who can ask questions. In order to welcome Alvin's arrival, the Wally family prepared a very high-profile dinner. The atmosphere was also very harmonious, and everyone was very satisfied with Alvin. Because the business of the login device was handed over to Cassandra, the whole family was devastated. The Free State can be said to own a state alone, and the Maple Leaf State and Mexico State can be regarded as his vassal states. And on such a vast land, there are by no means few wizards. According to official statistics, there are hundreds of thousands of wizards in the entire free country. You can imagine how big a market this is. During the dinner, Alvin also expressed his desire to visit the Ministry of Magic. Gonzalez agreed without hesitation. This kind of thing was nothing to him at all. The wizarding world of the Free Nations is the same as their Muggle world. Oh, here it should be called No Magi. Several powerful pureblood families control the direction of the entire magic world, as well as various resources in the wizarding world. Even the election of the Minister of Magic was the result of a compromise between these families. After all, there has never been a great wizard like Dumbledore here, and the collective power is far greater than the influence of force. And the Wally family is strong even among these giant families. "Mr. Gaunt, the Ministry of Magic will be on holiday tomorrow for Christmas, and in 2 days, I'll let Cassandra show you around. But tomorrow you can also visit Ilvermorny, the pride of our free nation." Having said that, Alvin is interested. Speaking of which, his relationship with Ilvermorny is not shallow. "Okay, then I'll go take a look tomorrow." After the dinner, Gonzalez dragged him and asked a lot of questions about alchemy before he let Alvin go. "I'm sorry, my grandfather is like this. When alchemy or potions is involved, he doesn't care about the occasion," Cassandra said apologetically. Having a good Christmas Eve, she was almost turned into an academic exchange by her grandfather. Alvin smiled indifferently. "It's okay, the old man is fine. By the way, where will I sleep tonight? Won't it be a room?" Cassandra blushed and took him to a very luxurious guest room. "You sleep here today, rest early, and Merry Christmas." After speaking, she left a slightly flustered back and disappeared in front of Alvin's eyes. In fact, Cassandra is still a little nervous. Some things she is not ready. But it made Alvin laugh and cry. He was just talking casually. I didn't expect Cassandra to take it seriously. Without thinking any further, Alvin was a little tired after tossing for a day. After taking a shower, I lay down on the bed and rested. The next day, when Alvin woke up, he saw a pile of gifts in the room. There are also a few owls that are already tired and lying down. It is estimated that these poor little guys flew all night before they crossed the other side of the ocean and came here. It is also very difficult. Speaking of which, the round-faced fat chickens in the wizarding world are really amazing, except for some very special places, such as the house with the protective spell. Or the sorcerer deliberately casts a spell to expel the owl. Otherwise, no matter where you are, you can receive letters or packages from them. After feeding a few round-faced chubby chickens with their own specially formulated pet medicine, they quickly recovered their vitality. And Alvin also started this year's gift opening session. He is always in high spirits at this time, although most of them are not valuables, but there is a thrill of opening the blind box. Sometimes there are small gifts that he likes very much. The first thing to open is Chio's gift, which is still her usual style. This year, it is a pair of wool socks that she made by herself.
Put
it away. Alvin thinks he's not Dumbledore's age yet. He's more resistant to frost. And then there's Hermione's Wade and another book. When he opened it, he was immediately covered with black lines. How prefects get rights. He had known this book a long time ago, and Percy kept it in his hands, reading it while eating. I really don't know who wrote this book, but it's so targeted. But even if the prefects of Hogwarts would buy them every year, they wouldn't be able to sell a few copies a year. Shaking his head and putting away the book, Alvin is not interested in how to be a good prefect. Next, he opened the gifts of several other little witches. Luna gave him the Quibbler Special, a magazine full of nonsense except the time and the author. 4 flowers a 0. Since Mrs. Lovegood's resurrection, Luna's father has become more and more free of himself, and the content in the magazine is very absurd. Astoria sent a cake, but across the continent, the cake has been deformed. Fleur's gift was given to him yesterday, a chic brooch that looks like a lot of money. After his own gifts were unpacked, Alvin went to see what other friends or professors gave. Snape was still the same, but he had sent another bottle of Flux, nothing new. Since the first grade, Snape's annual gift has been phlegm. This kind of potion Alvin has been able to refine by himself, but it takes too long. He really doesn't want to spend so much energy on it. Other people's gifts are similar, mostly some candy or cookies. 0. Only the gift of the Weasley twins makes Alvin a little interested. This is their new product, a magic firework. When the twins go out, they naturally do not take the usual path. After the fireworks are lit, they will chase people and run until they explode. If you are accidentally touched by a spark, there will be all kinds of strange effects. They sent Alvin this one that incorporated the idea of big dung. People who were hit by fireworks felt like they were hit by dung for a period of time, and they smelled bad. Very interesting gadget. Alvin remembered the Weasley fireworks in the past life when playing games. It is a very strong skill. But in the real world, the power may not be so great. More of a tricky nature. Putting away all the gifts, Alvin also walked out of the bedroom for breakfast. And just in time, Cassandra's door not far away also opened at the same time. As for why it's so coincidental, the Christmas present you gave me is not bad. It's for you. Don't dislike it. Alvin held back a smile and opened the gift box. Cassandra must have been lying on the cat's eye, watching the movements of Alvin's side. After that, he forced the box to Alvin's hands. Sure enough, once they understand Sundara, all their actions will become very cute. 10. Sundara looks pretty standard. He also wondered why he didn't see Sister Kaw's gift in the morning. It was waiting for him here. She pretended to be calm and walked to Alvin's side and handed over a very beautiful gift box. The Wally family's castle is very large, with many small function rooms. At this time, Alvin and Cassandra were enjoying breakfast in a restaurant. The maid carefully brought a thick cookbook to Alvin, and there are delicacies from various countries on it. As expected of the corrupt Chable forces, they will live better than Nicole LeMay. Just flipping through a few pages, Alvin actually found that there is still the existence of Oriental cuisine. Improvised, Alvin ordered a rice dumpling for breakfast. The real hammer, the author really did not save the manuscript. Soon, the maid brought the breakfast he ordered. Cassandra looked curiously at this kind of food she had never seen before and asked the maid to bring her a serving. I tried a small bite, and it was surprisingly good. I didn't expect you to know so much about Oriental cuisine. This 307 food called zongzi is delicious and sweet. Cassandra ate 2 in a row and narrowed her eyes happily. Alvin was a little unhappy. What are you talking about? The zongzi is of course salty and delicious, and the combination of bacon and glutinous rice is a must. Do people nowadays even know how to eat zongzi? No. Sweet is delicious. Salty is weird. Salty.
Sweet.
35. The two quarreled all morning because of the salty and sweet rice dumplings, and there was no result until they left the castle for Ilvermorny. Mount Greyrock. Located in the northwestern part of Massachusetts, it is the highest point in the state, with an altitude of more than 3,000 meters. The terrain here is narrow, and there are only two paths leading to the top of the mountain. Of course, this is only Muggle perception. In fact, there is also a road leading to the top of the mountain, and his end point is the world-famous Ilvermorny School of Magic. Ilvermorny, like Hogwarts, has been enchanted with so much magic that wizards cannot enter through apparition or other spatial means. So Alvin and Cassandra had breakfast and came to the nearest wizard gathering place through Floo Powder. Walking on the snow-covered path, Cassandra was giving Alvin a brief introduction to the school. Perhaps one of our founders was from England, and the school was divided into 4 colleges: Horned Serpent, Thunderbird, Cat Leopard, and Goblin Academy. 35. And I am a student of Thunderbird Academy. There is an unstoppable pride in the words. Alvin listened carefully, nodding in agreement from time to time. The worship of Thunderbirds in the Free Nation is very fanatical. Many young wizards are proud to have graduated from Thunderbird Academy, but he never knew that Cassandra was also a student of this academy. However, remembering her skillful Thundercloud spell last year, it was not unexpected. He could hear that Cassandra was very satisfied with her school. In everyone's heart, their own school is the best. Even Alvin is no exception. He also believes that Hogwarts is the best wizarding school in the world. But there was another question that had been lingering in his mind. Cassandra, how many students are there in Ilvermorny? Cassandra did a little calculation and gave a rough figure. I remember on average there were 800 people in each grade, so it was about 5,000 people. More than 5,000 people? I remember Ilvermorny's recruiting range was the whole of North America? 35. Alvin continued. In this way, the number of young wizards who meet the requirements every year is not a small number. 5. And what about the little wizards who didn't go to school? Cassandra smiled softly. She knew Alvin was in the wrong place. Actually, according to the statistics of the Witch Federation, Ministry of Magic, last year, there should be about 3,000 young wizards awakened throughout North America. 35. It's just that Ilvermorny has his own set of judgment criteria, and he will choose students by himself. Those who are not selected will be dealt with by the Ministry of Magic, and Ilvermorny in North America is the largest school of magic, not the only place to learn magic. Like my uncle's child, he did not receive an invitation letter from Ilvermorny and could only choose to ask a tutor at home for tutoring. And there are wizards who run cram schools, but they're too small to be called schools of magic. Alvin understood this. It seems that the Ministry of Magic of the Free State has long been correct. In fact, if you don't properly deal with those little wizards who haven't enrolled in school, there are likely to be silent ones among them. While chatting and laughing, the two came to the gate of the school. There are special guards guarding the entrance. As soon as he saw Cassandra coming, he just put the two in after a routine inquiry. After entering the gate, Alvin was a little stunned, because there is actually a small parking lot here, and there are many cars parked on it. But these cars are transformed magic props, like the one in the Cassandra family. At the end of the parking lot, there are 2 huge human statues. The 2 of them were the founders of the school, Aesop Sale and James Stewart. James Stewart is a no-magi, and it is also known that the only ordinary person involved in the establishment of a wizarding school. And his wife, Aesop Searle, is already Alvin's ancestor in terms of seniority. Slytherin's influence on the wizarding world is unmatched by the other founders of Hogwarts. Aesop Searle brought Slytherin's snakewood wand here and founded Ilvermorny with his Muggle husband. Therefore, the magic world of the Free Country, which was originally in the Wild Era, has also ushered in changes. Before she came here, the wizards here would only cast spells with clumsy instincts. Not only is the efficiency very low in 1.0, but there is no systematic spell. And Aesop Searle brought a lot of spells, potions, and transfiguration. The most important thing is that she brought the method of making the wand, which greatly reduced the difficulty of casting. Since then, more and more wizards have sent their descendants here. Ilvermorny has also grown from a log cabin to its current size. In terms of contributions to the wizarding world of the Free State, no one can compare to Aesop Searle and his wife. That's why Ilvermorny's principal, Fontana, was so enthusiastic when he heard Alvin's surname last year. It is purely that he is dipped in the light of his ancestors. After looking at his predecessor a little, Alvin said to Cassandra, let's go see that snake tree." Cassandra was not surprised. Alvin had told her yesterday that the purpose of coming to Ilvermorny was to see the tree. Although it was a little strange why Alvin was so interested in this tree, she didn't ask much. There were things Alvin wanted to say, and naturally, he would tell her. Cassandra, who was born into a big family, naturally understands the proportions. Today is Christmas, and Ilvermorny has long been off. Most of the students have left the school, leaving only a small number who are not ready to go home. Led by Cassandra, they traveled through a dense pine forest, away from the castle, until the castle disappeared from the sight of the two of them. An ancient tree that was much larger than Hogwarts' Hidden Willow stood alone on a mountain peak. This is the snake tree, which is said to have been planted by the two founders at the time after the establishment of Ilvermorny. It has a history of more than 300 years. This snakewood tree is different from the usual ones. Not only the branches are the raw material for making the wand. 35. 13. Even the leaves are extremely healing. Our Worley family donates a large sum of money to the school every year in exchange for these leaves. Cassandra recounted what she knew, while Alvin remained silent. He knew far more than Sister Khan knew, and it was more real. Aesop Searle stole this wand from her aunt when she fled England. The wand has since become her weapon. After her aunt Gormley Gaunt discovered her whereabouts, she chased after the Free Nation, and the two fought. This wand was made by Slytherin himself. Needless to say, its power was so powerful that Gormley Gaunt couldn't help Aesop Searle for a while. However, Slytherin had left a back door in the wand that could use Parseltongue to put the wand into hibernation. Aesop Searle was directly tragic. Gormley Gaunt directly used Parseltongue to turn the wand she was holding into a stick, which could do nothing but knock people. Although in the end, with the help of many people, Aesop Searle managed to fight off her aunt. But because he can't speak Parseltongue, he can't wake up the wand again. In the end, a year later, she buried her wand here to form this peculiar snakewood tree. Gently touching the trunk, Alvin felt a throbbing in his blood. And the big tree was also happy because of his arrival, and the lush branches swayed gently, as if to express closeness. Alvin had a feeling that now, as soon as he used Parseltongue, the ancient tree would become a wand again. After thinking for a while, he didn't make any extra moves. In fact, in his heart, Alvin wanted to take this wand back. In any case, he is also the only descendant of the Gaunt family, and it is necessary to let the treasures of his ancestors recognize their ancestors. But now is clearly not a good time. If he did, Cassandra would be in a very embarrassing situation. It is even possible that he himself has to face the siege of Ilvermorny and the Ministry of Magic of the Free State. Hundreds of years have passed, and Ilvermorny will certainly not admit that this is the property of the Gaunt family, but consider it a treasure that belongs to them. Shaking his head, Alvin turned and left the snakewood tree. Cassandra looked at him curiously, and she noticed the changes in the trees just because of Alvin's arrival. Before thinking about it, he had a very clear purpose to see the snake tree. Is there any connection between the two? Looking at the young lady who was full of curiosity, Alvin didn't hide it, and told the reason for it again. After listening to it, Cassandra was also greatly shocked. She didn't expect the origin of this snakewood tree to be so tortuous. Being alert, she also quickly thought that Alvin had the idea of taking the tree back, but she didn't do it. There must be a reason for her. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on her face unconsciously. It's still early, and the two of them don't plan to go back just like that. Simply Cassandra took Alvin to visit the campus. In terms of area alone, Ilvermorny is much larger than Hogwarts. The entire campus is also divided into 5 major parts, which are the living area of the 4 colleges and the centralized teaching area. It's just that it can be seen in many places that it was expanded later, and the house looks very new, lacking the heavy heritage of Hogwarts. After all, this is something that can't be helped. Who made the history of the whole country so shallow? As we all know, the 2 thinnest books in the world are the Cookbook of the Great Empire and the history textbook of the Free State. However, although the school has no historical background, the scenery and decoration style are still good. Exquisite statues and paintings can be seen everywhere, and at first glance, it is from the hands of famous artists. Along the way, the 2 also met several little wizards who stayed at the school. When they saw Cassandra holding Alvin's hand, they all looked like hell. Cassandra has an excellent appearance, a proud family background, and more importantly, her own magical talent is also very good. Except for her 2 best girlfriends, she has always looked at people through her nostrils. After returning from Hogwarts, Cassandra has made some changes, never allowing boys to stand within 3 meters of her. Even the 2 previous followers, the Fry brothers, were sent away by her. Some young wizards who have been to England naturally know what's going on, and those who stay at the school have basically never been there, so naturally they don't know the existence of Alvin. But seeing how close they were, I also knew that the goddess of my academy had just been taken away. Today is also the first official date of Alvin and Cassandra, and the relationship between them has grown a lot after a day. I know that some people may say that I am water, but some things must be explained, and they will be useful later. With this thing, he should be a lot more convenient. Mr. Gaunt, things have been done. You take this invitation. The Ministry of Magic is free to visit the other places except the 2 places where the archives are stored. The smile on Cassandra's face didn't fade until she got home. Alvin also thanked him. When the sun went down, the 2 also left Ilvermorny and returned to Whalley Castle. Gonzalez Worley came to them happily as soon as he saw the 2 returning, and handed Alvin an invitation. Heart mourn again and again. 5th Avenue is the most famous street in New York. On this street, there is the densest skyscraper complex in the world, and there are many attractions that Muggles are familiar with. Empire State Building, Apple City Public Library, Rockefeller Center. They are all witnesses to the rise of the city. For this reason, 5th Avenue is also known as the Street of Dreams. Now, there has not been the attack that shocked the world in later generations, and people are still immersed in the prosperity of their dreams. The day after Christmas is Boxing Day. On this day is the craziest day for people to shop. Merchants also offer big discounts and make a fortune. And today, Alvin also came here with Cassandra. For Sister Ka, shopping in the Muggle world is a very novel experience. In other words, it is very rare to buy things personally. Generally, whatever she needs, the family will prepare it for her. But after being pulled here by Alvin today, she suddenly realized the joy of shopping. Put on a piece of beautiful clothes, watching Alvin's admiring eyes. Cassandra gradually entered the state. A woman seems to have a natural gift for shopping, and it doesn't take long before she can ask the clerk for the size of the clothes and the color of the lipstick with a familiar face. As a male companion, Alvin has also become a bag boy. Every time he came out of a store, he always had a big bag on his body, and then found a place where no one was around and stuffed it into the space pocket. Some women looked at Cassandra with envy to find such a rich and handsome boyfriend. You must know that the merchants on 5th Avenue are all famous luxury brands in the world. They don't have any assets, so they really dare not come here. The buy activity continued until noon, and Cassandra still remembered the business. The purpose of coming here today is not to shop, but to take Alvin to the Ministry of Magic. The 2 had a casual lunch and headed to the Woolworth building not far away. This is also the reason why the 2 came back to 5th Avenue, because the Ministry of Magic of the Free State is here. Historically, the Ministry of Magic of the Free State has been relocated 5 times, making it the largest in the world. In the beginning, a group of 12 Auror sent from England set up an impromptu meeting, each at an indeterminate location. As a result, many people want to find a job at the Ministry of Magic and can't find anyone. So they built a large magical structure in the Appalachian Mountains. But new problems have appeared again. The location is too remote and it is inconvenient for the staff to commute to and from get off work. Ministry of Magic officials also staged a general strike. In desperation, I had to change the address again. And the next time, either because of the purgers or because of leakers, several of the Ministry of Magic strongholds didn't exist for too long. It wasn't until 1892 that the Ministry of Magic suddenly believed that the most dangerous places were the safest places. They chose to live with Muggles, so they opened up a space belonging to the Wizarding World in the Woolworth Building, the tallest building in New York at the time, and has continued to this day. At the main entrance of the building, there is a glass door with a "under maintenance" sign in front of it. People who come and go here are used to it. For decades, they hadn't seen the glass door work properly. The property that manages this building must have embezzled maintenance funds. Cassandra and Alvin took advantage of the crowd not to notice, quietly approached the glass door, and entered a new world. Not Woolworth Hall, but Free Nation Magic Congress Hall. In the Grand Hall, the skylights are so high that they can't be seen. Countless wizards are busy running around here. This is our invitation to Mr. Gaunt to visit the Ministry of Magic. Cassandra went to the registration desk and handed over the invitation that Gonzalez Worley had given them yesterday. The witch sitting inside took it over and took a closer look and stamped a seal on it. If the mark on it glows, it means you can't go in there. After a few words, the witch returned the invitation. In fact, according to the rules, everyone who comes to the Ministry of Magic should hand in their wand for inspection. Apparently, this invitation saved them the formalities. Alvin looked at the most conspicuous part of the hall, where there was a huge turntable high up, with the words engraved on it. Magic Exposure Threat Level. The pointer of the turntable points to General. This watch is similar to the Weasley family's wall clock. Cassandra came back to him and said softly, "This pointer has been pointing slightly before. My dad said that the hour hand pointed to danger the night Grindelwald fled Nurmengard. And after that, the pointer has been pointing to General. The night Grindelwald escaped?" Alvin raised his eyebrows, and he seemed to understand something. There are still Muggles living not far from Nurmengard, and the battle between him and Grindelwald that night is likely to be discovered by many Muggles. So the exposure level will increase. As for the later battle between Grindelwald and Dumbledore, it didn't matter. After all, Durmstrang was in the middle of nowhere, and it would be fine even if the sky was overturned. Alvin took 2 steps, trying to figure out how the clock worked. But in the end, he could barely see the alchemy skills involved, but the magic involved was a little confused. No way, Alvin can't directly dismantle this watch. Inexplicably, in his heart, Good Zhao was a little unhappy. It's not because he can't figure out the principle and structure of this watch, but because he is a little dissatisfied with the wizard's hidden behavior. Why do people who master extraordinary power need to live in a dark corner in order to put a gorgeous coat on this behavior? Cassandra didn't know why, but replied, "I think it's good. This can effectively protect the interests of both Muggles and wizards." 35. Cassandra, what do you think of this magic exposure level setting? Even Cassandra's arrogant temperament took it for granted. It seems that dividing the Muggle world has become the consensus of the wizarding world. After listening to Alvin, the depression in his heart became even heavier.
G.
There is also a special Muggle Protection Act. If there were no protection laws, many evil wizards would take pleasure in torturing Muggles. Next, Alvin's interest is not high. Under the leadership of Cassandra, the two left the Ministry of Magic of the Free State after visiting for a while at will. In fact, when the Wizarding Secrecy Act was passed, it meant that wizards had conceded defeat. Muggles have become the masters of this world. They enjoy the sun and large tracts of land. In the magic world, wizards have to act cautiously and live in dark corners. Alvin understands Grindelwald somewhat now. Compared with the whole world, the entire magic world is just a bigger prison, and he wants to pursue a wider world. The butt decides the head, and since Alvin is a wizard now, his position must be biased towards this. He wouldn't be as extreme as Grindelwald, though, seeing Muggles as slaves who were born to be ruled by wizards. Not like Voldemort, who used discrimination against Muggles as a means to achieve his goals. His method is more gentle, and he wants to blaze a path that combines magic and technology. Thinking of the good news Nicole LeMay told him on Christmas Eve, Alvin is also full of expectations for the future. The penultimate day of the holiday, Alvin said goodbye to Cassandra, who was reluctant to part in his heart, but didn't care on face 307, and left the free country. This Christmas, something big or small happened in the wizarding world of England. Richard Dino, a staff member of the Ministry of Magic's Law Enforcement Division, disappeared on Christmas night, and no one knows where he went. But just the disappearance of one person won't make much of a fuss. The Ministry of Magic just posted a missing person notice in the Daily Prophet, and nothing happened. After returning to England, Alvin went directly to Arya Manor to check the progress of the Mage Tower. Before going to the free country, he had wanted to come, but he was stopped by Farong on the way. The two fought for a long time, and he hurried to the airport. Since the release of Grindelwald, with the help of the Saints, Arya's speed of collecting resources has greatly increased. Compared with the summer vacation, the Mage Tower has become much more gorgeous at this time, and the floor height has also become 18 floors. This is already the final height. Of course, this refers to Alvin before he became a demigod. In addition to the height, the wall is also inlaid with crystals and gems of various colors, and a streamer flashes from time to time. And Osiris, who had been sleeping in the tower, also felt Alvin's breath and let out a thunderous dragon roar.
Roar.
The powerful magic wave instantly shattered the defensive barrier placed here. Alvin's eyes are fast, and he has added a layer of protection to prevent the movement here from leaking out. Then, he was enveloped by a huge shadow.
Roar.
Osiris fell directly beside him and wanted to use his head to arch him intimately. So frightened, Alvin refused outright. "Don't, Osiris. I'll be miserable if you don't hold back." He hurriedly reached out and stroked the faucet, which was bigger than his entire body, but Alvin didn't dare Osiris to give him that. As her master, Alvin knows best how powerful Osiris is now. At least it was possible to beat Grindelwald to death. Osiris shook his head in dissatisfaction, dissatisfied with his figure. With a twist, Osiris's figure quickly shrank and soon returned to his previous appearance, throwing himself into Alvin's arms. After playing around with Osiris for a while, Alvin also got down to business. There are some runes in the Mage Tower that he needs to arrange by himself, and the Alchemy Puppet Division cannot do such high-tech work. He was busy until the day of school, when he returned to Hogwarts with a few girls. I don't know what happened to Mr. Weasley. Hermione sat next to Alvin, and they apparat to the school before the other Ba teachers arrived. Don't worry, St. Mungo's medical power is still very strong. It will be better in a while. Alvin is peeling apples for a few girls with a knife. His skill is very good, and the apple peel will not break at all. At this moment, Harry and the Weasleys came in from the door, and their eyes lit up when they saw Alvin. He ignored the stares of the girls next to him and pulled Alvin away. "Let go." Alvin slapped Harry's hand away in disgust. "If you have something to say, I'm going to peel the apple. These rotten people like to pull and tug at every turn. It's too immoral. Therefore, boys should also protect themselves when they are outside, especially those as handsome as Alvin." Harry hurriedly covered up. "No, I'm just too anxious. You know I've got Ginny, and almost—"
"Bah! What did I tell you about this?"
"I'm looking for you on business." Harry patted himself on the forehead angrily, and he was rhythmized by Alvin again. "I almost reported a big gossip myself. I heard Mad-Eye Moody say it's possible that Voldemort has me. He advised Dumbledore to lock me up, to prevent Voldemort from controlling me to do something." 5. Alvin glanced at Harry and knew why he had come to him. It seems that the last incident has cast a lot of shadows on him, which is to find comfort. Alvin asked, "Harry, do you think Voldemort has control over your body?" After a moment of hesitation, Harry nodded. "What happened to Mr. Weasley? I went through it like the perpetrator. 35. As soon as I close my eyes now, it looks like he was covered in blood and fell in front of me." Alvin asked rhetorically, "Harry, if you were Voldemort and could control your body, what would you think he would want to do most?" Harry thought for a moment. "Controlling me to attack Dumbledore and then commit suicide?" Even if it fails, it can divide the relationship between the two. No wonder the Sorting Hat wanted to assign him to Slytherin. This kid is a bit black-bellied. How can he think of such a sinister scheme at once? With luck, Dumbledore might have confiscated his hand and stunned Harry directly. Voldemort would have been able to laugh out his nostrils happily. With Dumbledore's trust in Harry, the success rate of the sneak attack is not low. But after thinking about it, I found that this is not impossible. Alvin gave Harry a weird look. Alvin sweated. He didn't expect Harry's brain to be so big. He could think of such an outrageous operation. Harry was very confused. He wanted to pry open Alvin's head right now to see what he was thinking. Why are the eyes so weird? Didn't he ask this question first? Why are you still looking at him like that? Finally, a second before he was about to explode, Erwin came to his senses. Look, as you say, Voldemort would have killed himself without hesitation if he could control you. 99. Then why did he go to the trouble of attacking Mr. Weasley? Yes, Harry was also instantly stunned. If Voldemort could control himself, he would certainly not have done so many useless things. He still remembers Voldemort's undisguised killing intent in that cemetery. If the eyes could release Avada, he would have died 100 times. Harry was relieved, and the big stone that was pressing on his heart was removed. But he still wondered why Voldemort always appeared in his dreams. Hearing his question, Alvin looked at his scar and sighed. I remember that I should have told you that the Avada Sombra created a mysterious bond between you and him. 35. Alvin tried to use simple language to describe the problem clearly. After all, with Harry's barren knowledge reserve, he couldn't understand some technical terms. Plus, last year, Voldemort was resurrected with your blood, so the bond between you became even stronger. Honestly, in the history of wizards, no two wizards have ever had such a wonderful relationship as you. Harry shivered. This is too disgusting. What is a wonderful relationship? But Alvin ignored Harry's feelings and continued. So, when you or Voldemort's mood swings, your scars react. That's why you can see Mr. Weasley being attacked, not possessed or something. 35. After listening to Harry, he completely solved the doubts in his heart, and even felt a little happy. So, can I use this to get more information about Voldemort? Like this time, if I hadn't seen the serpent attack Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore couldn't have saved him. Could he? The more Harry spoke, the more excited he became, and he suddenly found the meaning of his existence. For a long time, Dumbledore and everyone in the Order of the Phoenix kept him out of the fight against Voldemort and the Death Eaters. This made Harry very dissatisfied. How is he worse than those grown-up wizards? Why are they all protected people? Now, Dumbledore must also realize the importance of his ability. Will he be able to join the Order of the Phoenix in the future? And Alvin ruthlessly broke Harry's fantasy. You can get into Voldemort's mind, use his eyes, see what he's doing, and he can do it in reverse. To be honest, Harry, I use occlumency subconsciously when I talk to you now. Alvin held out 2 fingers, very close to Harry's eyes. Because I don't know when Voldemort will use your eyes to spy on me. Watch on Dumbledore. This is not Alvin's alarmism. In the original book, Voldemort used this connection in turn to pass a false information. These 2 people are both 0 and 1, which is impossible to say. Harry's heart sank suddenly. Did the beautiful dream in his heart shatter before it came true? Then what should I do? The tone was a little flustered, and he was uncomfortable now. It seemed that Voldemort was already watching the whole of Hogwarts through his eyes. Alvin smiled. How about I poke you blind first? What? Harry is stupid. Do you want to be so cruel? There was trembling in his voice. Is there some gentler way? 35. If so, Harry would rather let Mad-Eye Moody lock himself up. Alvin said angrily. At that time, I asked you to seriously learn occlumency. It's been a few years, and your current level is still so appalling. Hearing this, Harry was ashamed. At the beginning, he also followed the suggestion to learn occlumency, but this magic was too illusory. No spells, no magic, just try your best to control your brain. For Flower Zero, after researching it for a long time, he was only just getting started in a daze. For him, The function of occlumency may be to make him more calm when facing Dementors, and the success rate of casting Patronus can be higher. Harry's eyes were full of hope. Then can you help me with tutoring? My progress is too slow by myself. Impossible. Alvin shook his head, offering a solution to Harry's disappointed gaze. You can go to Snape. He's a master of closure, not even Dumbledore.35. Harry looked incredulous. How is that possible? If it was said that this person was Alvin, he would have believed it, not looking down on Snape. 0. But in his heart, a great wizard like Dumbledore was not as good as Snape. But what he didn't know was that Snape had been a double agent more than 10 years ago. Walking around the tip of the knife all the year round, if there is no excellent occlumency, it is estimated that it will be cold. Alvin had also exchanged experiences with Snape about legilimency and occlumency before. His legilimency had no effect on Snape. He could only see what the other party wanted him to see. If Snape hadn't told him he had faked his memory, Alvin wouldn't have been able to tell the truth from the fake. But he wasn't worried that Snape was hiding something from him. Newt couldn't believe that someone in this world could make a Muggle a wizard. At the same time, Newt walked out of Dumbledore's office with a solemn face. In troubled times, 10 is coming. It's not suitable to say these now. If you have any questions, just chat on the login device. As long as Lily was in his hands, Snape would do his best for him. Patting Harry on the shoulder, Alvin saw that little wizards had entered the auditorium one after another. And Umbridge, who had come to the auditorium a long time ago, was also looking over his head, wanting to know what he and Harry were talking about. Thinking of the very gentle boy who smiled, a chill appeared in his heart. With that, he left Harry and went back to Ravenclaw's long table. Umbridge sat on the staff seat, eyes flickering. She looked at Harry sitting on the long table in Gryffindor, not sure what Alvin had just said to him. But when it came to this, she had nothing to do. Fudge was somewhat dissatisfied with her work. After coming to this school for so long, apart from tossing the little wizard, Umbridge really didn't have any influence on Dumbledore. This Christmas, when she went to Fudge's house with a generous gift, she was also given an ultimatum. Either Dumbledore gets out of Hogwarts, or she, Umbridge, gets out of the Ministry of Magic. This made her panic. For this reason, Umbridge spent the whole vacation studying how to deal with Lao Deng at home. Professor McGonagall, I found that there are many dangerous objects in the school. 307-inch. The Ministry of Magic considers these items to be a hazard to the safety of students and to be a major nuisance to the teaching classroom. 35. McGonagall was unmoved. Of course, she knew what Umbridge was talking about. Last term, before Christmas, Weasley's escaping candies were sold out in order to escape Umbridge's class. The other professors knew this, but no one ever spoke. They were no less disgusted with Umbridge than the students. They point fingers at their courses day by day. This cannot be taught, and that cannot be taught. Snape even tried to get out of the wand twice, and gave Umbridge 2 hard curses. Professor Hogwarts has never suffered such grievances. So, even if the use of skipping candy violates at least 10 school rules, professors just turn a blind eye. As long as it's not used in their classes, it's not going to happen. Umbridge wasn't angry when he saw McGonagall ignore her. She would stare at the school like a cold viper, and if there was a slight loophole, she would rush to bite it without hesitation. Just as the dinner was halfway through, Newt hurried to the auditorium. He didn't say hello to anyone and sat silently in his seat in a daze. Professor Sprout looked at him strangely, but Newt was unmoved. And Dumbledore also appeared in front of everyone a few minutes later. He was wearing a dark purple robe with intricate gold embroidery on his clothes. His pace is steady and full of aura, and as soon as he enters, he attracts the attention of the audience. The little wizards also found that Dumbledore at this time was very different from usual, and this powerful momentum made everyone stop their movements. Alvin also frowned slightly. Lao Deng's current state is very wrong. Umbridge was also a little flustered, and what he was about to find fault with was swallowed back. At this time, Dumbledore had come to the stage, and he smiled and greeted the professors. By the end of the dinner, people had gradually forgotten the blazing sun just now. Just as Alvin was about to return to the lounge with Cho and Luna, Newt stopped him suddenly. Gaunt, sir, Dumbledore asked you to come to his office. By the way, the password is Lemon Snow Treasures. 35. Newt's eyes showed complexity, and at first he thought Alvin was a kind young man. He also regretted that Alvin didn't get Hufflepuff. Now, he can only be thankful that Alvin is not in Hufflepuff. Otherwise, there will be a Dark Lord coming out of the Honest College. Alvin was stunned. Dumbledore looking for him? It's been a long time since this happened. Since he announced the magic net login device, the two have not communicated alone. Okay, thank you, Professor. While thinking about it, Alvin thanked Newt. And Newt was a little hesitant to say anything, but in the end he didn't say anything. Lemon sorbet. Reading the command to the stone statue at the entrance of the principal's office, Alvin came here again after more than a year. Look at these familiar bauble and those portraits of the headmaster dozing off with eyes closed. He remembered the days when he was the principal, but today is a little strange. Before, he was quite familiar with these old men and grandmothers. As a result, after coming here today, these people didn't know how to say hello to him. Dumbledore has been looking at Alvin since he came, without saying a word. Headmaster, what's the matter with me? Sitting across from him, Alvin asked sloppily, what do you think of the wizarding world now?
Gaunt.
35. Dumbledore's words made him stunned for a while. He didn't understand why Lao Deng suddenly mentioned this. Think about it carefully, or express your inner thoughts. Professor, I think the wizarding world needs to make a change. The one that was hundreds of years ago is outdated. With the rapid development of Muggle society, how long do you think we can hide? Since Dumbledore was talking to him, Alvin wouldn't be perfunctory. He also wanted to find a balance through negotiation to persuade Lao Deng. It's best if you can't turn around. After all, since entering school, Dumbledore has been good to him regardless of other aspects. If nothing else, Alvin was still very weak when he was a freshman, but he still showed his strength over and over again. When someone else was the principal, he really didn't dare to do it. And later on, Dumbledore didn't care how he learned to be sharp and how he knew how to destroy Horcruxes. Although he has various flaws in the management of the school, on the whole, he is still a qualified elder. Dumbledore was non-committal about Alvin's idea of changing the wizarding world. 1.0. Then do you think this change will kill people? Of course, Alvin nodded without hesitation. Any revolution will have victims and losers. But if we sit still, all the wizards will not end well. The history of the magical world will also be cut off. Professor, you are also a wizard. Haven't you considered this? Alvin knew very well that Dumbledore was a staunch supporter of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. But there is one thing he is very puzzled about, with Dumbledore's wisdom and foresight, why he is indifferent to this. After a long time, Dumbledore let out a long sigh. Gaunt, what I've been thinking all along is not wrong. You are more dangerous than me. There was a strange silence in the office. After Dumbledore said this, Alvin felt something was wrong. Why does Deng say that? Is what he did exposed? Hashtag. Alvin's mouth twitched slightly. His movements are a bit too much, so it's reasonable to see which one is exposed. What about letting Grindelwald out? No, if that were the case, Grindelwald would have come to tip off long ago. So he's colluding with a few Death Eaters? No. Dumbledore wouldn't care about such trivial matters after all. He was a rebel. Release Bella, control Crouch, resurrect the dead, and control Knockturn Alley. The more Alvin thought about it, the more wrong he felt. How could he feel more and more like the villain? None of these sound very positive. Inexplicably, Alvin felt a little guilty. Gaunt, do you want to know what happened to me back then? Dumbledore didn't mean to be angry at Alvin's silence, but continued to ask. Of course, Professor. Alvin nodded, listening all ears. Even if some things have been known for a long time, they can still get different feelings from the mouths of the party's 13. Decades ago, I, like you, thought the world was flawed, and I wanted to change that. 35. Dumbledore fell into memory, and his thoughts returned to Godric's Hollow. At that time, I also met a like-minded friend who was more radical than me, but our direction was the same. You mean Grindelwald? Alvin raised his eyebrows. He knew this passage very well. It's him. Dumbledore is not shy. It's no secret that he and Grindelwald met back then. Some magic books have called them close friends, and while it's inaccurate, it's not too far off. Grindelwald believes that there is absolutely no possibility of peaceful coexistence between the two, and there must be a priority. He spent decades using his power and the gift of prophecy to win over many wizards. And I've been through something, giving up our vows and choosing to stand against him. Speaking of which, Dumbledore was also a little embarrassed. No matter how many things Grindelwald did, his ideals were respected. That's why now he immediately gathers so many followers as soon as he comes back. People who work hard for their ideals will always have some unique charms. He also chose a wonderful time to start the war with his gift of prophecy and has an equally crazy ally. Alvin's heart shrank suddenly. He had never known that Grindelwald still had friendship with the unsuccessful student of the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts. I have to say, this is a fantastic move. Both are emerging forces in their respective worlds, and both are trying to challenge the order and have a natural side. And that one is also a person who pays great attention to blood theory, which coincides with many of Grindelwald's ideas. In thinking that Grindelwald also made his fortune in Prussia, many things make sense. Great idea. Why did you stop him at the end? Because I represent another group of people who don't want future wizards to live in endless struggles. That's the way the Ministry of Magic in most countries is thinking. We don't need higher status. We just need stability. Alvin sneered when he heard it. I have to say, you and Fudge are really similar and both like to use evasion to solve problems. The words were very sharp, but Lao Deng was not only not angry, but nodded in agreement. Yes, Grindelwald said it back then. He said I was a great escaper. I never shy away from this, but at the end, Lao Deng's waist became straight, and his majestic momentum rushed out of his body. The objects in the room swayed, and even the portraits pretending to be asleep opened their eyes and looked at them worriedly. Alvin frowned slightly, his fingers tapped on the armrest, and all the movement disappeared. The strange thing is that those water droplets floating in the air are about to fall to the ground. Like being cast a petrification spell, floating in midair, motionless. Dumbledore didn't care about this. He stood up, looked directly at Alvin, and said word by word. It's not just the problem that I'm running away from, but the entire wizarding world. Ego defeated Grindelwald, and magic has entered a new realm. But I also realized a problem. No one in this world can restrain me. Alvin was unmoved, but sneered instead. Then why don't you kill Voldemort? Don't tell me that Voldemort was so strong back then. Dumbledore shook his head. Tom was never my confidant before, and of course, there was also a problem with my misjudgment. 5. I only thought that he made 1 or 2 Horcruxes at the time, but I didn't expect to be so maddened. So, I've been suppressing my desire to shoot. 35. Alvin is a little confused. Should he be restrained when he shoots? The most dangerous person in this world has never been Grindelwald, not Voldemort, but me. Speaking slowly, Dumbledore seemed to be stating a basic fact. The expression on Alvin's face faded away. How dangerous can a powerful and uncontrolled wizard be? I have more magic than Grindelwald and better brains than Tom. Once I can't restrain myself, it's a catastrophe for the wizarding world. I have the fame, I have the strength, and I have a lot of supporters. But I have to let them down because it's for everyone's sake. Dumbledore's voice became erratic, and he stroked his wand. Since following him, this old guy hasn't shot for too long. It was the last time I had a little fun with Grindelwald. The world is less and less bound to him, his relatives have passed away, and his lover has turned against him. For 100 years, the pain in Dumbledore's heart has never been felt by anyone. Perhaps the only place where he could find solace was the little mirror of Erist on that side. Therefore, his character will inevitably have a dark side. But it has always been forcibly suppressed by Dumbledore with strong personal restraint. He chose to trap himself in Hogwarts, a small school of magic. But you can't touch that red line and make Muggles wizards. You're declaring war on both worlds. 35. He knew the worst had happened. The half-moon spectacles gleamed like never before, and Dumbledore continued. Once, I mistakenly thought that you had friendship, love, these villages that could put a layer of shackles on you. 95. I believe that your achievements will definitely reach an unprecedented high toxicity. You can yearn for rights. You can have desires. Gaunt, your magical talent is even better than mine, and your vision is very comparable. But in the end, you let me down. Alvin's pupils shrink. Despite the turbulent waves in his heart, Alvin's face remained calm. As of now, it's useless to panic. He didn't know why this just successful experiment was known to Dumbledore. Thinking of Newt's appearance just now, as well as his relationship with Jacob, some guesses formed in his mind. It must have been Jacob who was exposed in front of Newt, who then told Dumbledore. The facts are as Alvin guessed. Nicole LeMay and Jacob also have a relationship. After the success of the experiment, he did not imprison Jacob, but let him sign a non-disclosure agreement and left. And Jacob just came to Newt's house in England for Christmas. Although he did not take the initiative to reveal it, in an accidental accident, Jacob subconsciously let the tableware in front of him float. The current Jacob is no different from the newly awakened little wizard, and it is difficult for him to control his magic power. No one expected this kind of thing to happen. It can only be said that Alvin and LeMay were out of luck. Let it go, Alvin. I am also shocked by your audacity, Dalian, but the world no longer needs your ambition. If you want, I can fully support you after Fudge's resignation, allowing you to expand your influence in the magical world. 35. Between the words, Dumbledore didn't take Fudge to heart at all. For him, Fudge is a clown. Watching him jump up and down when he is happy adds some fun. And to do business, then the clown's performance should also end. He offered his most sincere conditions, hoping that Alvin would stop. On the one hand, he didn't want to face his students again after defeating Voldemort and cleaning up Grindelwald. On the other hand, Dumbledore also admired Alvin very much. He even thought about training him to be the next principal. If Alvin just stopped, he would act as if nothing had happened, keeping Newt silent. As for Jacob, just don't use magic in front of other acquaintances. The aftermath has been figured out, which shows the expectations in Dumbledore's heart. However, Alvin finally let him down. Sorry, Professor. That's the path I've chosen. There is a saying in the East, if everyone is like a dragon, everything will be fine. Although I think this goal is too illusory and unrealistic, what I can do is to give everyone a chance to jump over the dragon's door. 5. In the future world, the title of Muggle will be completely erased, and everyone is a wizard and an extraordinary person. Dumbledore's face became embarrassed, and his voice was a little cold. Do you think that's possible? With 6 billion people in the world, can you give each of them a potion? Even if you created a group of wizards yourself, what would you tell others to see? These people will eventually be excluded, and the Muggle world will not recognize them, and the wizarding world will be hostile. You hurt them. At the end, Dumbledore was almost stern. Such an expression is almost invisible to him. Even if Voldemort was in front of him, Laudeng's mood would not have fluctuated so much. If Grindelwald knew that Alvin still had this ability, it is estimated that he would have to find him to apprentice. Professor, after all, you just don't trust my abilities. Not much speculation. For this reason, Alvin didn't expect Dumbledore to change his mind. Since I say so, there will be my way. Since you are against this, then stop me. Alvin stood up and walked to the door. He looked at Dumbledore, whose right hand kept loosening and clenching, and chuckled lightly. Is this to get started? If Dumbledore shot now, things would be a lot more troublesome, but Alvin was not afraid. Fighting against his own principal is something he has long wanted to do. However, Dumbledore finally endured it, and now is not a good time to shoot. It would also be hard for him to push Alvin to Voldemort's side. Gaunt, I don't know how you persuaded Nico, but you need to know that he is only a 600-year-old man. 5. I hope the fight between you and me doesn't spill over to others. Although what was said in the words was Nicole LeMay, Alvin also understood the meaning. Relax, Professor. 35. I was on your side until Tom was defeated. Dumbledore was utterly P************** D off. If it wasn't for the boy's refusal to express his position, where would Fudge have the courage to oppose him now? After coming out of the office, Alvin was not in a good mood either. This is called the disadvantage of being a teacher, and the plan was exposed before it even started. Although this step will be reached sooner or later, the choice of timing is also critical. Well now, Dumbledore's eyes have inevitably been on him. It seems that I need to prepare more. Thinking about it in his heart, Alvin also plans to go back to the dormitory to make a plan. After accidentally seeing a touch of greenery, he was also startled. Professor Newt? The hallway was empty, and no one responded to Alvin. Professor, come out, I have seen you. Apart from you, no one will carry a tree protection pot with them. With some helplessness in the words, Alvin shouted again towards the corner. This time Newt, who was wearing a brown coat, walked out from there with a look of embarrassment. Sorry, I'm just passing by. 35. Alvin rolled his eyes. Passing by so sneaky? And the little green guy just now also appeared in front of Alvin's eyes with curiosity in his eyes. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Newt didn't continue to argue. I just wanted to ask, is he really all right? He finally stated his purpose. Newt and Jacob are best friends and brother-in-law. Just pick a muggle to train for a few months and let him learn more about magic before experimenting. Now that he found out that his old friend had become a wizard, he was really afraid that Alvin and Nicole may had used some evil means. In the end, this time, he didn't think about it himself. Over the decades, the friendship between the two has only grown. There is nothing wrong with his body, but you need to guide him. Otherwise, there may be some trouble.
Tua.
Professor Mr. Jacob is now like a little wizard who is about to enter school. Of course, I mean magic level. 55. Alvin didn't hold any grudges against Newt for revealing his old secrets. I would have known that I would not have chosen Jacob in the first place. Even when Tina was kicked out of the house in the free country, Newt would go to Jacob to live there. Newt breathed a sigh of relief at Alvin's words. Good friends are fine. He was afraid of the side effects of this medicine. However, he still wanted to stop Alvin's behavior. Why do you want to change his life? Jacob has been living as a muggle for decades, and it's really not good for him to be a wizard. Alvin asked back, Really? Newt didn't speak, but his eyes were firm. Professor, Mr. Jacob has been exposed to the splendor of magical civilization from a young age, and even received a wand. His desire for the world is something you don't understand. Nicole and I never forced Mr. Jacob to take part in this trial. He did everything voluntarily. 35. Newt was silent, his eyelids drooping. He knew that Alvin was right, and that no one could resist being a wizard, especially someone like Jacob, who is so deeply involved in the wizarding world. Newt still remembers the joy of Jacob getting a wand of his own. Alvin lost interest in talking and left the 8th floor after saying goodbye. 320. He has found out that even these wizards who are pro-muggle camps have a sense of superiority psychologically. Because they are wizards. The affinity for muggles is more sympathy for the weak, and even an interest in observing small animals. Like Arthur Weasley. He was very interested in muggles, to be precise, in muggle technological items. But when he destroys the Dursleys' fireplace with flu powder and the twins prank Dudley with fat tongue toffee, did he feel guilty? Dumbledore was against him basically for the same reasons. He couldn't accept a muggle turning into a wizard, just as the privileged didn't want everyone else to be privileged. But Alvin didn't care. The magic world is now a pool of stagnant water. Only when the base of wizards is large can new vitality burst forth. Combining muggle technology and wizard magic might create a more exciting world for him. Inexplicably, Alvin suddenly realizes that he and Dumbledore are a lot like Professor X and Magneto. Although both are considered for the future of wizards, the way of thinking is completely different. Early the next morning, Alvin came to the auditorium. After a holiday, the students have not adjusted to the rhythm of the school. All of them were sleepy and yawning. After all, no student wakes up early during the holidays. Those who can do this are either self-disciplined or perverted. Chio took a pen and wrote and drew on the parchment. She was preparing the class schedule for DA. A new semester begins, and it's time for this defense against the dark arts team to continue. The free time of little wizards varies, so it is necessary to plan a training time that everyone is satisfied with. Now Cho and Hermione are more and more interested indeed, seeing others learn new spells one by one under their own teaching. This sense of accomplishment made the two little witches never tire of it. However, because of the large number of people, they also let Harry and Weasley share a lot of teaching work with them. Looking at Cho wearing glasses reveals an intellectual beauty that is different from the usual girl next door. Alvin suddenly felt a little squeamish. After a simple breakfast, he and Hermione went to the potions classroom. Umbridge had been sitting at the end of the day. On the first day of school, I came to find fault with other professors in the classroom, and it was really dedicated. Hermione pulled Alvin into the front row in disgust. This is the first time I found out that the curse of the mysterious man is so useful. She will definitely get out in half a year at most. Umbridge was the only one who could get Hermione to say something like this. Miss Granger, may I ask what the you-know-whose curse is? A greasy voice came, and Umbridge stood behind the two with a disgusting smile on his face. Her little face collapsed, and Hermione didn't expect that her complaints would be heard by the parties involved. Turning her eyes, she suddenly thought of something and turned her head with a smile. Professor, don't you know? The mysterious man asked Headmaster Dumbledore for the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, but was rejected. He has put a curse on the position since then, and no one can stay here for a full year. Umbridge's smile froze, a little disbelieving Hermione's words. I've never heard such outrageous rumors. How could anyone do such a thing? Hermione was not annoyed and said calmly, You can think about the previous professors. It seems that they have only sat for a year. Umbridge looked back and found that it was true. Whatever the reason, it seems that none of them have done a full year. Suddenly, she panicked a little. Couldn't it be true? After the intimidation, Hermione's mood improved a lot. After a whole potions class, Umbridge didn't say much and was still thinking about countermeasures. The difficulty of the 5th grade potions course suddenly increased a lot, which was Snape's intention. The purpose is to screen out those students who are not gifted, so as to save each other's time. At the end of class, after Snape gave Neville a tea again, the little fat man finally broke down and cried. Harry looked at him sympathetically, but he was in trouble himself. Although Snape treated him a little better, he was more demanding than before. As long as there is nothing wrong, he will stand behind him. It made Ron reluctant to team up with him. However, such benefits are also obvious. His level has reached the requirements for participating in next year's courses. This is enough to prove that he didn't learn potions before, and it wasn't his talent. Harry asked hesitantly, not sure if Snape would agree. It was the result of his bad relationship with Snape. And Harry slipped back after seeing Umbridge gone too. Hearing this, Harry nodded happily and left here after the agreed time for the first class. After class, all the students left the classroom. Dumbledore also means this. Even if you don't come to me, I will come to you in a few days. Professor, can you teach me a clemency? Snape nodded without hesitation. More than a month has passed since the start of school. Alvin was initially wary of Dumbledore's movements, but after a while it was still calm. He thought about it carefully and found that Lao Deng really had nothing to do against him now. This is probably the weakest period of Dumbledore's life. Not power, but influence. Coupled with the 2 active Dark Lords, his priority has to be a little later. During this period, Alvin also communicated with Nicole May. Dumbledore had approached him and told him not to participate in Alvin's plans. It's a pity that Nico told him that he had already handed over all the information and technology. Even without his participation, it would be the same as long as the medicine was manufactured step by step. When Dumbledore heard this, his beard cocked up in anger. Your old friend betrayed like this? After seeing that Alvin was unable to deal with it for the time being, Dumbledore also focused all his attention on Tom. 1 or 2 of these students did not let him worry. Why is it so hard to be a principal? February 14th, Valentine's Day. Many young couples in the academy exude a pink vibe together. But none of these people dared to stick together in front of Snape. For these little lovers who are dangling in front of him every day, he is definitely a warning of deduction. A low EQ statement is not allowed to spread dog food. The argument of high emotional intelligence does not want puppy love to affect student studies. After all, Valentine's Day as a student didn't leave a good impression on Snape. But for Alvin, today is more than that, because it is also New Year's Day on the lunar calendar. Although I was never born in that land in my life, I became a veritable European. But the New Year's habit has been engraved into the soul, and it can't be changed easily. Alvin didn't even think about changing it. He also smuggled some wool on Newt's place while taking a class on the protection of magical creatures with the Hufflepuff snakes. Newt's suitcase not only has many magical creatures, but also has a very perfect ecological environment. Lots of fresh veggies and fruits, all cheap, Alvin. You are allowed to inform, and I am not allowed to charge a little interest? For his thief-like behavior, Alvin has no guilt at all. He's going to have a hot pot to celebrate. This is also the old tradition of Alvin. And on his way back to the lounge, he also met Harry with a rippling face. It was already late at night, and there were only two of them in the corridor, and Harry naturally saw him as well. Alvin, you came just in time, and I have good news for you. 35. Harry excitedly ran to him and said, dancing. What's wrong? Keeping footsteps, Alvin asked as he walked. Harry blushed, and there was a hint of disbelief in his tone. You know, I just came out of the principal's office. Kindness? Valentine's Day, the big night. You came out of Dumbledore, flushed again. Does Ginny know? Alvin paused, looking at Harry's eyes full of weirdness. But Harry, who was immersed in excitement, didn't notice this scene. Professor Dumbledore suddenly told me the other day that he wanted to train my dueling skills. To avoid Umbridge surveillance, I went to his office every night at night. 39. Alvin is just suddenly forgive him for thinking about it just now. And just today I hit Dumbledore with a disarming charm. Don't you believe it either? But it's true. 35. Although there is a reason for the professor's carelessness, I still did it. Having said this, Harry clenched his fists fiercely. No one will believe this. Even with Dumbledore's eyes closed, this is not something a student can do. If you tell Ron about this, he will be very surprised and worship himself, right? Harry was caught in a reverie, and Alvin's eyes flickered. Is this about to start? Inside the villa, Alvin was fiddling with hot pot ingredients. Originally, he wanted to ask Hermione and others to come together, but a message really disrupted his plan. Mr. Malfoy, long time no see. I heard Draco say you've had a better time lately. 99. A projection appeared, and Lucius Malfoy in a black robe bowed slightly to Alvin. For Flower Zero. Hello, Mr. Gaunt. The Dark Lord has a new move. Facing his ridicule, Lucius Malfoy dared not answer. This new boss was much more gentle than Voldemort in some respects, but the unfathomable aura of his body made Lucius dare not be careless. Introverted sharpness is the highest realm. Now he is very fortunate to have been friends with Alvin from the beginning, and even let him browse through his own collection of books. It was this relationship that allowed the Malfoy family to have their current retreat. It was only after entering this circle that he realized how pathetic Voldemort was. Every move was calculated to death. If he were Voldemort, he might as well have died 10 years ago. 0. Alvin raised his eyebrows. Details. Lucius spoke very fast, because all the Death Eaters would be assembled in a moment. The Dark Lord decided to attack Azkaban today and unleash the Death Eaters, most loyal to him. 35. The action of rinsing the mutton in his hand stopped for a while, and Alvin's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect Voldemort to make such a big move. What happened? My lord, you don't know. Bellatrix and several Death Eaters ran into the Saints of Grindelwald a few days ago and suffered heavy losses. The Dark Lord is furious, but his elites are all locked up in Azkaban, so this is the plan. Alvin was taken aback. Grindelwald clashes with Voldemort? Why didn't he know about this? We are both the Dark Lord. Why is your little brother so strong? After Voldemort got information about the Elder Wand from Snape, he was very obsessed with it. There was a conflict between the two, and the result was that the street gangster Death Eaters were severely educated by the regular army saints. Go back and ask Lauga. It's just that Fudge is going to be out of luck. In fact, what Alvin didn't know was that the pot had to be put on him. He sent out some Death Eaters to go to the mainland to search for information about the Elder Wand, only to be met by the Saints. Because of this, Voldemort felt that he had lost face and was eager to increase the quality of his younger brother. However, this Voldemort attack on Azkaban had little effect on Alvin. Malfoy Manor. Voldemort looked out the door with narrow eyes, Bellatrix and Barty Jr. standing behind him. In the bright front yard, black silhouettes are constantly replaced by space. Soon, hundreds of Death Eaters in black and black robes stood silently here. Master, except Snape, everyone else is here. Lucius Malfoy whispered as he walked over to Voldemort. Looking at the Death Eaters in front of him, a glimmer of disgust flashed in Voldemort's eyes. Most of these people are members of pureblood families and have family backgrounds. But each of them is unbearable, except for learning a few more black magics, and in some places, even ordinary wizards are inferior. Unfortunately, in order to maintain his rule, these wastes cannot move. Bella, you go and assign them tasks. 320-inch. Voldemort gave an order and asked Bellatrix to assign specific tasks to the Death Eaters. There are not many wizards stationed in Azkaban, which is a chore. Even though Sirius, Bella, and Barty were fugitives in a row, the Ministry of Magic strengthened the guard. But now there is only one team of Aurors and 3 teams of Strikers stationed there. The biggest threat is instead the group of Dementors. After everyone listened to today's plan, the quiet front yard became noisy. Is the Dark Lord ready to be fully exposed to the wizarding world? No one in history has conquered Azkaban. Master, do you really want this? Facing Dumbledore and the Ministry at the same time. A Death Eater spoke hesitantly, expressing the concerns of many people. Selwyn, you have too many questions. Voldemort's words without a trace of warmth sounded, and a giant python suddenly sprang from behind him, swallowing Selwyn in one bite. The other Death Eaters didn't react at all, and a companion just disappeared in front of their eyes. The purpose of calling you here is not to ask your opinion, but to let you execute it. If anyone doesn't want to go, stand up now, and I can stop you from going. No one moved, and even a fool could hear the killing intent in Voldemort's words. Facing an increasingly moody Voldemort, only bitterness remained in their hearts. During this process, Lucius Malfoy said nothing. Now, as long as it is what Voldemort ordered, as long as it is not murder, he will unconditionally execute it. This is also Alvin's advice. He can still pull a hand without killing people. If Lucius kills, then the Malfoy family can only count on Draco. And, because of this, Voldemort has been quite satisfied with Lucius recently. Let's go. When Voldemort finished speaking, he waved his wand. A black mist spread from his whole body, enveloped everyone, and flew into the distance. In the North Sea, a black fog fell on the isolated island where Azkaban was located. The Auror in charge of the patrol immediately noticed something was wrong. But before he had time to respond, a fierce green light made him permanently shut his mouth. A dozen Death Eaters, led by Bellatrix, traveled around the island, casting anti-apparition spells to surround Azkaban. Let's make a fuss. Kill all the Ministry of Magic personnel, and release my most loyal servants. With a wave of his hand, Voldemort was not ready to shoot. You have to do everything yourself. There is really no prestige. It has to be said that the appearance of Grindelwald still made some changes to Voldemort. He has found himself needing to maintain a certain composure. In less than 10 minutes, the Aurors and Strikers on the island were defeated by the Death Eaters. But the Aurors were the elites of the magic world after all. Even if they fought more with less, they took away a few Death Eaters. Voldemort looked up at the sky, and there were black clouds constantly emerging from the castle in the distance, and there was a faint sound of rags churning inside. A large number of Dementors in black cloaks came out. Little Barty twisted his body uncomfortably, and he recalled the days in Azkaban. These Dementors have tortured him for more than 10 years, and they all have PTSD. Smashed to pieces. A dazzling fire burst out from the tip of the wand, and several shattering spells shattered the rags on several Dementors. The Dementor's body has a strong defense against these spells, and it doesn't take much damage at all. The other Death Eaters didn't fare too well. Speaking of black magic, Everyone here has some very evil black magic. Dementors are dark creatures and have very high resistance to black magic. In addition, they have no entity and some powerful physical killing spells are useless. The only thing Dementors fear is the Patronus. 18. You make a bunch of dark wizards cast Patronus. That's really embarrassing for them. The Dementors were very excited. They don't care whether these people are invaders or not. They are food in the eyes of all Dementors. The prisoners in the castle had no joy to offer them. Just as these Dementors pressed the Death Eaters to suck the food frantically, Voldemort couldn't sit still. A bunch of trash. Shadow. He really didn't expect that a group of monsters who only acted on instinct would be able to beat their subordinates and escape. Wind of the Dead. A gust of wind rose out of thin air, rushing towards the Dementors in all directions. Wherever they passed, the affected trees and flowers withered at a speed visible to the naked eye and then turned into a puff of ashes and fluttered in the wind. Seeing this terrifying destructive power, the expressions of some Death Eaters on the path of the Wind of Death 1.0 also changed greatly. Fortunately, Voldemort controlled his magic to bypass them. Several of the attacked Dementors let out a heart-pounding wailing and then disappeared. The remaining Dementors also saw that the situation was not good, and they quickly retreated and gathered into a large dark cloud to confront Voldemort. I know you understand me, Dementors. Flying to the front, Voldemort's eyes flashed a red light. Today, his purpose of coming here in person is not only to release the elite of those Death Eaters, but also to subdue this group of Dementors. When he traversed the magic world more than 10 years ago, he had a large army of darkness under his command. Trolls, infernals, vampires, werewolves. These notorious dark creatures were once his minions. A group of Dementors stared at Voldemort with empty eye sockets. They were a little frightened, and this feeling was only felt in the little wizard at Hogwarts a few years ago. However, Voldemort and Alvin are completely different. Alvin made them fear with his ridiculously powerful Patronus. But Voldemort, the human wizard, no, the wizard of unknown species. There was no happy emotion or memory in his body, but only an astonishing killing intent and darkness. Even if you let them smoke casually, they will never get any positive Chingshu from Voldemort. Seeing that the Demented did not respond, Voldemort continued to speak. Submit to me, as long as I rule the magic world, you can absorb the emotions of wizards at will. Instead of being trapped on this isolated island, as it is now, to be a tool of the Ministry of Magic. 95. Think about it after so many years. Are you really happy? Join my family, and I'll let you 13 know what true freedom is. Voldemort's words made the Dementors a little excited. Their dissatisfaction with the Ministry of Magic has also grown over the years. Azkaban has fewer prisoners, and the quality of food is declining year by year. They haven't had a full meal for a long time. After communicating in a unique way, a Dementor with a size larger than normal flew out. After making a few conditions with Voldemort, the Dementors also gave way to Azkaban. This means they have officially joined Voldemort's camp. The door was violently slammed open, and the Death Eaters rushed in excitedly to free the prisoners. There are only a few pureblood families, and the two of them are related. There are also many of their relatives locked up here. The awakened prisoners struggled to open their eyes, and they were amazed by the crowd who rushed in, and the cries for help continued. But when some people saw Voldemort walking in surrounded by Bella and others, it's like being stuck in the throat by fate, unable to make any sound. Only a few people laughed wildly. Master. Here comes the Master. Voldemort looked up, and in a prison not far away, a middle-aged wizard in ragged clothes was shouting excitedly. Lookwood? After thinking about it carefully, Voldemort called out his name. He hadn't seen him for so many years, and he was so embarrassed and inhuman, it was difficult for him to think of it at the first time. A Death Eater helped him open the cell door, and Rookwood crawled at Voldemort's feet, kissing his robe. 15 years, a full 15 years. You still remember me. Moved to tears, Voldemort patted him on the head, regardless of the dirt on his body. Of course, Rookwood. I will not forget any of my servants who were loyal to me. This is a lie. In those days, Voldemort could remember those pure-blood family members, as well as some powerful Death Eaters. Some wizards who are used to make up numbers or are weak, he will never look directly at these weak people. A Death Eater like Rookwood who is locked out so far must be rubbish. But Voldemort remembers him because Rookwood was once an employee of the Ministry of Magic. And still in the Department of Mysteries. He will still pay attention to this kind of special talent. Well, Rookwood, Dolohov, and Travers are still suffering. We'll go back and talk about it. Voldemort's order made Rookwood nodded again and walked at the forefront to lead the way. Looking at the other prisoners eager to come out, Voldemort also gave two choices. Either continue to be imprisoned here until death, or be marked by the Dark Lord and become a Death Eater. There is no good bird who is imprisoned in Azkaban, and they all choose to join without hesitation. Although the good and the bad are mixed, Voldemort finally returned a little blood in this wave. Things went very smoothly today, the Dementors were subdued, and there were a lot of younger brothers. His mood was also much better. Barty Jr. and others were very efficient. In just a few minutes, they gathered more than 100 Death Eaters and 200 new wizards together. Looking at the familiar faces in front of him, Voldemort spoke. "My most loyal servants, congratulations on your freedom." There was a smile on Voldemort's face, and this was the happiest moment since his rebirth. "Master, I knew for a long time that you would come back one day," Antonin Dolokhov said excitedly. He is a general under Voldemort, and his strength is extremely high. In the original world, he had killed Lupin and defeated Mad-Eye Moody. In the end, it was Professor Flitwick who managed to clean him up, which shows his strength. Voldemort scanned the room and found a timid figure hiding at the end. "Wormtail, what are you doing behind that? Come here," Voldemort said with dissatisfaction, causing Peter Pettigrew, who was trying to reduce his presence, to tremble. Lord, I'm so happy to see you 320. With a smile on his face, Voldemort looked at Peter Pettigrew with admiration in his eyes. If he hadn't released Bella, he might not have been resurrected, and the Horcruxes would have been solved by Dumbledore. This surprised Voldemort. He didn't expect this timid guy to be so loyal to him. "You did a good job, and I will reward you well when you go back." Wormtail was confused by Voldemort's words and thought it meant leaking Potter's address. And since all the Aurors and Strikers were killed, the Ministry of Magic did not get the news right away. After all the beginning and end, Voldemort left with all the Death Eaters. Thus, the wonderful misunderstanding arises. Looking at the empty prison and the Dementors hovering in the sky, the whole person is stupid. However, he felt a lot more settled in his heart, knowing that Voldemort would not settle accounts because of Potter's affairs. It was only after he did not receive Azkaban's routine report the next day that he sent someone to check. Instead of taking the Dementors, he let the Ministry of Magic support him for a while. Otherwise, he would have no food to feed these guys after taking it, increasing the risk of exposure. When the Ministry of Magic staff arrived in Azkaban, him,
Mom.
What the hell is going on? Inside the minister's office, Fudge roared like a wounded lion. Well, saying he is a lion is a bit too exalted, or a husky is more image. At this time, Fudge already knew about Azkaban. 10 Aurors, 30 Strikers. A full 40 elites disappeared overnight. When he learned the news, he thought it was his subordinates joking him. But the pictures of Azkaban now are like merciless slaps on his face. Refer to Luo Yonghao fanning himself. Did Fudge really crack this time, or did it crack into slag? 40 employees were killed in the line of duty, and there were no prisoners left in Azkaban. What could be more terrifying than this? At this time, a group of senior officials of the Ministry of Magic gathered in the office. Scrimgeour in the Auror office, Amelia Burns in the Legal Enforcement Division, and Barty Crouch in the International Magical Cooperation Division. Although Fudge didn't like to see Crouch, the incident was so big that it would surely cause an uproar in the entire wizarding world. At this time, it is up to Crouch to maintain the image of the Ministry of Magic in England. The eyes of several senior officials flickered, and they collided constantly, exchanging their own ideas. Rubbing his head that could faint at any moment, Fudge flipped through the documents on the desktop. "How many fugitives have you found?" An ore-dressed wizard answered with some difficulty. None. Not a single one? Fudge's pitch rose abruptly an octave. Azkaban's fugitives don't have wands. How can they run so cleanly? What the hell did those damn monsters say? The monster in his mouth naturally refers to the Dementa, and he cannot imagine why so many things can happen under the eyes of the Dementu. Did these unreliable guys defect? At this moment, Lockhart came in from the door. At this time, he was already one of Fudge's most trusted people, and he was dispatched to Azkaban early in the morning. Minister, the Dementus said that a very powerful wizard led his men to kill the Aurors, and then force them back. Finally release all prisoners. Besides, the group of Dementors asked you for a statement that they have run out of food. 35. For a moment, everyone present thought of the one who is far away in Northern Europe. It's not him. We've always had someone at Durmstrang, and that one hasn't left recently. Fudge, who had sparked hope, slumped again. Could it be Dumbledore then? Dulux asked. He is also Fudge's confidant and naturally knows where to throw the pot. But Umbridge immediately stated that all the Flynn networks at Hogwarts were being monitored, and Dumbledore did not leave the school. Fudge was silent, thinking of what Dumbledore and Harry had said about Voldemort's resurrection. The unswerving heart is a little shaken. Is Voldemort really alive? But within 2 seconds, Fudge pushed the thought out of his head. Even if he knew what happened to Voldemort's resurrection, would he still go to Dumbledore to be submissive? In that case, he will definitely be directly sprayed down by the angry people. By now, Fudge knew there was no turning back. His eyes have been lost in power, and he just wants to minimize the impact of things at this moment. Although it is a scumbag, after all, after being the Minister of Magic for so many years, Fudge still has some brains. He also quickly figured out a solution. Let's get this out there and say that Bellatrix has created an organization to avenge the mysterious man. Focus on the number of people, and then double Bella's reward. Burns frowned, but didn't open his mouth to refute. In fact, she felt that such a big matter should be discussed with Dumbledore. However, there is nothing wrong with Fudge's order. It not only tells the truth, but also does not cause too much panic. When recruiting 10 teams of Aurors, don't worry about funding, and send those wizards who have committed crimes directly to Azkaban to appease those monsters. Speaking of this, Fudge also had a toothache. This time the Dementa didn't play a role at all. If he could, he would really kill them all. But there is no way. Dementors are the most suitable jailers. He can only strengthen law enforcement and send a batch of temporary rations. But it can also show the resolve of the Ministry of Magic, which can help a little. The matter spread quickly, and the entire English magic circle was silent. What's wrong with this world? The so-called most unbreakable prison, Azkaban, this time, instead of running 1 or 2 prisoners, it was directly empty. Even the Ministry of Magic keeps claiming that Bellatrix did it. But the more they say it, the more the people don't believe it. Like the Muggle world, the more the Ministry of Magic in the West refutes rumors, the more truthful it becomes. All of a sudden, everyone is in danger. They don't know where the danger comes from. The credibility of the Ministry of Magic dropped again, and the overwhelming war letter was about to blow up the entire Ministry of Magic. Some smart people have thought of Voldemort and packed their bags and fled the country overnight. Although there is a Grindelwald outside, historically, Grindelwald is much gentler to wizards than Voldemort. More than a month later, the Ministry of Magic has also found some clues. They found traces of the fugitives on the continent, but failed to catch them. This also makes many people relieved. As long as they are not in England, these fugitives are free to toss. And some members of the Wisingamore Wizards have impeached Fudge. Some members of the Mages have long been full of opinions about Fudge's mischief at Hogwarts. This time is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the history of the Ministry of Magic, very few ministers have been impeached, and not a single one has been resigned after being impeached. If Fudge was successfully impeached, he would be nailed to the pillar of shame. To this end, Fudge also made a special trip to Hogwarts to find Alvin, hoping to get his support. They had all been to Hogwarts in secret, and Burns had met with Dumbledore. For example, Scrimgeour and Burns are 2 hot candidates. Now that Fudge is useless, Alvin doesn't care if he turns against him. What's the difference between this and joining the Allies in 45? But when he got to school, he didn't even see Alvin's face. In fact, not only Fudge, but several other people who have coveted the throne of the Minister of Magic also secretly courted Alvin. In the end, when she left with a smile on her face, she knew that the two should have reached some deals. With his help, everything would be much easier. It's really stupid to be standing with him now. These high-end battles at the Ministry of Magic, Harry didn't know and didn't understand. But what he could see was that so far more and more people believed that Voldemort had been resurrected. Otherwise, who else has the ability to evacuate Azkaban? Most of the students are pure, they have not been baptized by the society. Therefore, they also dare to face their own mistakes. Many young wizards have gone to Harry to apologize to him these days and encourage him to persevere. This put him in a very good mood. Arriving in front of the room of requirement, Harry walked in skillfully. There were already quite a few D members in the room, and they all greeted Harry warmly. As one of the few teachers in D.A., Harry is also prosperous here. He had gradually understood what Alvin had said. It's not enough for people to have strength, they also need to gain their own right to speak. Hi Harry, what are we going to study today? Lavender Brown came over and asked with a smile. The Witch of Gryffindor had a hot fight with Ron recently, and even got a lot closer to him. 320 smashing spell, a very powerful spell. Harry responded with a smile, and soon many people gathered around him. It's just that what they didn't find was the little wizard who participated in the D.A. event today. 2 people are missing. Lawrence stood outside Umbridge's office with a valet. After a while, a sweet voice came from inside. Come in, my dear. Walking into the office and looking at the pink decorations all over the room, Lawrence felt nauseous. Old woman, what are you pretending to be tender? Although she was cursing Umbridge in her heart, her expression was very respectful. Professor, I'm here to report an illegal organization to you. Perhaps seeing this, many people have forgotten who Lawrence is. She was the same supporting role who mocked Luna in public in the Gryffindor lounge and was mercilessly humiliated by Alvin. In fact, when Alvin and Luna were together, Lawrence had a deep jealousy in his heart. She doesn't understand why Alvin looks down on such a crazy girl. Why doesn't she look down on her? However, she did not dare to ask her to trouble Luna again. The entire Ravenclaw has become Alvin's private plot. As long as there is a hint of it, everyone will stand against her. Lawrence also participated when Hermione formed D.A. At first she had no idea of whistleblowing because she could really learn something in it. And the whistleblower can only get her to get Umbridge's praise, without any practical benefit. As a Ravenclaw, although his temperament is not good, Lawrence can still see the pros and cons of things. But as time went on, the flame of jealousy grew stronger and stronger. When she watched Luna cast the advanced magic one by one at her fingertips, her heart became more and more unbalanced. Finally, in a letter a few days ago, her parents asked her to have a good relationship with Umbridge, and Lawrence made up her mind. She's going to destroy D.A. and get on Umbridge's line. Sure enough, after hearing her report, Umbridge was ecstatic. She had long known of the existence of such an organization, but no members and evidence have been caught. As a result, this little witch gave her a great gift today. As for why the founders of this organization are Hermione's Alvin's girlfriends, is there such a thing?
No.
It must be Potter. You're doing so well, kid. If this were war years, I'd get a medal for you. 55. Umbridge praised so much that Lawrence felt a little embarrassed. She looked apprehensive. Professor, I also participated in an illegal assembly for a time. You won't punish me too? Umbridge stroked her head affectionately. Of course not, my dear. You are lurking for the justice of the Ministry of Magic. 35. Don't worry, after I fire Potter, I will personally ask the minister to ask for the credit for you. Lawrence was overjoyed. In her heart, the Minister of Magic was a superhero. Even her parents, who worked at the Ministry of Magic, had to be respectful. After taking out the magic net register and sending out a few messages, Umbridge eagerly asked Lawrence to lead the way. In the room of responsiveness, Hermione and others were still explaining the techniques and scenes of using the smashing spell. The smashing spell is very difficult to control, and you must be cautious if you want to use this spell when you are facing an enemy. 99. Because once your spell is not under control, you are the first to suffer, so. The little wizards listened very carefully, and many of them even took the parchment and recorded the skills Hermione told. After the automatic Azkaban incident, everyone became more concerned about defense. Many people also wanted to join D.A, but Hermione declined.
Bang, bang, bang.
There was a loud knock on the door, and Hermione's expression changed. Listen to the people inside. You've been discovered, come out now, and I can't fire you. 5. Umbridge's screams reached the room of requirement. Hermione quickly grabbed the parchment on the table. Lawrence's name was turning bright red. Someone's spy, we exposed. A single sentence scared many people to the point where they were dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Looking at the panicked crowd, Hermione yelled, "Don't panic." They fell silent immediately, waiting for Hermione to make up her mind. After thinking about it for a long time, Hermione finally decided to break in. As long as she wasn't caught on the spot, Umbridge couldn't do anything about them afterwards. She and Cho said a solution, and the two stood at the gate. Cho gently opened the door, and Hermione's wand stretched out. The mist is misty. The mist is misty. After several smoke spells in a row, white smoke continued to come out from between Hermione's wands. Before falling into a coma, Harry could only hear Goyle screaming in excitement. When he ran to the 7th floor, there was a sudden sharp pain from the scar on his forehead, and he covered his head in pain.
Cough, cough.
35. Harry was also in the crowd, and he used a levitating spell to control Neville, who had already passed out. The students ran out quickly and fled in the opposite direction. "Professor, we've got Potter." Hearing the sound of Umbridge's cough coming from outside, Hermione stepped up and used the wind spell. At this moment, Crabbe and Goyle suddenly got out from behind a portrait, pushed him to the ground, and took away their wands. Harry was awakened by a loud noise. He opened his eyes with great effort and saw a group of people standing around him constantly arguing. Soon he recognized it, and he was in the principal's office. Fudge and Umbridge stood together, with a dozen Aurors standing behind them, crowding the office, dang dang. Dumbledore sat serenely behind the desk, slender fingers together. Professor McGonagall stood upright behind him, with a very nervous expression, and the portraits of the principal did not pretend to be asleep, cursing Fudge angrily. When he saw Harry awake, Dumbledore smiled at him, so he didn't have to worry. "Potter, you should know why you are here?" Fudge looked at Harry kindly. If it weren't for him, it would be really difficult for him to catch Dumbledore's flaws. "Do not know." Harry replied very bluntly, "I was just out looking for some food and was attacked." "So, why am I here, Minister?" His words made Umbridge laugh angrily. "The kitchen is in the basement, and you're on the 8th floor looking for something to eat? You don't have to hide it now. Miss Lawrence has said everything." Harry followed his gaze to a student who had been hiding behind several Aurors. Is this the woman leaking the secret? Harry had no memory of her, and could only now stare at Lawrence with angry eyes. But Lawrence was not ashamed and smiled proudly. "What's the use of looking at her like that now? Potter will be fired soon. It's a pity that this time I couldn't catch the little bee ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** A series of dense purple pustules spread on her face, and a beard grew rapidly on her chin. What? Lawrence let out a scream and scratched her face with her hands. It's Granger. She said that as long as you signed that piece of paper, you'd be damned if it leaked 55. A trace of impatience flashed on Fudge's face. Dolores, you take her away first, and then put out some more information. Umbridge pulled Lawrence away angrily and slammed the door hard. Dumbledore, Fudge stroked his hand, a happy smile on his face again. Potter partied with these students in an attempt to overthrow the Ministry of Magic. I didn't, Harry exclaimed. We just learned some spells we were supposed to learn. Fudge made no rebuttal at all. But you're breaking the rules of the Ministry of Magic. The smug look on his face was very unpleasant. Congratulations, Potter. You were fired from Hogwarts, Dawlish, for destroying his wand. 5. Standing behind him, a tall Auror walked towards Harry with a grin. And Percy, who had been standing beside Fudge and making records, although a little unbearable, quickly lowered his head. Wait a minute. At this time, Dumbledore spoke, interrupting Dawlish's movements. There was still a gentle smile on his face, which confused Harry a little. He was about to be expelled. Why is the principal still so happy? Connolly, I think you've got one thing wrong.
What?
35 Fudge didn't understand. Porter and they joined my group before this ban. Fudge looked at him in astonishment, not paying attention to Dumbledore's wordplay, which didn't matter. Yours. Yeah, look at the name of the organization, DA. Dumbledore stretched out his hand, and 2 golden characters appeared in the air. Fudge looked at them and quickly thought of something, and his face changed greatly. He took a horrified step back and approached the hot fireplace. You organized this? Luo. That's right, Dumbledore said happily. It's obviously not.
Dumbledore's army.
I just asked Miss Granger and Mr. Potter to help me develop a reliable power. Harry looked at him in confusion, didn't Hermione? Tell him that? Are you really working for Dumbledore? And Fudge jumped like a rat whose tail was stepped on. You really are secretly against me. That's right, Dumbledore happily admitted. Fudge stared at Dumbledore in surprise, and the purpose of coming today was to fire Potter.
4 flowers as 0.
But I didn't expect the surprise to come so quickly. Very well, Weasley, have you written it down? Of course, sir, it will be published in the Daily Prophet tomorrow. Fudge nodded in satisfaction. Dumbledore, you will now be escorted to the Ministry of Magic, where you will be formally charged. Now, please hand over your wand. 9. An Auror stepped forward and seized Dumbledore's wand without encountering any resistance. Fudge became more and more happy, and he thought it was Dumbledore's fear. Sorry, Dumbledore, I suddenly don't think you need to go to the Ministry of Magic. Again, on behalf of the Minister of Magic, I announce that from now on you will be imprisoned in Azkaban. 55. 0. Fudge didn't want to dream more at night. Who knows if Dumbledore's prestige will resolve this crisis after returning to the Ministry of Magic. Here, he's going to kill Dumbledore with a stick.
Ugh.
Dumbledore sighed regretfully and glanced at the Elder Wand with a nostalgic look. Sorry, Connolly, I'm afraid you won't be able to judge me. You seem to have an illusion that I will be caught without my hands. I don't want to go to Azkaban at all. Of course, I can easily escape, but I have more important things to do. Fudge stared at Dumbledore with a silly expression. Then what do you want to do? This sentence made Dumbledore choked. Wasn't it obvious to him? However, Fudge was a fool, and the Auror next to him was not. Professor McGonagall reached into her robe with one hand, but Dumbledore sternly stopped her. The others surrounded Fudge. A silver flash swirled in the room, and the magic spell of Delixie cut the desk in front of him in half like a sharp blade. At this time, Fudge also woke up from being stupid and said sharply. The other Aurors also used colorful spells, and Professor McGonagall pressed Harry down to prevent him from being affected.
Dawlish.
Shacklebolt.
Catch him.
Minerva, Hogwarts needs you. Several Aurors moved without a trace, and the 2 blocked the fireplace. Dumbledore ducked just sideways. Dumbledore stretched out his palm, and all the attacks of the Aurors were blocked by invisible shields. Several Aurors were surprised to find that the absence of a wand did not seem to have any effect on Dumbledore. He was still so powerful. The magic spell bounced by the iron armor curse flew around, destroying a lot of public property. Professor McGonagall protected all the headmaster's portraits to prevent them from being affected. Fudge shivered and hid in the corner. Hey! The loud phoenix chirping sounded, and Fawkes's figure appeared above Dumbledore's head. As he clapped his hands, a scorching fire burst from the body of one person and one bird, knocking all the Aurors flying, and then disappearing. A bunch of trash. Seeing that Dumbledore was successfully escaped, Fudge could only be incompetent and furious, and poured his resentment on the Aurors. The faces of the 32 of several Aurors were also not good-looking. They knew that Dumbledore was powerful, having beaten a dozen Aurors by himself. But this time the opponent doesn't have a wand. Kingsley didn't feel anything at all, shrugged and said to Fudge, "Sir, You can dislike him. 99. But you can't deny that he's really stylish. Fudge glared at him angrily. Is this the time to say this? He tidied up his messy clothes, ignored Harry in a daze, and stared at Professor McGonagall. For this vice principal, he completely ignored it and could not threaten his status at all. I think your friend Dumbledore is doomed this time, and Dolores will be the new headmaster. Professor McGonagall said nothing, gave him a contemptuous look, and led Harry out of the office. Fudge didn't care, after all. Harry was a small person in his eyes. As long as Dumbledore is dealt with, no one can threaten his rights. And Harry, who returned to the dormitory in a daze, was still thinking about the words Dumbledore said to him before he disappeared. Watch out, Alvin. Keep your distance from him. 35. Dumbledore defeated the Aurors and escaped from Hogwarts. The news spread throughout the school overnight. Along with the news, notices of Umbridge becoming headmaster were plastered all over the castle. Wherever Alvin went, he heard people talking about it. Yesterday's Hermione and Cho told him about it. Hermione blamed herself very much, believing that the fault was all hers. None of this would have happened if she had been more careful in her screening of personnel. For the whistleblower Lawrence the Little Witch, it tickles with anger. Don't worry, I'll help you out. Alvin patted her back gently, comforting her softly. However, his eyes were looking at Lawrence, who was proud of the spring breeze not far away, without a trace of warmth. Umbridge didn't just give Lawrence's parents a promotion in order to tell everyone it was good for her to do things for her. A special operations unit has also been established in schools with great powers. Lawrence is now patrolling around with a group of Slytherin students these days, and he will deduct points if he sees something not pleasing to the eye. She is so proud of herself now that she even deducted 10 points from Luna. Lovegood, 10 points for disheveled clothes. Luna's eyes widened. You're not a prefect, and we're all Ravenclaw students. 35. Lawrence smiled dismissively. Professor Umbridge. Oh, now it's Principal Umbridge who has given me the right to deduct points. If I want to deduct your points, I will deduct your points. Ginny, who was with Luna, stared at her angrily, resisting the urge to use the shattering charm. And you, Weasley. Your red hair disgusts me, and 10 points from Gryffindor. Ginny finally couldn't take it anymore and took out her wand. Fuchsia. Lawrence slammed into the wall uncontrollably, and the force was so strong that she spat out blood with a wow. Luna looked at her friend in surprise. Don't look at me, Ginny looked blank. I didn't do this. Before her wand was fully taken out, the man flew away. The two turned their heads in unison and saw Alvin standing there with a cold face. Gaunt. What do you want? I'm going to have Principal Umbridge fire you. Lawrence screamed in horror, and what he said really made Alvin sneer. Several invisible sharp blades cut through her cheeks, and the blood flowed non-stop. With her disheveled hair, she looks like a crazy woman, and the few students who had just flaunted their might and followed Lawrence shivered and ran away. With a wave of Alvin's hand, he pulled them back and hung them beside Lawrence. Ignoring the shouting of several people, Alvin's right hand clenched slowly. The wall seemed to come alive with his movements, flowing and slowly swallowing several people. Stop it. Gaunt. There were hurried shouts in the distance, and Umbridge ran over out of breath, looking at the few people on the wall in disbelief. How dare you? Attack your classmates at school and despise the majesty of the principal. Umbridge, who had just successfully driven out Dumbledore, was at the right time, and she didn't expect Alvin to jump out. Seeing Umbridge's arrival, Lawrence cried out for help. Save me. Headmaster. Gaunt is going to kill me. More and more students gathered not far away to look here. Umbridge took out his wand and wanted to put a few people down. But after trying for a long time, she failed. Gaunt. Don't think that a thing is over. Granger is one of the organizers. Umbridge threatens Alvin with sternness, trying to make him jealous. Secretary Fudge and I just didn't have time to deal with such trivial matters, so we let her go. After she finished speaking, she saw Alvin turn his head to look at her, and her heart suddenly burst. The pressure from those eyes made it hard for him to breathe. 1.0. You mean the fault is on Luna's side? Snapped. Umbridge, Do you think my slap rings? With great strength, Umbridge flew out, and students with good eyesight could clearly see the fat face shaking like a Shar-Pei. This shameless remark completely angered him, and Alvin suddenly released the control of Lawrence and the others, allowing them to fall to the ground. A slap doesn't make a sound? Hearing this, Alvin finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Gaunt, a slap can't be clapped. Since Lawrence is targeting your girlfriend, you should ask them to reflect on what they did wrong. He slapped Umbridge's nasty face with a savage slap under everyone's stunned gaze. If looks could kill, Alvin would have been killed countless times by Umbridge by now. The little wizards who were watching also watched the scene in disbelief. Is this the first time in the history of Hogwarts that a student has beaten the headmaster? Many people's worldviews have been impacted, but they can't help but want to praise Alvin. This slap is so cool. Covering his swollen half of his face, Umbridge left here without a word. Even though she was already mad with hatred in her heart, she forcibly endured it, because she had already seen the undisguised killing intent in Alvin's eyes. She couldn't eat any good fruit today, even if she was entangled. Going back to find your own master is the most correct choice. And after the slap, Alvin's mood was much more relaxed. Disdainfully glanced at Lawrence on the ground, and left here with Luna. The next day, the Ministry of Magic revoked Alvin's Order of Merlin First Class for hurting his classmates with magic. But Umbridge's beatings were indeed not mentioned. No way, in the magic world, if you don't use magic, 13 hits really don't hurt. It can only be regarded as not very lethal, but it is extremely insulting. If Alvin was held accountable for this matter, there would only be a painless punishment, and Umbridge would be humiliated and thrown out of school. Doing this is the limit. Even if this matter came to an end, Lawrence became the biggest victim. Not only was he beaten, he was disfigured. The scars left by Shinfeng Wuying are not so easy to repair. If Alvin hadn't used the counter curse at the end, she would have bled to death. In addition, her parents are also subject to Alvin's revenge. Both Lawrence's parents worked under Mrs. Greenglass. In a word from Alvin, these two people have changed from a small supervisor just after being promoted to a cleaner who cleans the bathroom. When he heard the news, Lawrence collapsed and knelt at Alvin's feet, begging for his forgiveness. But all this was in vain. Traitors are the most damn it everywhere. How could Alvin change his mind? Umbridge wouldn't care about it if it wasn't for Lawrence. How could she have suffered such a humiliation? Her mind is now full of control over the school. Leaving aside the chaos on this side of Hogwarts, Voldemort's side was happy. Ha 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 ha. There were bursts of cheerful laughter from within Malfoy Manor. Voldemort walked around the living room excitedly. He had learned what happened at Hogwarts. Of course, he also contributed to this. The Aurors around Fudge have been infiltrated a lot, and it was only under their influence that the plan went so smoothly. The only thing that bothered Voldemort was that things went more smoothly than he had imagined. How could Dumbledore hand over his wand so easily? Snape, did Dumbledore contact you? Gloomy snake pupils stared at Snape, Voldemort operating a clemency with all his strength. Snape's expression did not change at all. Master, Dumbledore contacted me the next day, and he asked me to help him get a wand. I've got a new wand for him from Ollivander, but he asked the Phoenix to get it. I don't know where the specific person is. Snape sold Dumbledore without hesitation. Voldemort looked at him for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. He knew that Snape was doing things for both sides, but Voldemort was confident enough to control him. There are many things that Dumbledore cannot give. For example, the production method of Horcrux. In front of him, Snape was a dark wizard who was desperate for black magic. With Dumbledore's style, he will certainly not satisfy his desires. You said, why did the old guy hand over the wand so easily? 35. Voldemort seemed to be asking Snape, and it seemed he was just mumbling subconsciously. Lucius Malfoy rolled his eyes and took 2 steps forward. Master, from what I understand, Fudge initially wanted to bring Dumbledore back to the Ministry of Magic. But after collecting the wand, he changed his mind and wanted to put him directly in Azkaban. When Voldemort heard this, his eyes lit up. Turns out the problem was here. He sneered. Even something like fudge can limit him. The old Dumbledore is really coming back. In his brain supplement, Dumbledore just didn't expect Fudge to be so shameless, and he turned his face and didn't recognize anyone when he got the wand. He now has no doubts about the rationality of the whole thing. After all, in Voldemort's eyes, Dumbledore is a man of sanctimonious integrity who will pretend to do everything according to the rules. No dignity at all. And Lucius Malfoy smiled slightly and retired. You can't tell everything about a conceited man like Voldemort. Only by letting him figure it out himself can he rationalize everything and be convinced. On Magic 100 he was no match for Voldemort either. But as far as brains are concerned, Malfoy was no weaker than anyone in his life. Snape also gave him a strange look, and his heart was full of scorn. You're almost crippling the Dark Lord. After making sure there was nothing wrong with the whole thing, Voldemort didn't hesitate to have his wand stolen that night. The group of people at the Ministry of Magic did not know the particularity of the Elder Wand, and just placed it in the office of the Law Enforcement Division at random. The two inner ghosts stole it out easily. Voldemort frowned slightly, feeling the stagnation on the wand. He threw out a black light, and the chair hit by the black light disappeared instantly, leaving no trace. Little Barty, who was standing behind him, took a deep breath. Isn't this power a bit exaggerated? This spell was also taught to him by Voldemort, but 320 was the black magic version of the shattering spell. The power is stronger, with some corrosiveness. But directly turning objects into nothingness like this is beyond his comprehension. Is this the power of the Elder Wand? Little Barty looked at Voldemort with joy, and was happy for his master to get this wand. And Voldemort also felt the power of the Elder Wand, but the resistance was equally obvious. What is the reason? The poor man didn't know the rules of the Elder Wand to recognize the master at all, and he was a little dazed at this moment. At that time, the entire magic world will surrender at his feet. Some people think that Umbridge's troubles with Alvin are a bit brainless, but I still have some basis for it, and it's not completely brainless. After all, this wand has followed old Deng for 50 years, and it may not be able to adapt to his magic for a while. Voldemort, who had once again perfected his brain, quickly convinced himself. First, last time Fudge came to the protagonist for support, but he did not meet, and the representative was already on the opposite side. After thinking about it for a long time, it can only be attributed to Dumbledore. Second, although the wizarding world reveres the strongest, in most cases people are still law-abiding, and Umbridge believes that the Ministry of Magic can deter Alvin. He secretly decided in his heart that he would go after Dumbledore after he had dealt with Harry. Maybe my turning point is too blunt here. I apologize first. After all, the protagonist has to separate from Fudge, otherwise Fudge will step down in the end, and the protagonist will also be implicated. Another wonderful night. Alvin got up hard from Nagini's nephrite fragrance. It's terrible. Miss Snake Girl is a juicer. How did Su Xian satisfy by Sujin? If it weren't for the diamond-level reward he had drawn a while ago, he would have been a little unbearable. After all, in this world, wizards possess all kinds of extraordinary powers because of the existence of magic. But in terms of physical fitness, even ordinary people may be inferior. If all the little wizards were to run laps on the Quidditch pitch, within 2 laps, you will definitely be exhausted. Even Alvin has Avalon's makeover that has surpassed many. But compared with the blood-cursed orcs like Miss Nagini, they are not cheap. What's more, there are only exhausted cows in the world. How can there be plowed land? For a long time, Alvin wanted to get a reward for enhancing his physical fitness and changed his career to become a melee mage. At that time, with the Lock of the Sky in one hand and the Wand of Deviance in the other, Tom, who will definitely hit, will be called Dad. It's a pity that his plug-in is a spicy chicken system, and his wishes have not been satisfied after more than 300 chapters. Even readers are complaining such a weak protagonist is really rare in a certain lieu. Until recently, Alvin got his wish. Skill: Dragon Blood Body Forging Secret.
Quality: Diamond.
Effect: Sacrifice dragon blood in a specific ritual to enhance one's own physical fitness. The effect is determined by the quality of dragon blood. After seeing this skill, Alvin unconsciously came up with a method. Shouldn't the dog system be a reward for Osiris? That was his dearest family. How could he strengthen himself with the blood of Osiris? Ahem, he will. After discussing it with Osiris, the little guy agreed to Alvin without hesitation. After all, the blood needed for a ceremony was not enough for her to have a nosebleed. Although as a demigod, Osiris doesn't seem to have a nosebleed. In short, with the friendly sponsorship of Osiris, Alvin successfully completed the first physical strengthening. The effect was so good that he was very pleasantly surprised. The most outstanding performance is that Miss Nogany was also easily suppressed by him. The slap he gave Umbridge back then was 99% of Alvin's strength. If he did his best, the scene would be extremely tragic. After a leisurely breakfast, Alvin walked out of the castle. The first class this morning was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and he decisively skipped it. Not only today, it is estimated that he will not go to Defense Against the Dark Arts in the future, and his hands will itch when he sees Umbridge's face. Alvin wasn't worried that the toad would fail or something. After all, she couldn't last. The time has come to April, and the weather has become very pleasant. Unconsciously walking to the Black Lake, Alvin suddenly became interested. A small round stool appeared under his feet, and the wand in his hand also turned into a long fishing rod. The twins had brought him to Black Lake to fish several times. The fish in the Black Lake are pure wild, and they taste different. It's a pity that he wasn't a good fisherman in his previous life. After 2 consecutive hours of getting nothing, Alvin was also a little embarrassed. With a thought, the top of the fishing rod turned into a large net, which contained 2 innocent fish. Only then did Alvin nodded with satisfaction. The ingredients for today's lunch have been settled. The fisherman is never in the Air Force. With a snap of his fingers, the house elf appeared beside Alvin. 1 portion of boiled fish, 1 portion of pickled fish, served at lunch. The house elf bowed respectfully and disappeared, and Alvin also walked towards the castle. When he returned to the castle, he saw Hermione and Harry looking for him everywhere. "Great, Alvin, I finally found you." Harry breathed a sigh of relief when he saw him, as if he had found the backbone. He said repeatedly. George and Fred seemed to have a big wave. "I'm afraid something will happen. So go and persuade them." The atmosphere at Hogwarts has been subtle these days. Many Slytherin students took refuge in Umbridge and joined the task force. Umbridge is also not afraid of the newcomers and also gave them great power. These people are always looking for trouble with other students, especially Gryffindor, who have been mortal enemies for millennia. Within 2 days, the gems representing Gryffindor scores were completely emptied. How can the grumpy little lions take this? Sneak attack, gang fights, knocking sap. The way the little lion revenge is also varied. 2 days ago, George and Fred stuffed Monta into the vanishing cabinet on the 2nd floor. It is estimated that within a week, he will not reappear. However, the twins are not satisfied, and there is no sense of achievement in dealing with these small fish and shrimp. They're going for a big one against Umbridge. That's why Harry found Alvin. He was afraid that the twins would go too far, and wanted Alvin to persuade him. As for what Dumbledore told Harry before he left, keep him away from Alvin. Apart from that night, Harry pondered the reason why the headmaster would say that. By the next day, he had put Dumbledore's advice behind him. Just kidding. Although Harry respects Dumbledore very much, he also treats him as his elder. But in terms of close relationship, there is still a very big gap compared with Alvin. Since the 1st grade, Harry has been living under the help of Alvin. It is a friendship he has never experienced. He was, all right, kicked out by the Dursleys, and it was Alvin who helped him. So, no matter how much Dumbledore advised him, Harry just thought Alvin was on Fudge's side and misunderstood. It's a pity, but he is a man and can only support Alvin silently. In this life, he was no longer the brainless fan of Dumbledore in the original book. Last summer, it was Alvin's shot that made Fudge's calculations fail and kept his wand. He is already in the shape of Alvin. After being selected as a warrior in the Triwizard Tournament, all the students doubted him, and even Ron became jealous. It is also Alvin who has always stood by himself, believing that he never put his name into the goblet of fire. There are all kinds of bits and pieces, all of which Harry keeps in mind. He felt that if he was a girl, the only way left now was to promise each other. Where are they now? Alvin looked at Hermione, who was on the side, ready to go to the twins to find out what was going on. The room of requirement. Fred and George asked me for a password and went there early in the morning, even escaping Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class. Finally, Hermione couldn't help but put on a tone of admiration. Warriors, there are people in the world who dare to escape McGonagall's course. Are these two people ready for the funeral? House of Requirement?
35.
Harry is confused. Aren't they afraid of being blocked by Umbridge and unable to get out? Hermione explained patiently. Alvin has control over the room of requirement, and he is free to change the conditions of entry. 39. Just like now, the room of requirement has also been moved from the 8th floor to the 6th floor, and the entry method has also been changed to a password. The House of Requirement is essentially Rowena Ravenclaw's bedroom. With Alvin and her relationship, doing these things couldn't be easier. Umbridge had been keeping an eye on Harry lately, so Hermione hadn't told him the news. However, after going through this incident, Hermione has grown a lot and is no longer blindly believing in what she thinks is right. The human heart is so complicated that it is difficult for the little witch to trust others as she used to. She has temporarily stopped DA's activities now and will not continue until a suitable candidate is screened. After the three came to the room of requirement, they saw George and Fred busying themselves with boxes of various sizes around. Are you guys going for a clearance sale? Harry asked in surprise. He had already seen the contents of the box, which were all products from Weasley's joke shop. So many things add up, it is estimated that it can empty the wallets of all the little wizards. Yo! Fred greeted Alvin with a smile on his face. We're just looking for you, Alvin. George also put down the wolf-toothed dart in his hand. He was smearing an itching medicine on it, and the private parts of the people he touched would become extremely itchy. This is a crazy idea that Alvin came up with. When the twins heard it, they were shocked. After they made it, they took Ron for a test. As a result, Ron didn't speak to these two brothers for more than a month, and he felt weak when he saw them. After Alvin saw Ba, he also understood what they were going to do. Really? Umbridge won't be at school much longer. His words made the two of them stunned for a moment. Alvin guessed it before he could say their purpose. Hermione watched them play the riddles, a little confused. But when George told her and Harry about their plans, both eyes widened. You will be fired for sure. 35. Hermione said with great confidence that the twins were going to rub Umbridge's face against the ground.
So what?
Fred shrugged. For us, the NEWTS exam is just one more certificate. Yes, added George. This certificate will not make us sell even one more gallon of our product. But aren't you afraid that Madame Jasmine will sweep you out of the house? Harry's soul torture silenced the twins. This is also what they worry about the most. The Weasley twins are not afraid of everything, but they have nothing to do with their mother. If she learns that she has been expelled, my mother will definitely let them experience the bone-shattering spell passed down from the family. Thinking of this, George and Fred invariably fought a cold war. No, I can't think about it anymore. Thinking about it further, the courage they finally raised would be scared away. Seeing the twins so determined, Hermione and Harry stopped persuading. What the two of them said was also true. With the business of Weasley's joke shop, they would never starve to death. They may make more money in a week now than Mr. Weasley makes in a year. It's just a diploma, it really doesn't make much sense. During the whole process, Alvin did not raise any objection. The way is chosen by themselves. George and Fred are no longer children. They know what they should do. The twins are also very happy when Alvin supports them. After all, this is the real owner of Weasley's joke shop. And Alvin gave them a surprise. He took out a Diagon Alley store as a base for a future Weasley joke shop. After hearing this, George rushed up excitedly and wanted to give Alvin a hug, but he avoided it in disgust. Hermione is still here, not afraid of misunderstanding. Pulling Alvin aside, the three of them muttered, preparing to give Umbridge an unforgettable memory. Hearing their laughter from time to time, Harry couldn't help but take a few steps back. He knew that the toad would definitely be unlucky. No one can escape from the hands of these three evils. In the principal's office, Umbridge was lying on his desk, flipping through letters one by one. Since she became the headmaster, all the flow networks in the castle have been monitored except for the fireplace in this room. And she will check the letters and packages sent by the owls one by one. If it wasn't for the magic net register that could be controlled by recognizing the magic power of wizards, she would definitely check everyone's register. Having said that, Alvin also had to thank her. People's habits are cultivated slowly, although it is very convenient for the login device to send a message and make a phone call. But many little wizards still keep the habit of writing letters. But because of Umbridge's imposed intervention, they had to change their habits and use the internet more. That was the only remaining value for Umbridge. The principal's room was very quiet, and the portraits of the principals on the wall were all cast by Umbridge's silencing spell. Since she came in, the portraits have been cursing her and fudge incessantly. What happened? Hearing the constant explosions from downstairs, Umbridge picked up his wand and rushed out of the office towards the source of the sound. When she came to the corridor on the second floor, the scene in front of her made her mouth open instantly.
Boom.
Rubbing her sore she looked around in shock. Especially that Phineas Black, she almost forced her to cast the unforgivable curse. The floor of the office shook, and Umbridge fell from his chair, unable to sit still. Even now the portraits are speechless, but they are humiliating Umbridge with their rich body language. Umbridge swears she never knew a portrait could swear so badly. In the corridor, a dozen or so golden or green fireworks constituted fire dragons recklessly. Along the way, the sparks they sprayed made a huge explosion. There were also some small rockets among them, and the fireworks automatically wrote curse words in the air. Get out of Hogwarts, Toad. Seeing these huge characters, Umbridge's face turned green. Pass out. 99. Her wand glowed red, angrily struck a firework, and tragedy struck. The fire dragon that was enchanted by the curse expanded rapidly and released an explosion that was several times larger than before. It blew a hole in one painting, in which a sentimental witch on the grass hurried away and ran into another painting. The wizards in the picture were playing cards, and they quickly gave up a place when they saw her coming. Seeing that his magic had the opposite effect, Umbridge was even more angry. She kept using the ending spell to stop these fireworks, but to no avail. It seems that the people who made it have anticipated how to deal with all kinds of magic. The corridor space was so large, the number of fireworks increased instead of decreasing, and Umbridge was quickly hit. Her face was itchy all of a sudden, and huge pustules quickly grew out. Umbridge screamed and fled, leaving only the little wizards hiding in the surrounding classrooms laughing. The story quickly spread around the school. That afternoon, Umbridge went to the Weasley twins with a bandage on his head.
Weasley.
You've been fired. She swears that if George and Fred didn't do this, she'd eat all the big shit she had confiscated. Sorry, Professor. What are you talking about? Fred, who was playing wizard chess with Lee in the Gryffindor lounge, raised his head blankly, very innocent. Umbridge gasped, Weasley, don't play these useless tricks on me. You blatantly used dangerous magic props at school this morning. Now, hand over your wands immediately. 39. Professor Umbridge. George stood up and startled her. Even if you are the principal, you have to give evidence, right? 5. We're all in Professor Newt's class this morning. How could it be possible to do something like that? Several 7th grade students next to them also stood up to testify for them. Good, good. Umbridge pointed at them, knowing that there was nothing they could do without evidence. She directly asked a student to call Newt and the students who were in the class together. Not long after, a few people arrived. I prove that the two Mr. Weasleys have never left my sight. After learning the details, Newt testified for the two, without hesitation. Umbridge was stunned for a moment, looking at the several students who came with him. The class was in Gryffindor and Slytherin, and 2 of the students were still her confidants. A Slytherin student pondered for a moment, then nodded with difficulty, indicating that what Newt said was true. This time it was Umbridge's turn to be dumbfounded. Was this the result of her running over aggressively? Until she left the lounge, the twins were still suspicious in her mind. And when Umbridge and his lackeys went out, thunderous cheers erupted in the lounge. "Weasley is our king." I don't know who took the lead in shouting, and the other students also shouted in unison. "Weasley is our king. Weasley is our king." George and Fred jumped on the table and hilariously took off their hats all around, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. "Fantastic. How on earth did you guys do it?" Ron's face flushed, and he was sure that his brothers had done all of this. But why can't Umbridge get their hands on them? Even Slytherin students testified for them. The twins smiled at each other, shook their heads in unison, and said in unison, "Ronnie, don't ask. You will only make things worse." The crowd burst into laughter. Ron is so unpopular now that he joined Gryffindor's Quidditch team this year as a goalkeeper. But in the game against Slytherin, he conceded 14 goals in a row, or Harry caught the golden snitch, and Gryffindor avoided the fate of the fiasco. In the match against Ravenclaw, Ron even dropped 200 points, completely becoming a civ. For Flower Zero, even though he was a prefect, many people now have a problem with him. Many believe he was drafted into the Quidditch team based on his relationship with Harry. George and Fred also knew that their younger brother was unreliable and had a big mouth, and would not tell him their secrets at all. In fact, the two of them made Ginny and Colin drink the potion, pretending to be their class. If Ron found out, one accidentally leaked it out. Their plan may not be completed, and they will leave Hogwarts completely. Over the next few days, the entire castle was plunged into unprecedented turmoil. The twins' mischievous props continued to cause trouble for Umbridge and hinder many of the teachers in the class. Zero. But they don't seem to care. My God. My God. Professor McGonagall's tone was full of sarcasm. Looking at the mace darts flying all over the room, she did not move at all. "Miss Brown, please inform our principal that there is a huge problem here that needs to be handled by her." Lavender Brown nodded happily and pulled Umbridge from the potions classroom. Looking at the toad that turned into an exploding head, the little wizards let out laughter. This must be the effect that the disposable crucible developed by Gemini can achieve. After Umbridge lost all her strength to catch the wolf-toothed dart, Professor McGonagall's sarcastic remark made her furious. But nothing could be said. As headmaster, she does have an obligation to help the professors with these troubles, and in fact that's what she does these days. It is said that there is also the credit of the blasting geniusimo, who can only make these one-time crucibles explode stably. All the professors have become Buddhist in the face of chaos, and if something happens, they will let her go out. "Thank you so much, Umbridge." Professor McGonagall gave a rare bright smile. "Actually, I can catch the star myself, but I don't know if I have the right." 99. Umbridge, who wanted to scare Professor McGonagall with a few harsh words, suddenly changed his face. Covering his lower body tremblingly, he rolled and crawled out of the Transfiguration classroom. 10. No one knows what happened to Umbridge these days. When she appeared in front of the public again, her face was pale and frightening. The riots in the school also gradually subsided. The twins' inventory has also been almost consumed in the past few days, and they only have enough left for the two of them to have a perfect curtain call. Finally, on the last day of April, Fred and George came up with their trump card. The entire auditorium was turned into a swamp under the watchful eyes of the public. The 4 long tables, plus the staff seats, were all sunk in the mud. All the students can only watch the situation here from the observation deck on the 2nd floor. Okay. Umbridge quickly arrived at the scene under Filch's tip. She looked at George and Fred standing at the door, her eyes full of pride. 32. You think it's fun to turn the school hall into a swamp, don't you? It's really fun, yes, said Fred, looking up at her without a trace of fear. On the contrary, there was an uncontrollable smile on his face, which made many people puzzled. Filch said all kinds of cruel punishments like a dog for Umbridge to choose, and the two of them showed grim smiles at the same time. With a smile on his face, George sent out a series of sparks with his wand, directly knocking Filch away. To be honest, I don't think we're fit for a Hogwarts education anymore. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Fred said casually. Before Umbridge could speak, The twins raised their wands and said in unison, "Enjoy our final swan song at school." 5. The voice fell, and there was a burst of noise in the distance. 4 or 5 boxes flew over, and were smashed directly in the air by the twins with a spell. Colorful powders, big dung eggs, and fireworks all worked at the same time. When he saw a pink firework, George's face changed. "Stupid Fred. How did you put this firework in there? It's got a love potion in it." 35. Fred was also embarrassed and apologized again and again. This kind of fireworks is a special edition developed by them specially for couples, which can use a small amount of erotic agent to help boys and girls to cross the threshold. Looking at Umbridge, who was blown up by pink fireworks, the twins knew that they had lost their way and hurriedly used the flying curse to call their broom. The love potion was prepared by Fred, who couldn't imagine the image of Umbridge calling him Brittany with love in his eyes. However, before leaving, Gemini did not forget to play an advertisement. If you also want to buy all kinds of props that have appeared these days, please come to 93 Diagon Alley. Weasley Tricks. By the way, if you swear by Umbridge, I'll give you 20% off. 35. The little wizards were shocked by the commotion in front of them and could only nod their heads unconsciously. The leatherback turtle quickly took off the hat on his head and swiftly saluted Fred and George. They flew out of the gate and merged into the dazzling sunset in a situation that Hogwarts had never seen before. Even if some people are gone, their legends are still enduring. It is no exaggeration to send this sentence to George and Fred, who are running for freedom. Even though they had been gone for half a month, Alvin could still see people discussing this matter, and those two people everywhere. And, of course, Umbridge, the biggest victim. Clearly, Fred's mastery of the dose of erotica required practice. Umbridge, who was hit by the special edition fireworks, was a little delirious and shouted for a while to kill the twins. For a while, Fred's name was called reluctantly. That affectionate look made many professors and students almost vomit out of the dinner they just ate. It wasn't until she was out of madness that Snape suppressed his laughter and poured her a bottle of antidote. After waking up, Umbridge was completely insane, and she immediately wanted the Aurors to capture the twins in Azkaban. It's a pity that the love potion is controversial in the magic world, because he can't get true love. However, there is still no law that clearly states that this drug is illegal. In desperation, Umbridge had no choice but to expel the two of them in retaliation. By now, she had some regrets about accepting this mess at Hogwarts. Since she became the principal, she has not lived a stable life, and even went to the school doctor's office no less than 10 times. Although she had reason to suspect that Madame Pomfrey was deliberately targeting her. But what can be done then? Don't offend the doctor. This is a truth whether it is in the Muggle world or the magical world. Umbridge was already frightened, and she had asked Fudge to assign her 2 Aurors to protect her closely. Even in class, she wouldn't let herself out of the Auror's sight. The commotion in the school also brought a lot of fun to Alvin. Although he did not participate, it was a very happy thing to sit and eat melons. During this period of time, Alvin had no other movements, but had been following the movements of Dumbledore and Voldemort. Voldemort is still constantly running in with the Elder Wand, trying to better control this powerful wand. But progress has not been ideal. As long as the owner of the Elder Wand dies, he cannot completely control the wand. Whenever he heard Lucius Malfoy reporting to him, Alvin would always lament the importance of reading. If Voldemort isn't just obsessed with black magic, read more miscellaneous journals and accounts of the Elder Wand. Then he won't be kept in the dark like a fool. 1.0. He has been hiding by Voldemort's side since he was released from Azkaban last time. So Voldemort greened his husband under his nose. Of course, you can't use this sentence, because all the people who read this book are handsome Bellatrix, pregnant. Therefore, readers, please remember that if people are ugly, they should read more. This principle is universal everywhere. Another piece of information about Voldemort completely shocked Alvin's jaw. Still Voldemort's child. When he first heard the news, Alvin was completely confused. Bella's husband was also a Death Eater and heir to the Lestrange family. The other side. Dumbledore, after disappearing for a while, also reappeared in Alvin's sight. He actually went to see Grindelwald. Alvin has reason to suspect that Lao Deng is just taking the opportunity to pick up his son and go to his old lover to catch up. Before, his every move was under the attention of others. Now that's all right. Dumbledore doesn't have to care about other people's thoughts now. Anyway, the magic world thinks he's absconding. He can now go to Grindelwald unscrupulously. However, there is still Voldemort and his Alvin behind the scenes in the wizarding world in England. Is it really appropriate for you to leave so freely? Clicking on Grindelwald's name, Alvin hadn't contacted him for a long time. Since he gave Lao Ge a small warning last time, he also restrained his saints after he went back. This year, there has been no major trouble in the cooperation between the two sides. What's the matter with me? Grindelwald's deep, magnetic voice came from the 13 recorder. Alvin said sincerely, I just want to see how my principal is doing recently. To be honest, I still miss him quite a bit when he's not at school for more than a month. 39. Grindelwald was silent for a moment. He knew about the affair between Dumbledore and Alvin. How did this little wizard have such a thick skin to say this? He's already asleep. Now it's Alvin's turn not to. He shouldn't be so polite. Forget it. Alvin waved his hand. I just came to let you know that I'm going to close the net here. Let your people keep an eye on those Death Eaters on the continent, and don't give them a chance to resist. Wait for my order. When the time comes, it will be wiped out. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes. Have you found all his Horcruxes? Voldemort still has at least 4 or 5 Horcruxes in his hands, not counting Harry. Is Alvin really sure that all his preparations will be overwhelmed in an instant? That question wasn't answered by Alvin, and it wasn't something Grindelwald should be concerned about. Looking at the hung-up communication, the Dark Lord sighed and walked to the window. Once Voldemort is dealt with, the only person who can pose a threat to Alvin is Dumbledore. What should he do then? School life is proceeding in an orderly manner. While the fight against Umbridge continues, these have little to do with 5th or 7th graders. Compared to tossing the toad, the upcoming exam is the most important thing. On this day, all the 5th graders were handed a flyer. Career guidance? Alvin looked at the parchment in his hand and read it out involuntarily. Is it this time? Xiao, who was watching the gossip news, heard his words and couldn't help being born. So, Alvin looked at Xiao. What is this for? Putting away the logger, Xiao also began to introduce the tradition to Alvin. Not every 5th grader has a clear idea of their future career plans. That's why the school launched this campaign to get professors to help students. For example, if you want to become an Auror, you must achieve excellence in certain subjects before you are eligible to apply. Professors also offer their advice if your career plans are too unrealistic. Alvin suddenly said, So, what career did you choose last year? Xiao's eyes were full of longing. I'm going to be a tornado team seeker. Unfortunately, Professor Flitwick said that Hogwarts has no partnership with them, and I had to apply myself after graduation. Autumn is an avid Quidditch enthusiast and a fan of the Tornadoes. Although her parents were not supportive and wanted her to work at the Ministry of Magic. But after following Alvin for so many years, Xiao had already seen enough of the bullshit at the Ministry of Magic and was not interested at all. After hearing Xiao talk about her goal, Alvin vaguely remembered it. He also bought a Quidditch team last year. It's just that since handing over a few firebolts to the manager, he has never asked again. Don't know what's going on now. Forget it. Let's give it to her after graduation in autumn and let her manage it. I don't know if the little sister will be happy when she finds out, and let him unlock a few more poses. The next morning, Alvin went to Professor Flitwick's office. Come in, Alvin. Professor Flitwick said briskly, and there were already quite a few professors in his office. Professor, what is this? Looking at the other professors who were onlookers, Alvin was a little confused. Didn't Xiao tell him yesterday that only their respective deans would be present? But how did it get to him when almost all the professors were there? Professor Flitwick was also a little embarrassed, and he coughed twice. Sorry, Alvin, Minerva and Severus are also interested in your job offer. As for Professor Umbridge, forget it. Just treat her as if she doesn't exist. Sitting in the corner, Umbridge's face stiffened, and he squeezed the quill in his hand. Okay, then let's start, Professor. Since 337's own dean has said so, then he has nothing to say. It's not a very private thing anyway. Professor Flitwick took out a pen and asked Alvin seriously. Alvin, according to the inherent process, I should be here to tell you the elective standards for each class in 6th grade. However, your grades don't need to worry about these requirements at all, so we'll keep it short. What are your plans for leaving Hogwarts? Several professors, and even Umbridge, looked at Alvin curiously, waiting for his answer. For such an outstanding student, the professors are very concerned about his whereabouts. After all, the last student who was such a great student became the Dark Lord because of the lack of job guidance. Since then, the school's professors have paid special attention to the ideals and goals of these outstanding students. And Umbridge also came here with the thought of asking for fudge. Alvin thought for a moment and sighed helplessly. Sorry, Professor, I don't have a very clear idea. After all, someone as good as me has gotten everything I wanted during my student days. It makes me very confused. My life is complete. What else can I do? The professors. Pfft. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? Alvin's extreme speech completely broke the defense of several professors. We are here to do career guidance, not to see how you show off. Professor Flitwick resisted the urge to roll his eyes and continued to ask, have you considered joining the Ministry of Magic? Ravenclaw hasn't had a Minister of Magic in a long time. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. With Alvin's reputation and status, it is estimated that he can become the youngest Minister of Magic in history. Unfortunately, Alvin shook his head and rejected the proposal. It's so boring at the Ministry of Magic. It's either cleaning wizards' asses or dealing with other miscellaneous things every day. Might as well play Quidditch. Hearing what he said, Professor McGonagall, a veteran Quidditch enthusiast, lit up. Gaunt, if you want to develop on Quidditch, I'm sure you can become the greatest batsman of all time. Alvin shook his head again, rejecting Professor McGonagall's suggestion again. Sorry, Professor McGonagall, I've acquired the tornadoes and can be on the pro arena anytime I want. Besides, there is no suspense about winning or losing with the games I participated in. Although the words are arrogant, there is no refutation that anyone wants to stand up. Last year's Quidditch match against Durmstrang shattered many people's perceptions of batsmen. What's more, people have already collected enough for a team. Why don't they just play if they want? Alvin, Snape said, a strange glint in his eyes. Have you ever considered staying at Hogwarts to teach? Several other professors also lit up and thought it was a good idea. According to common sense, Hogwarts professors generally do not let students stay on campus directly. After all, Voldemort didn't get this treatment back then. But Alvin is different. He is an all-rounder. Alchemy, ancient magic patterns, potions, these highly specialized course professors have always been scarce resources. If Alvin does stay at the school, it must be a good thing for the students at Hogwarts. Cough. When the professors fell into their reverie, Umbridge coughed twice, which was very inappropriate, attracting attention. She habitually smirked. Sorry, although I don't want to interrupt you, I still want to say that I am the principal of this school. Unfortunately, I never thought Gaunt was qualified for the professorship. Flitwick patted the table in an aura, and Professor McGonagall also sullen. Umbridge, it's 2 years before Gaunt graduates, and Dumbledore will think about it then. What she meant was obvious. You, Umbridge, still want to be the headmaster by then. Dream about it. Umbridge's face changed. McGon, the Ministry of Magic will definitely bring Dumbledore to justice. Pfft. Professor Sprout, who had been silent all this time, suddenly laughed. This moment caused a chain reaction, and the others couldn't help laughing. No one would think Dumbledore would be caught by the Ministry of Magic. Next, the focus shifted from Alvin's career guidance to Umbridge's feud with several professors. Alvin also enjoys leisure time and finds a reason to leave when the time is up. Until he walked out the door, he could still hear Professor McGonagall's angry roar. With the end of the career guidance, this also means that the OWLS exam has entered the countdown. In the days leading up to the exam, the atmosphere of the school became extraordinarily dignified. When the junior wizard was in the lounge, He didn't dare to make a sound at all, for fear of being severely punished by the irritable seniors. The current 5th and 7th graders are on the verge of collapse, looking at the test centers drawn by the professors. Countless people are regretting why they didn't study hard at the beginning, otherwise they wouldn't be in the 5th grade and still learning the knowledge of the 2nd grade.
Ah.
Why are the spells of levitation and growth so similar? An unwilling roar sounded in the library, and Mrs. Pants walked over without saying a word and very skillfully threw the student out of the library. The other little wizards were not surprised at all because this was the 3rd one recently. Even this little wizard's symptoms are still mild. Yesterday, the one was really cruel. He wanted to eat the book and see if he could learn it directly. Hermione was also very irritable at this time, with a hill of books in front of her, and Alvin was training her for consolidation. My dear, this is a roundabout magic pattern, not a spin. The gap between the two is quite large. Alvin tried to speak to the little witch in a gentle tone, afraid that she would become hysterical too. At that time, it was he who was to blame. Oh, sorry, Alvin, I got confused again. Hermione patted her head angrily and quickly corrected her mistake. Ancient Rune is one of her most uncertain courses, but people are more prone to mistakes when they are more nervous. Hermione is in this state now, and her learning efficiency is extremely low. With a sigh, Alvin's fingers flashed blue light and pressed softly against her temple. Hermione closed her eyes comfortably, feeling the coolness in her brain. She now has to review more than 10 hours a day, plus the time for class. She is seriously lacking in sleep. Alvin can only use the soothing spell and energy potion to replenish the little witch's spirit now. Good job. Actually, you don't have to fight like this. You don't have to answer all the exams correctly to pass. But the character thing is too difficult to change, and it can only be subtly changed in the days to come. Hermione was fine with everything, just too serious. Well, it's a long time coming to Japan, so don't be in a hurry. As a person who wants to be the Minister of Magic in the future, he should learn to control the overall situation, rather than entangled in the details. Started this year's OWLS exam. Some innocuous mistakes will not affect the final result. And in such a tense atmosphere, several old wizards who could barely walk came to the Hogwarts machine. Alvin opened his mouth, wanting to say that if you can't pass, then no one else has to. But Hermione retorted with a serious face. What if my ancient rune cannot pass because of the mistake in this question? As the two most important exams in the wizarding world, this exam is not solely administered by Hogwarts. It is similar to the college entrance examination and the middle school entrance examination, which do not allow the paper to be published in the school. Generally, the Board of Education and the Ministry of Magic send well-respected wizards to invigilate and set the questions. In many cases, these proctors are the editors of the textbooks that the students use, and they control the topics better than the professors. The test is divided into 2 parts, usually a written test in the morning and a practical test in the afternoon. On the first morning, the 5th grade students didn't speak much. Some of them held a small note and tried their best to memorize it. Some people recited words and repeated all kinds of magic spells that might be tested. Luna and Astoria made 2 amulets together and gave them to Alvin and Hermione. Although it was useless, Alvin still rewarded a sticker by himself. After the meal, all the 5th graders came to a large classroom and started their first exam. Alvin finished the exam in just half an hour and then started chatting with an invigilator. To be honest, when I saw you in the examination room, I thought of Dumbledore back then. You are all far beyond the realm of students, and this kind of exam is a waste of time for you. Toffety said with emotion. He is a veteran invigilator, and Dumbledore also passed the exam under his invigilation. And now Alvin gives him the same feeling, even more. In his mind, it is not too much to be an examiner with Alvin's academic level. Alvin also said half-jokingly, I think so too, or you can send me the transcript directly. 39. The old man glared at him angrily. How can I have this right, but after you finish the exam, go out quickly, the province will affect the mentality of other students. While speaking, he scanned the entire classroom. Many students saw Alvin chatting and laughing with the invigilator, and their facial expressions became weird. Everyone is here for the exam. Why is your painting style different from ours? Okay, then I'll go first, see you in the afternoon. Alvin shook his head amusingly, stood up, and left the examination room. Most of the next exams are like this. Alvin is basically the last one to go in, and the first to come out. Many examiners, even Mag and Umbridge, need to stand behind them respectfully, but with Alvin, they can often chat happily for a long time. The magic world is also a society, and since it is a society, there are circles. Obviously, Alvin's qualifications are up and even beyond, so he can live comfortably in any circle. And Professor McGonagall is still a little worse after all. Compared to these people, she is still too young. As for Umbridge, what is that? In addition, a funny thing happened during the exam. Because of the magical biology, there is no one more authoritative than Newt in the entire wizarding world. He is also the only Hogwarts teacher to be the chief examiner. Children, I had already retired, but I couldn't refuse Dumbledore's request, so that's why we have been here for so long. You are the first class of students I teach, and will be the last. 35. Let me give you one last gift. All students' grades will automatically increase by 1 rating. The voice fell, and the auditorium instantly remembered thunderous cheers. Several of the Invigilator's deputy also smiled bitterly, but the identity of Uncle Newt was placed here, and in the end, he could only acquiesce. After learning this news, those 5-year students who didn't choose to protect the magical creatures class regretted their bowels. If they knew there was such a good thing, they would rather endure Hagrid for 2 years before taking this course. The exam lasted for 2 weeks, and every day after the exam, Hermione would ask Alvin to check the answer. When other students saw the movements of the two, they also came together. When the answer is the same as the two of them, they will be elated, and if they are not the same, it will be like mourning. This reminded Alvin of the way in his previous life, when he asked the students in the class for the answer. Hey, in the end, I'm still living as Bah. I hate it. Finally, after completing the final potion exam, the 5th grade students were completely liberated. Fantastic. Finally finished the exam. Justin Finnery of Hufflepuff happily tore all the textbooks in his hands. Hannah Abbott on the side was stunned. Justin, we just finished OWL, not NEWSD. Are you not going to class next semester? Justin was stunned for a moment, and then said indifferently, Anyway, these books will not be used next semester, so they will be torn as soon as they are torn. Parvati Patil on the side said quietly, Don't you use it when you study for the exam? Justin, who finally came to his senses, changed greatly and hurriedly used a repairing spell to repair the textbook that had been shredded into confetti. The other students laughed and watched the scene with a lot of relief. Harry laughed along with him, a smile he had rarely seen these days. Although he has been learning occlumency with Snape, progress has been slow. He still has strange dreams from time to time. And in it, that mysterious house appeared countless times. Harry knew it was the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries, although he didn't know what it was there for. But he was certain that there must be something in it that Voldemort yearned for so much. In the past few days, this premonition has become stronger and stronger. Even during the exam, the image there will appear in his mind. Harry had asked Alvin for his opinion, but Alvin just said that maybe it was Voldemort's conspiracy to lure him out of Hogwarts. Nothing else is said. Suddenly, Harry covered his forehead in pain and fell on the table. His perspective was walking down the dark, gloomy corridor of the Department of Mysteries again. Take it from me, a cold and high-pitched voice said without a trace of temperature. Harry saw something black move on the floor and struggled to raise his head. Sirius. He screamed in horror, but made no sound. Harry! Harry! Ginny on the side pushed him anxiously, and Harry finally returned to his body from that scene. But seeing his eyes glowing red and tearing down, Ginny was very worried again. Harry, what happened? And Alvin in the distance saw the scene and smiled slightly. Tom, we finally meet again. Harry didn't answer. He just silently took Ginny's hand and walked out. He raised his head sharply, startling Ginny. The surrounding students also looked at them curiously, not knowing what happened.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.